truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is
we are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mo ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled, and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunso.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Atiku and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, who is the sport?
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Upunswada.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Is the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning and it is Christmas Day, so Merry Christmas to you. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. I wish you a scintillating Christmas celebration and a prosperous New Year 2026 in advance. Yeah?
Scintillating?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
very well, very well. I'm Chukwu Makoro, and this is me wishing you very Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2026.
Well, I do hope you're all getting ready to entertain your neighbors. In fact, I saw my neighbor on my way out and he was like, He's coming over later in the evening.
And you go before him.
I'll go before him. I'll go visit him first.
You go visit him first.
Okay. Well, it's exciting that we have a few people that still believe in, visiting people, visiting their neighbors. Our society has gotten to a point where neighbors just tend to avoid themselves, and it's really bad. It's not the African in us. It's not how we are made.
It's quite enough. That's not how we were made, because I remember growing up, Christmas used to be a very lovely
There's always
period.
that, those trays,
those big tray that
coolers,
bring at family, everybody will be speaking
Oh,
and all of
Could
that.
that be the reason? Could that also be the reason Hamatan disappeared this year? Because I'm
No,
yet
it's
to-
climate change.
Oh, it's climate change.
Climate
Oh,
change.
better. 'Cause
Climate is changing. Society itself is changing.
Much
Dynamic.
younger me, I do perceive Christmas.
Because I recall, I recall growing up,
Mm.
when high heel, were the thing, in vogue. And my father bought one particular one for me that time. And in the middle of the night, I'll wake up and I'll go and measure the
inches.
The inches and
the heel.
I wish this thing was bigger, because that time it was the bigger the better.
Okay.
The higher the better.
Okay.
High heel. Well, we used to call
Yeah.
it salamander. I mean, you guys, you didn't meet all of that.
Well. And today, Fida is looking a lot taller.
I'm just me.
When I walked
Can you
into the studio and I said, Fifi, how come you're looking taller than
But
me?
if you take this is just, I think 2 inch or 1 inch. Take it
No,
out.
that's not
No,
two.
that's
It's
a
2
lot.
inches.
That's not two.
It's not up to it's 2 inches.
2 inches is a lot.
Just okay, 1 inch. That's what I'm putting.
All right.
I'm tall on it, so don't let them.
Well, anyway, we are celebrating with you, celebrating Christmas, and we do appreciate you for always being with us, listening to us, watching us on television, on the television show, and our radio show as well. VOP is saying thank you for always being there. Now, regardless of the fact that we're celebrating Christmas, we also have things to talk about in Nigeria. So let's just dive into the conversation. Senators, reps, members fume as Akpabio allegedly orders NAS clerk to hide certified copy of Nigerian tax bill transmitted to Tinubu for assent. Interesting times, I must say. APC chieftain urges PDP to put its act together or merge with ADC. Well, and also, ASU, federal government finalized talks on 2009 agreement after years of renegotiation. Oh, well, these are the conversations on our table this morning. So while you dust off and clean up and cook and prepare for visitors and the family to celebrate, join us as we dissect these conversations.
Yes, as we dissect these conversations. Moses, I just hope that this final will be the final of the final
Hopefully.
of negotiations with us, because this is not the first time we are getting to hear this word, final. And I just hope that this will be the final.
It will be the final.
The final. Finally.
Finally. Oh, well. Well, those are the conversations that we have for you this morning. We'll take a break. There are other things Nigerians are talking about. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll dive into those other conversations before you get to meet our guests for the major topics this Thursday morning, Christmas Day. Welcome on board. This is VOP This Morning.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad.
Oh, well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is VOP This Morning. Now, let's dive into the other conversations. Now, it borders on insecurity. It's not a pleasant one to have, but it happened, and so we have to talk about it. Suspected Boko Haram insurgents have detonated an improvised explosive device at a Jumat mosque in Gambaru Ward around the customs area in the heart of Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. The incident occurred at around 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, yesterday, less than 12 hours before, as Muslim worshippers were observing the Maghrib prayers. Although information on the incident remains sketchy, residents told the television station via telephone that many worshippers were either killed or injured. However, the police public relations officer in the state, ASP Nahum Daso, told journalists that from preliminary investigations, 5 persons have been confirmed dead so far, while about 35 others were injured. The blast has already created fear among residents, especially with the Christian community participating in the 2025 Christmas celebration. Security operatives have cordoned off the area to prevent further casualties and to allow preliminary assessment of the incident. Now, in another tragic development in Lagos, emergency responders yesterday evening battled a fire outbreak at a plaza known as the Great Nigeria Insurance House, located on Martin Street in Lagos Island. Another fire on Martin's Street, Lagos Island. The building, which serves as a warehouse for clothing materials, was reportedly engulfed at about 5 p.m., same time, basically, with the Borno State incident. Well, the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, Olufemi Osointolu, said that the fire emanated from the 4th floor of the plaza before escalating to other floors. Now, I'm not privy to any information of anybody being involved in that, where lives lost. Well, we don't know at this moment, at the time of filing in this report, but I hope not. I hope no life was lost, because you remember the one that happened, was it one of those, it was a bank shares that plaza.
Okay, UBA.
Was it UBA? No, it wasn't. It wasn't the UBA plaza.
No, it wasn't UBA plaza, but UBA has offices there. The one that happened somewhere around.
The one that happened
around
somewhere in
Mandela's
area, yes. And
one of the banks, I think UBA.
People, and then in that video, the video that emanated, people were jumping from the window. There should be more than one exit in buildings. I think a lot of buildings don't adhere to that. More than one exit, and the exit should be wide enough for more than one person to pass in case of an emergency, in case there is, people are trying to run through. It's unfortunate that we have these issues happening. And the Maiduguri incident, the bomb blast, it's another unfortunate one. It happened some years back. It's always happened at about this time of the year. People gather to pray, Muslims gather to pray, Christians gather to pray, and some unscrupulous elements decide it's time to strike, well, I do hope that our security agencies will do something to ensure that those that perpetrated this will be brought to book. I'm only speaking in hope, because we have a lot of insecurity. I mean, 2025 has been 1 year where we've seen insecurity escalate to an alarming level, and Nigerians are asking governments to do something. In fact, I think there was a confrontation between task force and residents of a particular area in Lagos, I think around the airport road area not too long ago, and I heard gunshots were fired at both ends, and I'm like, I mean, if the task force have guns, these other guys are non-state actors. These guys are just, people you see every day doing business, selling stuff. That means they also have guns. And it was troubling. It was troubling to me. Somewhere along the airport road. Well, the issue of insecurity just, troubles me. It's not something you want to, it's not what you want to start the Christmas Day conversation with, but unfortunately, I would say, for those that lost loved ones, I send my condolences, and I hope the government will do something. The government of Borno State will do something. And also, for those that might have been affected in the fire incident, well, my condolences
I just
as well.
pray that the government will do something about it. Like you said, one of the thematic expressions, that dominated this year was insecurity and economic decline, unfortunately, probably politics, the back and forth in Rivers State and all of that. But talking about insecurity, it is strange that this is coming. And what worries me is the fact that this time around, we had a Christmas Day bombing somewhere in Mina. We had another World Christmas Day bombing somewhere in Ondo State. And now it is happening in a mosque. So what expression does that mean? It tells you that, they are trying to twist the narrative, to recreate the narrative that, look, it is clearly not Christian genocide. That Muslims also are even attacked in mosque and all of that. It's a dangerous trend. It is too dangerous that we don't even realize, we have become inured to the sight of blood, to the sight of death, to the numbers. Human beings have just become numbers, how many people died? Look at what the police CP in Borno State said. Well, as investigations are going on, has confirmed 5 people already dead. But I think it is, and I do know that it will be more than that, if you had a blast like that during a Jumat service. It's quite unfortunate. We have, like I said, it's one of the thematic, areas that dominated discourse in Nigeria. Insecurity in all parts of the country. And unfortunately, the thing is creeping, down to more like the whole country has been enveloped. No state is secure. No state can clearly say, we might have some states that are safe. But in all of these, there are pockets of violence, here and there. And the violence has nothing to do with criminal law and enforcement. It has to do with terrorism, insurgency, kidnapping, and banditry. And this is a different form of violence, that defines a state. Whether a state is failing, whether a state remains within the alert area of the failed state index and all of that. The indicators are clearly different. And from the way we are traveling, Nigeria might, just unravel into a failed state in the coming months and in the coming days. It's quite unfortunate. And about the fire incident, that engulfed the area, it's good that we are talking about here about life and insurance. It happened in a great insurance building, and I hope that insurance company still exists, and it should be. If they do exist, it tells me that the building must have been properly insured. So, like Moses said, we should create exits and all of that. We have fire retardants and fire services that are, what do you call them again? These hoses that are placed in strategic places. Does it look like they don't work or what? Because the first thing will have been to activate it.
It works. It depends on the individual.
So,
can you use it? Do we have the
so they
knowledge
should
to
have
use
training, for people that reside in people that use those areas.
And those things should be serviced. A lot of them are not serviced.
Some
so
of them
they
are not serviced.
Yes.
They are there. And they should have muster points too, you know,
Yeah.
the
Exactly.
safest area so that
Exactly.
people can gather and they are evacuated from that.
And I think
It's
another thing
quite
that companies should do is to have drills.
Yes,
You know,
drills.
Have drills like
Regularly,
this.
just
Regular
in case
drills,
it
so people become familiar with how to move around if there's a fire incident.
Yes, when I get in an airline and they start, you know, showing you exit point, and somebody asks, doesn't mean that they want us to have an accident in this. I
That's the
said,
African
no.
mentality.
You know, but sometimes
Taking
accidents don't
precautionary
happen.
measures, yeah.
They do happen. So it's better to be prepared all the time. That's one of the slogans of the Boy Scout. Be prepared always. So, like Moses said, we need to conduct drills from time to time, you know, especially for people who use those buildings as on everyday basis, on a daily basis. It's quite unfortunate. My heart goes out to the families that lost their loved ones, unfortunately. That is what it has become for them, especially during this Yuletide period. It's quite unfortunate.
Chikuma, when you talked about the Christmas bombing in Niger State, that happened at St. Teresa Catholic Church in Madala. So many people died. It just, you know, it painted the picture, because I could recall I was somewhere in Niger then, and then my uncle was among the people that went there to, you know, do the rescue. So I was like, what is really happening? And also another church bombing, I think during the Christmas period again, St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church in No Man's Land in Kano State. It just speaks to the fact that the issue of insecurity, Nigeria might not be able to win it anytime soon. It was last week or thereabout that the governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, even went to Cameroon and offered funds, money to people that should come back, say they should come back and take over their community back, you know, internally displaced personnel. And I can remember I asked a question on the table, I was like, have we ended the issue of insecurity before inviting these people back? Imagine it's not up to 1 month or 1 month, it's not up to 3 weeks after that, just a few weeks.
Just a few weeks
and
after
we're getting this suicide bombing happening again. I pray we will not go back again to those days, 2015, 2014. I don't
How we really left those days.
I don't want.
And for you to understand how things have turned, you know, when bombs started going off in Iraq, you know, Iran, Kuwait, and they called it suicide bombing. At that time, we were like, oh, it can't happen here.
It can't happen here.
It can't happen here. But now it's happening. At the point, we even had female suicide bombers, you know, that would strap themselves up.
Yes. It happens in Kano State. We witnessed that in Kano State multiple
To
times.
the point that we had a Nigerian who wanted to, you know, to bring down an airplane from Amsterdam to Detroit. And
what's his name again?
Farouk Abdul-Muttalab.
Abdul-Muttalab.
But I believe the government should do something about this anyway.
No, Fina, not just the government. Not just the government. Families.
You know, it hurts me when
society,
people...
parents, because these suicide bombers also come from families, except they want to tell us that, you know, some of them are recruited from the streets.
Some of them, that's how it
the
happens.
problem of this
majorly.
Marjorie, some of them don't even know their parents, they can't locate their parents. And it is not just our Marjorie. So if you go to some areas in the island here, you see some of these homeless people, they don't even know where they are coming from. They don't know their parents, they have lost contact. So it's a very big problem. And while government is busy chasing other things, the society, the people that they are supposed to protect, are gradually slipping away from care. And the danger in it is that in the near future of 10, 15, 20 years, you have an army, you know, of people, recruits who are available, you know, who are easily disposed to being used, you know, to cause problems for society.
It doesn't make sense.
Oh, well, let's quickly take another conversation. I hope time will allow us to dive into this one. This borders on how our elected officials are behaving. Well, now this one was put out there by the brother of former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, who has become an internet sensation. His name, Isaac Fayose. Now, that's his name. Well, he slammed government officials who lined up to greet President Bola Tinubu's son, Sheyi Tinubu, at an airport. Now, this video that has since gone viral saw Sheyi Tinubu disembarking from the aircraft and was greeted by these officials. And he mentioned, well, I really can't see the faces of the people there, but he mentioned the Senate, the number 3 man, which should be the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. I don't know if he's there. But anyway, and according to Fayose, he says the personalities greeting Sheyi are government officials and Senate leaders, describing their action as sycophancy. Well, we all know there's no office of the first son, and we don't run a monarchical government in Nigeria. But this, and when you talk about the issue of convoy, regardless of the fact that the president has said via security agencies, police should leave VIPs and the rest, he still has his convoy. He still has his convoy. Even after Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka made the observation that he made, he still goes around with his convoy. So he's the laws are for some people, not for everybody. So he's obviously exempted from such orders. It's interesting. And we are encouraging this. We're encouraging this. If our lawmakers are putting up this sort of display, then, you just know what to expect in the coming days. So I would not be surprised if he runs for office in 2027.
I've never been surprised about this. When you say we don't run the office of the first son of Nigeria, constitutionally we don't do it. But you and I know that in the mind of some politicians, it is what it is. It must be there. For example, those that want to, find a way to get favor from the president through the son. We see that play out. Who was the one that gave him clearance to use that aircraft force to go and watch polo somewhere in Nigeria? Taxpayers' money. Wasn't it? It's an official. So if you check it out, you find out that, when Nigerians are talking about how we keep on emboldening people that shouldn't be within, some places to be there, it speaks to how some of us have decided to reduce everything we have to level of sycophancy. If the number 3 person in Nigeria can stand at the foot of the aircraft to have a golden handshake with the son of the president, we don't know what happened, we don't know where they went or what happened or how this actually played out, then what else do you expect? He have already told you that whatever thing the president said I'm going to do, give a nod to it. So I've never for one day woken up to say I'm expecting something different from our politically elected officials. Never. Especially those who we know that they found themselves or found their this thing into that house in a way that is not as straightforward. The professor who conducted the election, the returning officer that brought in the number 3 person in Nigeria is somewhere in prison, is somewhere in correctional facility. And the product of that election is who we say have as a number 3 man in Nigeria. So I'm not really surprised about this. And people who are raising their voice about it, I believe more will even play out. More will happen.
Yes, more will happen. When I first saw this video, and with all sense of modesty, I describe myself as a very sane person. And so I asked myself, if I ever get into government, which I don't even pray to do, will I lose my sanity and become insane? Because this is the highest level of insanity as far as I'm concerned. And I tried to create a scenario, what if scenario. Now, the organization that we work for has a chairman, and his first son is coming back from United States of America, and I'll go to the gate and line up to welcome him. And I was asking myself, will I do that? And if chairman wants me to do that and I don't do that, is he going to sack me? And if he sacks me, will I have an alternative and all of that? And I put all of these things together. And I said, senators lining up to
I think it's the body language. The president himself.
Exactly. I was coming to that.
They have followed the body language of the president.
You see, when we say that, look, these things can't happen in Nigeria, they are already happening. And when people say Nigeria cannot become one-party state, Nigeria is a clearly one-party state. When Nigerians say,
"Oh, okay,"
no, Nigeria.
I'm glad you're saying that.
But it is already. It is what it is. They have
I
two-third majority already.
Have I ever disagreed?
Yes.
No, I never.
Okay.
I never disagreed. Nigeria. I mean, if you have 28 governors, if you have 30 governors,
30 governors and 2/3 of majority in the House.
Nigeria is one party state. So if you have the president's son and the president feebly says, Sheyi, what were you doing? Why did you come for fake meeting and all of that? And we see the same Sheyi appear again at the Supreme Court swearing of Kekere-Ekun, and the president says nothing. See, when it started happening, we just talked about bombs going off in Iraq, and we were like, oh, it can't happen in Nigeria. Now, you see, in fact, we even strapped more bombs than people in Iraq and Iran. And again, we are talking about, no, this Nigeria can't slide into dictatorship. That is how it starts. What's his name? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBA, that is how it started and all of that. He killed Kama Khashoggi, and nothing happened up until today. Look at our neighboring country, Eyadema, his son. How did it start? Gradually, gradually. They keep testing the waters. They keep testing, and Nigerians will be the ones who say, oh, no, it doesn't matter. It will never get to it will get to a point where you have the CJN, the Senate President, the Vice President, all line up to welcome the President's son.
Yeah.
When we get to that level, is it not a dictatorship? Nigerians should better watch it. Because my people say, when a handshake passes the arms and gets to the elbow, it don't become wrestling, no. It's not been handshake again.
Oh well. Let's move away from those conversations. Let's tell you what the papers have for us this morning, and then much later in the day we'll dive into newspaper review. But this, let's just check out the headlines now from Nigerian Tribune. These are the headlines: Explosion rocks Maiduguri mosque. Many worshippers feared killed. Oyo approves 235 billion naira for 39-kilometer Ibadan Circular Road Phase 2. In his Christmas message, Tinubu says, I will protect people of different faiths from violence. No one will be persecuted from practicing his religion. 2 Kanu lawmakers die in one day. NCDC warns of Lassa fever, meningitis, foodborne diseases. LG autonomy. Atiku blames Tinubu for governor's non-compliance. Explosion to sunlight might improve blood sugar control in type 2 diabetes. That's according to a study. Nigeria has enough to feed its people. Bishop Kuka tells leaders wants governments to confront insecurity, poverty, bad governance. Tax law row. Don't make January sacrosanct. And Dume tells Tinubu, says FG should investigate alleged forgery. Now, I will be more troubled if I see someone like Ndume line up to greet the president's son. It's not something I think he will ever do.
I'm not sure he will do that.
Yeah.
But you never can say. In Nigeria.
Okay. You're breaking my heart. All right, let's have more headlines.
All right, the cover page of the Punch newspaper today have the stories beside the masthead. House begin tax law probe. Ndume pushes for suspension. The stories on page 7. The window headlines are MDA is underfunded by 15 trillion naira in 3 years. NNPC, 12 others fail ICPC integrity test. Japa, Nigerian nurses practicing in UK hits over 16,000. The banner headline, Christmas messages. Tinubu, governors pray Trinity. NLC rejects unfair taxation. Right after that story, Khan urges security consciousness. Kuka decries killings. Nigerians lament despite food price crash. LP crisis. Abure wants OT against Para Convention. Corruption marks in God's blessing on Nigeria EFCC chair. Tax agency can't debit accounts without court order. That's coming from Oyedele. Is that with the Ganishi order? Anyway, we'll find out. Many feared trapped as fire guts Lagos Plaza. 4 killed, 14 injured in Borno Mosque bombing. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Punch newspaper this morning.
Now, let's quickly run through The Guardian. And from on top of the masthead, from all of us at The Guardian, Merry Christmas. Now, that's Guardian wishing you a Merry Christmas. The window headlines, PDP leaders move to reconcile factions, set up caretaker committee. Tinubu sets up APC committee to heal ribs, mobilize party ahead of 2027. Atiku accuses Tinubu of defying Supreme Court judgment on local government autonomy. Now the big story. Power crisis lingers into Christmas as output averages 3,000 megawatts. That story is on page 6 of The Guardian. And The Guardian, Trust Guardian, they go ahead to do some kind of graphics. 13,625 megawatt capacity national grid crashes to 3,000 megawatts. And ISO promises restoration within 48 hours, days after Escravos Lagos gas pipeline explosion. 8,229 megawatts idle in Q2, says report. Shock as Kano Assembly loses 2 members within minutes. Growing opposition threatens January implementation of tax laws. Christmas Eve tragedy. Many feared that as IED explodes in Borno Mosque. ASU, federal government reached truce as union accepts 40% pay increase. And the bottom strip headline, MDAs may forfeit funds over non-compliance with financial reporting rules. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. Like I said, at 10 o'clock, we'll dive deeper into the headlines that make sense of it all. Now, let's get into the conversation. Senators, reps, members fume as Senate President Godswill Akpabio allegedly orders National Assembly clerk to hide certified copies of Nigerian tax bill transmitted to the president for assent. Let's talk about this when we come back.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, let's dive into it. Now, lawmakers in both legislative chambers of the National Assembly are reportedly aggrieved with Senate President Godswill Akpabio over an alleged directive barring the Office of the Assembly Clerk from releasing copies of the tax reform bill transmitted to President Bola Tinubu for assent and subsequently signed into law. According to the People's Gazette, 2 senators and 4 members of the House of Representatives told the newspaper that the embargo has fueled suspicion and internal wrangling as lawmakers who demanded copies of the assented bill were denied access. Now, this is despite their insistence that the document was needed to confirm that the version signed by the president was identical with the certified true copy passed by both legislative chambers. Now, according to the lawmakers, the controversy began following allegations by a member of the House of Representatives, Abdul Samad Dasuki, that the tax laws available to Nigerians differed from the version passed by the National Assembly. The allegation prompted several lawmakers to formally request copies of the signed law to compare it with the version debated and approved during plenary. Meanwhile, the Gazette wrote that officials in the office of the clerk of the National Assembly informed the lawmakers that they were acting on the instruction of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, who ordered that no copy of the assented tax law be released to any legislator. Oh well. A House of Representatives member from Oyo State who spoke to the tabloid described the development as troubling, saying that he was disappointed in Speaker Tajuddin Abbas's failure to allow the matter to be resolved before the Yuletide break. Well, the content of the gazetted document has become central to the unfolding dispute, with lawmakers saying access to the assented copy was critical to establishing whether or not there were alterations in the document. Well, the lawmakers warned that withholding the document undermined legislative oversight and eroded trust within the parliament. Well, these are happenings in Nigeria currently, and we do have with us in the studio public affairs commentator, and when he's not discussing politics, he's either farming or in the classroom educating students, is Lawale Kundayo. Good to have you join us this morning. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Kundayo. Good to have you.
Thank you.
We'll also be going round our outstations. We'll from Abuja. From Abuja, we have Mazi David Ihuama Esquire, a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. And Port Harcourt will be joined by Archbishop Dr. Ibioku Gospel Bob Manuel, who is also a public affairs commentator. He's former National Vice President, Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria. And Port Harcourt, we will be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He joins us from Port Harcourt. All right, so now let's dive into it. Now, let me start off with you, Barrister Asim Adams. Merry Christmas to you, first off. Now, hearing this happening, that the clerk hiding away documents that were assented to from lawmakers, how does this make you feel, first off, and then what legal moves can be taken to ensure that either the clerk or whoever authorized that are punished and the copies brought out immediately so Nigerians can deliberate on it before January 1st, 2026? Well, did you get the question, Barrister Adams?
Hello. Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, okay, I can hear you now.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
It's disheartening and at the same time not sweating. It is sad that a public document under the Evidence Act, which is a law, is a document for everybody. Under the Freedom of Information Act, that particular document is a public document. Now, when you begin to play games, play pranks with a public document of that nature, it is a criminal offense. Under the law, you are supposed to let the public have access to that document. But since it's been withheld unnecessarily, those who are doing that should face the music of the law. I know most of them are going to claim what I call parliamentary immunity, because inside the National Assembly, a lot of mumbo-jumbo things do happen there. Criminality takes place, but they want to hide under parliamentary immunity to do whatever they are doing. For me, it's condemnable, it's great malfeasance, is uncalled for, is criminal, and it infracts on the law and the rights to Nigerians to have access to a document of that monumental proportion that we need to get up right now. So whoever that is holding that document and playing pranks in the gallery must be told that what he's doing is wrong. And the Senate president must also know that the Senate has become a caricature of the Senate.
All right.
The Senate has become a laughing stock.
Okay.
The Nigerian Senate under Akpabio has become a boju kind of Senate.
Barrister, parliamentary immunity.
And
sorry to interrupt your train of thoughts there, but parliamentary immunity, how can you go around it in a situation that affects the nation like this? Can the clerk and those that work within the office of the clerk claim parliamentary immunity in this kind of case? Will he hold water?
Of course, because the parliamentary immunity if you do whatever you do within that, precinct of the National Assembly, you are not supposed to be prosecuted, as the case may be, inside the chambers of the House. But the speaker, the clerk of the House, does not possess that immunity. That is okay. It is only for legislators.
Legislators, okay.
The clerk of the House can be summoned. The clerk of the House is duty bound because it's a public officer. It's not a political office holder. It's a public officer, and under the Public Officers Act, is bound to release that document without let or hindrance. So what I'm talking about parliamentary immunity is for legislators, senators, House of Reps, not the administrative staff of the National Assembly. So let that be very clear. Okay. Yeah, let that be very clear. Yes.
Okay, all right, Barrister Adam, good morning to you once again, and thanks for joining us on the show. Now, if we understand, you understand very well, sir. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Now, we understand what has happened between the executive and the legislature. Now, the executive at some point said, look, no, there is nothing. We didn't change anything. And now we see a legislature, the Senate president, we have information that the clerk says, look, the Senate president asked me not to release the original document to legislators. And you recall that also the National Assembly set up a committee to investigate what happened, what transpired between the National Assembly and the executive. In the face of all of this, do we still need the work of that committee? Isn't it obvious that that document was altered?
You see, the boju, whatever they are playing with it means or gives us a lot to say that the document was actually altered. See, let me put it very clear. The National Assembly or the legislature, before a law is passed, can alter bills in the committee stage. They can make alterations to remove and add things that was decided openly. But the moment the committees have submitted a particular bill to a joint house, alteration cannot take place again once it goes to the president. So if they have altered, from what I'm saying right now is that they have actually altered, sections of that particular law, and that is criminal. So for those who did that, for those who participated in the alterations after that bill has passed that first, second, and third reading, waiting for assent, if it is from the presidency, those people who were involved could be prosecuted for forgery. They could be prosecuted for alterations, criminal alteration of documents, public documents, as case may be. That is number one. Number two,
okay,
for the speaker, for the clerk of the House to say that the Senate president has not mandated him to release or whatever as case may be, is treading on a very dangerous line. Let me tell you, he should be told that the Nigerian Senate is answerable to the Nigerian people and not Akpabio. The Nigerian Senate is answerable to the Nigerian people and not Akpabio. And the Nigerian people has asked that this document be given to them and let us, compare notes and do punishment for those who we feel has altered this. And if the speaker is hiding under the cloak that the Senate president asked him to do that, then I believe it leaves more to be desired.
Barrister, does the immunity you talked about, does it also include when there's a criminal case? Like you just pointed out that if someone or if anybody decide to alter any agreed information by both chambers of the House or after the committee must have presented it, that is criminal. So now, does this immunity also shield the Senate president or any other person within the parliament who must have altered or given directive for the alteration of this document that Nigerians are talking about?
No, it does not. No, it does not. It does not. Get me very clear. What I said, when I talk about immunity, is that refusal to submit that document, refusal to submit that particular document to say it is within our whatever the case may be. The Senate president could be impeached if he is found that his hand is involved. And if he is impeached as a Senate president, he could be prosecuted. If he's involved in this malpractice, if he's involved in this criminality, as the case may be. Immunity, parliamentary immunity is, talks about, things that were said or done within the parliament. It doesn't pertain to forgery. Forgery is not part of it. Forgery is a criminal offense, that has no limitations. Okay. As the case may be. It's a criminal offense that has no limitations. They could be investigated, and when they leave office, they could be prosecuted. Okay. Even if a governor forges a document, even if the president forges a document, yes, immunity covers him, but if he leaves office, he could be prosecuted. Okay, thank you for that particular forgery that he did.
Thank you so much.
For the period he's been president, he may not be prosecuted.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Mazi David Ihoma, let's get your opinion on this, please. What does this portend for Nigeria? The refusal of the clerk, giving the members of the legislature the paper that Nigerians are talking about that must have been altered by some individuals, and the level or the way the presidency is talking about starting the new tax act by 2026, first day of January. What does this portend for Nigerians? Since we are yet to understand what really played out, the alteration in that book, the one that was gazetted, and every other thing, surrounding it.
Yeah. My opinion to this is that, first, the president has his wings and caprice as a president. It appears that the National Assembly take order from him. They have actually left their legislative responsibility accrued to them. Then they are now obeying the president without having recourse to the law that defined of the executive. The refusal to release those documents shows that there is actually that the document was tampered. So in order to hide it from the public from discovering the authored document, they are trying to hide it from members of the legislature. That's for you to understand there is no any effective law that punishes indiscipline or inconsistency in this country, provided that you are on the side of the president, you are covered. It is unfair that the APC current administration are undermining our democracy, and this can lead to revolution because they are feeling that Nigerians are stupid and incompetent. There is no how a president can handpick a legislative power that's supposed to be a kind of that checkmate the excesses of the president. It has not become a part of the executive, whereby the National Assembly does not have the mindset of its own to regulate its affairs and checkmate the activities and excesses of the president. That's undermine our democracy, and that could truncate our democracy. So
Barrister
it is
David,
unlawful.
Barrister David, if
Yes,
we are
I'm
able
here.
to establish from the actions of the clerk of the Senate that there is some kind of alteration because of, look, the Senate president has not mandated me not to give out the copies to anybody. If that is an establishment of alteration, what should be the consequences?
If the authorization comes from the executive, the president should be impeached. Even the Senate president should be impeached. It's just that the National Assembly are not using that their powers have been used up by the executive. It cannot help. They cannot hold the executive accountable to the dictates of the law, because they ought to be by the provision of the Constitution, hold the president accountable, bring his actions within the ambit of the law. So where they fail to hold the president accountable, then the democracy itself is in question. So the president ought to be actually
when you say the president should be impeached, I want us to establish a fact here. Is it an impeachable offense based on the letters of our Constitution?
What constitutes an impeachable offense is within the definition of the National Assembly. If he exhibits any form of misconduct that the National Assembly can be said to be an impeachable offense, they can constitute impeachable.
Is it at the discretion of the National Assembly to define or determine an act that is impeachable?
Misconduct. Yes, is yes. Now the national is within the ambit of.
No. What I want us to establish is
National Assembly
do we have
to establish what constitutes misconduct on the part of the president that could.
Okay, but Barrister Ihoma, what I want us to establish, if you go to our Constitution, is there any section that says that, look, if in the process of executive conduct and all of that, the president alters, a document of the federal government, does it constitute an impeachable offense? That is what I want us to establish.
It constitutes an impeachable offense because the law provides that what's the basis upon which the president can be impeached if his conduct is if his conduct constitutes any conduct. It is just the provision of the law does not really define it. But if on the part of the executive they feel that the act of the president breached the Constitution or jeopardize the legitimacy of our laws, the National Assembly can actually constitute an impeachment proceeding against the president.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mazi David Ihoma. Let's take the conversation to Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel Bob Manuel. Archbishop, good morning and good to have you joined to this conversation. Merry Christmas to you. Now, the question I want to ask is, the House could not solve this. They couldn't sort this out before going on their recess, which began, I think, last 2 days ago, thereabout. And I learned that they will come up again, maybe January or thereabout, after this tax reform must have taken effect. Are we going to see it being retracted if, at the end of the day, the allegation of alteration has been established? Or, what do you really think will play out? Because we have so many things coming up in 2026 from the tax reform that we have now, which will start 1st of January. You have the tinted glass. I don't know if the Nigeria police is going to listen to the Warri Federal High Court that have also placed more like an interim injunction on that. And we also have the roadworthiness of vehicles, and so many things coming up this year or next year, 2026. Are we going to see the tax reform now retracted and maybe another level of debate being held again for it?
Well, thank you. Let me tell everybody in the studio Merry Christmas and also Happy New Year in advance. It's sordid. What I'm going to say is it's sordid for this kind of story to be emanating between the precinct of the National Assembly. It is unheard of where the National Assembly would facilitate any act that is so indecent. In terms of criminalizing the act, the lawyers will know better. But I think that even administratively, it is out of place. If the joint house have done a final job and it has been gazetted, or at the point of gazetting, some new inputs are made, whether it's in the interest of the people or in the interest of the government, it is wrong procedurally. That's by legislative processes. They need to condemn it. And what I think is the legislators requesting to get the copy that they actually passed, and the clerk being advised by the Senate president, so to say, not to give to them, is within their right. legislative right to ask for the documents they actually worked on. I'm even surprised that most of them do not have their copies online. We are in a situation where if there is no criminal intention, all of them, even before that is passed, it should be on their mail. It should be on their mailing system, everything they have done, because it's their document and they should be entitled to it, except you are talking of the signed, finally signed document.
Yes, that's
It's the one
exactly,
that
that's the one we're talking about. The gazetted copy, the signed copy.
That's
That's
what
the
I'm
one they're
saying.
trying to get access to.
And the problem now we have is not just with the gazetted copy. They want to see the gazetted copy that yes, alteration, that they want to do a comparison with what was between their confines and what went out to the presidency for final signature, assent. That's what we're saying. So they should not even wait. For me, I feel that there is a loophole even between their processes. That for a document that we finally assented or finally processed in the joint house and sent to the assembly, to the presidency, through the leadership of National Assembly, they should all have copies originally ab initio. You cannot be writing a project that is emanating from you for your professors and any group of people to assess and give their final approval. Then you will not have, you should have even the what we call the original of original copies. From all the stages till the final stage, you push it out. They're asking even the clerk, shows that something is wrong. Because by that system, you generate a document you generated or that came from the executive and you fine-tuned, you debated on. And you are asking now, you don't have a pedestrian knowledge of what can be inserted. We will be hearing of budget insertions and a lot of insertions in the National Assembly. And it's like become a pattern. If you're interested, they allow whatever they allow. And the people suffer for it. Tomorrow they will begin to impose these draconian tax laws where they don't apply. When you talk, they will say, oh, no, they use the police against you. So what I think is that it's a very serious, it's something that can lead to anarchy, because if what National Assembly has passed is not the same thing that is gazetted, even the presidency has committed a crime, even the finance team.
All right.
The tax team, everybody's involved, which means that you're changing Nigerians. And it's a civil society problem. It's not even a legal problem first, because it is the civil society and corporate bodies who have companies and all that are going to suffer for all those unnecessary amendments, that if they want to make amendment, they should make proposal to the National Assembly again after the proper law has been passed.
All right.
If not, it's criminal and it's condemnable. There is no two ways about it.
Thank you.
It's even a disgrace talking about it.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Still alleged, because we are yet to, know whether it is true or false. Let's bring conversation to Mr. Lawale Kundayo. Mr. Lawale Kundayo, what Nigerians are asking, what is really playing out within the presidency at this point? Check the names of the people that made it to the prerogative mercy list for the president for clemency. We were told also from the Nigeria Correctional Service that the names were not the ones that they gave out. So many people were, against some of the names when they said, like, we did not give this out. And then now we're hearing another allegation of a possible alteration in the new tax reform bill, which Nigerians are supposed to, start adhering or obeying to from 1st of January 2026. But what is really playing out? Some people have said that the president does not really know what is happening. It's being kept somewhere in the dark. The likes of Alin Dume told Nigerians that a certain level of people are the ones running the Asorok. But people are saying it's not possible. And, having this back and forth about what is really happening within the Nigerian presidency.
No, I keep saying that it's not true for you to say that the president is not aware of what is going on in Nigeria. It's totally untrue. Because it's like you are in your house, you don't know what is going on in the house. Is it possible? It's not. So whatever plays out there, the president is totally aware of what is going on. And that is what he wants. If he doesn't want it, he will have changed the officers.
We've learned that this is an impeachable offense. If it's established, it's an impeachable offense. But From your observation, your knowledge in the political space, what do you think will happen in the coming days? What do you think will play out in the coming days? Do you think the lawmakers will confront the executive in this?
Now, the thing is that I think the lawmakers are waking up gradually. They are kind of coming up, rearing their heads out of that rubber stamp thing. Some of them are beginning to challenge that.
So the APC still has.
That's why you see one of them occasionally coming up, saying one or two things, even though they are being stepped down.
But you know the APC still has the majority.
Even members of the APC, some of them are even coming up to say one or two things. See them coming up to say something, even though that thing doesn't go beyond that level, but they still come out to say it like something like, I know that this thing is right, but I say after that thing is boiling in me, I need to speak out. Because now this tax will affect them. They can't remain in that office forever, but the tax will remain as long as it stays. So it's coming back to affect them. It's coming back to haunt them, and they want to see it. Now, that's why you see them trying to rear their heads up occasionally, and that is why we see what is happening. They are showing that boldness gradually. Now, there's something I want to say. It's like in a court, the judge, after making his pronouncement, and then the parties want to go to the clerk of the court to ask for the CCTV, the cities of that the pronouncement, and they are telling them that no, the judge said we should not release it to you. They were in court, they heard what the judge said, and you are now saying that they cannot have the copy because the judge said they should not release it. Does it make sense? That is exactly what is playing out here. Now, going into the educational aspect, what are we teaching these children? Because what we teach them is what we expect them to make use of in the society. And they discover that what we are teaching them on book is different from what their elders are playing in the society. You see, even the primary school student child will pick up a phone, go to WhatsApp, look at what is going on, go to Google, check everything, listen to news, and then when we teach them this thing, they ask questions.
Mr. Kundayo, talking about taking out the president through a process of impeachment, if it is established that, look, it's an impeachable offense, before we get to the president, do you think that the senators can confront their leader?
That's why, you see, that's why they are coming up now. That's why I said they are rearing their heads out now gradually. You see, this is not the first time. You see that recently, many of them are coming out to challenge the status quo. Normally, they would not have done that, but this time they are doing it. Now, it has shown, like I said earlier on, the Senate president or the speaker is a member of the House. It's a legislature. Now they appointed you.
Do you think that this challenge, that is raising up its head now, according to you, will get to a point where they say, okay, now we need to start impeachment process against
Yes, it's coming gradually to it.
There is also this allegation that the members of the Senate, the senators at a point, wanted to embarrass the president, before his presentation of the 2026 budget. And there was this largesse, allegedly $50,000 was doled out to each and every one of them. And by the time the president walked into the chambers of the National Assembly, on your mandate, we shall stand, became, it was the rendition of the moment. Do you think that at the backdrop of that the senators will say, look, enough of this, God's will Akpabio, you have to go?
It's coming into, it's gradually coming to. That's why I said.
I think that if there's some kind of under the table arrangement, that they won't step it down.
See, even when you do arrangement, they know that when they come to the house, the public is listening. On the backdoor arrangement, the public is not hearing about it. But when it comes to the chamber, the public is here. That's why you see some of them, even when they do the arrangement inside, they come to the chamber and then they speak out occasionally. They say it out because they know when they say it out, it gets to the public domain and everybody hears about it, compared to if they say it out in the back door and they are stepped down. That's why you see some of them speaking out. There was a time even Akpabio himself tried to say one or two things. You remember when the defense personnel was being cleared in the house, and then somebody said, let him take a bow. and go. He said, no. This person is on our head. This person. You see that some of them, they are looking at it as, this thing cannot go, but they are looking at who is going to take that lead. And gradually, some of them are taking the lead. They are gradually taking the lead. I'm sure this thing will bring out something.
Well, a lot of Nigerians don't share your optimism in this area, because I'm sure a lot of Nigerians feel like, okay, it's just going to be business as usual over there in the Senate. But unfortunately, we are out of time for this conversation. I would have loved to go back to Barrister Asim Adams to get his final thoughts on this one. But we'll get final thoughts at the end of the program. But let's run into another conversation now. Party politics. That's the conversation on our table right now. APC chieftain urges the PDP to put its house in order or merge with the ADC. All right, let's talk about this when we come back.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Glad to have you back, Silvio P. This morning. Former Minority Leader, House of Reps Farouk Aliyu, has advised the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to put its act together or merge with the All Democratic Congress, ADC. Aliyu, a chieftain of the ruling All Progressives Congress, said this on Wednesday during a monitored television interview. According to him, if the People's Democratic Party is dying, one way to revive it is for it to merge with the ADC. Aliyu emphasized that some party members need to concede in certain ways in order to allow the People's Democratic Party bounce back. His comment comes on the heels of defections of key persons like governors, National Assembly members, and other party members to the APC. The main opposition party is also embroiled in a crisis, with two groups laying claims to the leadership of the People's Democratic Party, which ruled Nigeria from 1999 to 2015. At one point, it was touted to be the biggest or largest political party in West Africa. But now, the house is already divided, and you know what they say about a house divided. You might not really be able to stand up again or be back on its foot. We still have with us in the studio Mr. Lawale Kunda, a public affairs analyst, and Barrister Asim Adams, legal luminary and national affairs commentator also. And we have from Abuja, Mazi David Homer Esquire, a political and public affairs commentator. And from Port Harcourt, we have Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel Bob Manuel, public affairs analyst. Let me start off with you, Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel Bob Manuel. What do you make of this? This, will I say, more like an advice to the People's Democratic Party from a stalwart of APC, that they should put themselves the house in order or find a way to merge with the ADC, which Nigerians are pointing to now to be the, let's say, strong contender of the All Progressives Congress come 2027 election. Do you think that PDP will take this idea or this advice from Aliyu, or do you think the war will continue brewing? Because we recall that yesterday, INEC also associated itself from the Saraki-led committee, which some people were of the opinion that they've also accepted before now. And now it's like PDP is the internal wrangling in the party as for that degenerated to them might not being able to have candidates appealing for the February 2026 local government council election in FCT, and also the June and July 2026 gubernatorial election in both Ekiti and Osun State. What do you have to say, please, to this?
If we go by the information in public space, you remember when Makinde made a recent statement that the FCT minister promised the president in a meeting to be ungovernable, to be such that it will be destabilized. And I think he has almost succeeded in doing that. We have seen the unnecessary internal wranglings that has led to this point of not having a clear-cut leadership. It's unfortunate that the leaders of PDP, the board of trustees, and all the famous former governors and all that could not resolve the internal problem and had allowed they shot themselves on the foot. To that extent, they now see that as a all their governors have almost cross-carpeted to the ruling party, and the ones remaining are also fidgeting. For me, it's to attend to Israel. Somebody does not, anybody who wants to have political future might not want to take the PDP platform because nobody knows when the end will come. And we are getting towards electoral period, and we don't have independent candidates. What we have, you have to contest on political platform. And nobody will want to contest on a political platform that has so many innuendos and legal issues. To that extent, the advice looked germane. Well, just like what happened to the legacy parties with APC. Before they ousted PDP, they came together, the legacy parties and ACN came together and formed a party, a political association that ousted the sitting government. So they should begin to think of various modalities. So their followers will have platform to contest election. The way it's going, if they're unable to resolve their matters almost immediately, it's going to got the electoral system have timetable. The time will swing against them because it's long overdue and nobody will take them seriously as a platform. Because if you can't solve your internal problem, how can you solve national problems? So for me, the advice is timely, but it's also making a caricature of the PDP that we know. It means the APC man is telling them, you no longer exist. You are no longer formidable. So why don't you look for an attachment? So it's a kind of, how will I put it, mockery to the leadership and those who are still in the PDP, as it were, that they cannot resolve their problem and they want to oust a sitting president. So they should look at it, introspect, and keep personal differences aside.
Okay, all right. Archbishop Bob Manuel, Archbishop, do you think that it is just a mockery, or do you think that it is coming from a position of dissent or discontent from the APC member? Because in actuality, a lot of people believe that if PDP and ADC actually come together, that it's going to be a very big problem for the APC. So do you think that he was mocking them, or he was just telling them, look, if you do this, I might just come over to you?
I think it's a mockery. Number one, why is this a mockery is, in the PDP, the faction led by the FCT minister are already working with the APC. From political body languages, from elections that have taken place, they're already working. The FCT minister is in the APC government, and is very close to the presidency, and has been working against his party. And nothing has been, it was recently they were talking of expulsion. These people expelling him now are now not legitimate in the eyes of the assessment of INEC. So that's what we're saying. If you look,
okay, all right, Bishop, I'd like for us to remove mockery out of it. Let's also create a what-if scenario. What if, by all permutations, PDP and ADC come together? What do you think will happen to the APC in 2027?
That's why you can say a faction of PDP. There's a faction that cannot come together with
No,
APC.
they are trying to reconcile. They are trying to reconcile. Both parties are interested in reconciliation. I think INEC chairman called them for a meeting, and they are going to have another meeting on their own, you know, without a third party. Turaki has said, oh, okay, let's come, let's talk. And looks like the Wike faction, they are also open to discussions. If those discussions come through and they're able to build one PDP, and eventually we are trying to create what-if scenarios, and they eventually merge with ADC to become one strong opposition, what do you think will happen to the APC in 2027?
The APC still have the advantage because the house divided against itself cannot stand. I tell you that particular meeting they are trying to broker will not work because the how will I put it? The fifth columnist will not allow it work.
What if it
provided?
What if it
no,
works?
I'm not being pessimistic.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, that if it works, we will thank God that they are wake up from their slumber. But from what I'm telling you, that already you remember what Mackinday said, and what even the FCT minister said himself, that is praying that PDP will not produce a presidential candidate to stand against the sitting president. So there is an agenda and there is a deliberate attempt to frustrate the PDP from vying in the presidential elections. And that is why it's not that it cannot be solved if there are no interest. This interest is even counter the PDP's interest, have been issue. So what we are saying is that the PDP people should know their problem and know how to go about solving it. This Turaki situation, if INEC can recognize that, would have been the best for them because they would have solved that problem by taking over the party.
But the case is
now,
in court, so
they have gone back
to drop its judgment or ruling.
Yes, the court will play games with it until the timetable will not favor them. You remember what happened in the River State emergency case? Supreme Court did not take any judgment. They were delaying it until the emergency was lifted before they came and just gave an academic judgment. The courts are all in this particular conspiracy, with due respect. And that is why I think that PDP shot themselves on the foot. They would have taken care of this problem long time before this electoral cycle begins. And it's unfortunate for the country for a party as PDP that has been seasoned as PDP allow themselves to degenerate as if they're a baby party. It's unfortunate.
All right, thank you so much, Archbishop Babanio, for your submission. Barrister Asim Adams, what do you make of this, will I call it an advice or a jab from Farouk to the PDP, that if is either they put their act together or form a merger with, you know, the ADC, another power or another force now that APC had to reckon with in 2027. Do you think that that can ever be possible? Are we going to see a possible merger now from PDP and ADC? And if that is to take place, what do you think will happen to the ruling All Progressives Congress come 2027 general election? I would like you to unmute your microphone, the microphone of your device, if you can hear me, Barrister Simon.
Yes, I think yes, I can hear you. What has happened is that PDP is a troubled party. PDP, like I normally say, has been dismembered. And the reason why there is division in the PDP is because it's due to ideological differences, power struggles, and ethno-regional loyalties to some godfathers. Now, I was even surprised that Turaki and the rest of them could even go before INEC when they knew that there are 3 court orders that they have not set aside. These court orders are against, in fact, the Turaki-led, faction of PDP. No attempt has been made by that particular faction to set aside those particular orders. And you want INEC to recognize you. INEC rightly said that cannot be done because they already have, orders of court. And based on the orders of court, until and unless it is vacated, they cannot recognize the faction, as the case may be. The second one is that PDP, in my own opinion, has been afflicted by the Greek goddess Theodomos. You know, that particular goddess of strife and confusion and trouble. It's like PDP has been afflicted, you know, by that particular goddess, the spirit of that goddess, the Greek goddess. How be it that a party that once canvassed itself as the biggest party in Africa, that will rule for about 100 years unchallenged, has now become a shadow of itself? It's very, very simple. It's easy for anybody to destabilize PDP because PDP members, even the remnant of PDP that are left in the parties in different factions, are people that are looking for stomach infrastructure somewhere. The moment any political party call them now and they feel that they can feed their stomach, they will leave the party. That is why you see, I said that ideological differences, most of the party members they don't have ideologies. That is why you see Yeso Wike can come in and, you know, create problem in the party, and the party now becomes in tatters, as the case may be. If PDP could not put themselves together before now, I wonder, even if they go to ADC, can you go to ADC now as a bloc, as the old PDP in a weak form that you are right now? If you go into a negotiating table with an empty stomach, you know exactly what the outcome of that negotiation will be. So PDP right now, they are divided. So any political party they want to go into right now, the party will see them as a liability rather than an asset. And negotiating with that particular, you know, faction, as the case may be now, a lot of people will be looking at them as people who are disgruntled, who are running away from trouble, and they want to come and create trouble here in the new political party. So it's a difficult situation for them. What I will advise them to do, they mustn't fight to win election in 2027. They can, you know, go back to the drawing table, try and rejig the political party, believe in the ideology of the party, believe in the political party, try and begin to work out things between now and the next 2 years. Maybe they can rejig themselves and rehabilitate PDP, then look to future election. But for the 2027 election, PDP cannot feed any candidate, you know, that can win any election. Saraki said that as much, that only a mad person or a mad politician will contest under the umbrella of PDP, you know, in this particular point in time. So let them forget about 2027 right now. If they are truly interested in bringing the party back, and try and see if they can rebuild the party between this year, next year, and even 2027, you know, then they can begin to contest maybe the next general election, 2031 or whatever the case may be.
All right.
As the case is right now, PDP is dead.
Thank you so much.
PDP is dead and buried.
Thank you, Barrister C. Madams. Mr. Lawale Kundaya, let's get your opinion on this. Do you think that PDP is dead? We still see the wicked faction of the PDP striving, and also Sheyi Makinde or the faction also, they are all striving. Do you think the party is dead?
No.
Or are we going to see the likes of Nyesom Wike, you know, because according to what Makinde told us, he said there was a closed door meeting in which the likes of Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, pledged to the president that he is going to hold PDP down until after the 2027 election. Do you think that they will be able to solve the internal wrangling before this election?
PDP is not dead. It's not. It's just sick. It's, you know, having a very serious sickness that it has not been able to cure. And it will come out, but it may not be in this 2027 because one of the big people in that party already made a pledge that party will not produce any candidate. And since those people are formidable in the party, no matter the reconciliation, that objective that they have, that goal will always be whatever they will use to negotiate. No matter the negotiations you do, they will still come back to it. That's why when there was an impeachment, there was a faction, I even said it's even better for them to have a faction. Because when they have a faction, that's when they can know who are the bad eggs among them. But if you say you want to reconcile, you come back to the old style, what you've been doing before, in which the purpose is to keep PDP out of focus. But after 2027, I know many of these bad heads will want to contest. Now, we'll now see where they want to contest. So, for example, if Wike wants to contest now, he won't contest under PDP. Maybe he will have to decamp to APC and then contest under APC. By that time, PDP will now start healing its wounds, and then he will be able to come back. So the problem with the PDP now is that the top people in the PDP have already, some of them have made their pledge that that party will not be anything in 2027. So it's after that 2027 that that party will now come up again, because many of them will want to contest, and I'm sure they will never contest under PDP. From what it is, they will decamp. The moment they decamp, you see, the party will readjust itself and come. And from what the APC chieftain said, it's like it's trying to, it's a mockery. It's a way of laughing at PDP, that you are gone. Just go and disappear by fixing yourself into ADC and be forgotten. But they shouldn't do that. If they want to take my advice, they should just remain what it is. As time goes on, the dust will settle.
All right. Well, some will disagree with you because the PDP still has some semblance of structure, especially in states. So some will feel like if the PDP merges with the ADC to boost the impact that the ADC will
swallow them up. Yes, it will swallow. The ADC will simply swallow them up, and PDP will be forgotten.
All right then. Mazi David Ihuoma Esquire. Now, how would you explain? Okay, unfortunately, I just been told that we've lost connection to Mazi David Ihuoma. Oh well, let's move on to another conversation now. Let's now let's talk about the strikes, a few strikes and disagreements that we have experienced in 2025. Finally, we hear that ASU and the federal government have concluded talks on the 2009 agreement. And this is coming after years of negotiations and renegotiations. So it seems this is an end to academic strike. Well, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the federal government have concluded a long-awaited renegotiation of the 2009 federal FGN-ASU agreement, ending years of a protracted talk and dispute over the welfare of academics and the funding of public universities. The development was disclosed by ASU in a statement shared on its official Facebook page on Wednesday. The agreement is scheduled to take effect from January 1, 2026, and will be reviewed after 3 years. Now, under this agreement, academic staff in Nigerian public universities will receive a 40% salary increase, while pension benefits have been significantly improved. Professors are to earn a pension equivalent to their annual salary upon retirement at the age of 70. The agreement also introduces a new university funding model with dedicated allocations for research, libraries, laboratory equipment, and staff development as well. In addition, a National Research Council is proposed to fund research activities with at least 1% of Nigeria's gross domestic product. Oh well. We have an educationist in our midst. You've been a big player in that sector. Does this give you some sort of joy? You know, your colleagues, they heard about this. Are they feeling excited? Okay, finally, we have something to hold on to. And we do know that the professor's salary, from what we learned some months back, was around 500,000, 600,000 naira a month. Will that be improved upon based on this?
Yes, it will.
So are you happy?
Yes, it's okay. But the thing is, what will the new tax reform do to the money? Will they not take part of it back? So that is another headache that will bring up another maybe problem in the future. Because by the time the tax is taking more back again from what you are giving them, it looks like you just added a very tiny peanut to it.
Yeah, but they are not the only ones paying taxes. Nigerians,
No, I know.
Cut across.
Cut across. I'm just saying it generally, and I hope it will also trickle. The same thing will go down to the lower education system, like the secondary and primary. But the one I really want to talk more is about the research. Okay. The research, because if you look all over the world, China, China is really coming up based on the fact that they spend more money on research. They spend more money, see a lot of things develop coming up from their institute. So without research, no country can develop.
Mr. Kundai, I'm sorry to butt in. I like the fact that you are talking about research. Everyone understands, the value of research and economic development and all of that. In all of this, do you trust the federal government to implement this? I mean, 2009, you know how long ago that was, and they've been negotiating and renegotiating, and they said final negotiation. Now, this one is the final of the final. Do you trust the federal government to keep their word?
Until I see it implemented, before I will say truly the federal government is doing it. But now, we're just saying...
When it is implemented, now you know that the federal government has implemented.
Yeah, but now I don't think...
Sitting on this chair, do you trust? If you understand the Nigerian government, do you trust?
No, I don't.
Okay, why?
I don't.
Why?
I've seen so many cases like that now, so many like that. The federal government will say something, and they will be hearing something else. They will say this, and then another person will say that. That is, it's not good at all. It's inconsistent. If you are keeping quiet, keep quiet. You are not saying, not one person will say this, some months or few days, somebody will be saying something else. It's worrisome. So we'll find it, I don't, until I see the implementation, before I say, okay, truly, this thing, the federal government is doing it. But for now, I don't see it. I just see it on paper. We are just talking about it. That's one of the worrisome things, that we'll still have to go through the implementation process. In the implementation process, that's when you start seeing back forth. We didn't say, somebody said it, somebody said that. That is not what we said. This is not part of it, it's part of it. Like this tax reform, you can see what happened apart from what they signed, and we are hearing another case, we are hearing something else. The same thing with the NNPC. This is we are hearing 65% shortfall, 60% shortfall. We didn't hear that in the middle of the year. We heard that everything is fine. They have met up their quota. So this thing doesn't make us to trust the government until we see the implementation, before we say, okay, truly the government is doing it. But for now, on paper, I still don't have that confidence.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Ekunde. Let's move over to Barrister Adam. Barrister Adams, would like you to join this conversation. Now, ASU and the federal government have finally, renegotiated the 2009 agreement, and the federal government reeled out, what they intend to do: 40% salary increase. Professors who, when they retire at the age of 70, they will get their annual salary as retirement benefit and all of that. Research, 1% of our GDP should go into research and all of that. What's your reaction to this renegotiated agreement of 2009? Hello, Barrister Adams, can you hear me? I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio.
Okay, can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir, I can.
All right, for ASU and federal government, it has become a difficult one for students and parents. I am a parent, and I know that a lot of parents, Nigerian parents, are not too happy about ASU federal government. Whenever we hear ASU and federal government negotiating, a lot of us are terrified, because we found out that it's been a horrendous experience for many parents and students. Since 2009, that tells you that this particular nation called Nigeria, and even our leaders, do not take education seriously. How can you be negotiating education issue that pertains to millions of children, the future of tomorrow, since 2009? A child that was born 2009 by now is getting to get married, as the case may be. And it is just now that we are reaching an agreement. I'm even very scared that this is the way they always say, we've reached an agreement, we've reached a fine agreement, the fine lines have been done. But in the next 2 months or whatever, ASU will come out again and begin to complain that the agreement that was reached has been, breached or reneged upon by the government.
Okay, so Barrister Adams, at this point, you don't trust that the federal government will implement its own side of the bargain. You don't trust them to do that.
I don't trust them. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Okoro. I must be very honest with you. This is a government that, has not shown reason why I have to trust them. A government that during campaign
I guess we're having a network glitch. Okay, so sorry about that. Thank you so much, Barrister Asim Adams. Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Bob Manuel, if you can hear me. All right. I guess we're having a little glitch. We'll work on that. But now, Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Lawale Kundayo. Sorry, I wanted to call you Emmanuel. Sorry about that. Okay, someone just raised a concern about lack of trust deficit in Nigeria between the government and agencies and all that. What magic do you think the federal government under this present administration will perform, to make sure that ASU will not embark on another strike remember this agreement happened in 2009 and now it's 2025 and they've been having the back and forth. What magic do you think they want to perform apart from all that they've actually rolled out to tell Nigerians that these are the way forward? Are we seeing implementation? Remember that some time ago when the Minister of Education told Nigerians that the issue between the Nigerian government and ASU had been solved or sorted. We also saw the ASU chairman, national chairman, come up to say that the minister was lying, that they've not resolved anything and all that. What miracle do you think could be performed at this point for us to say bye-bye to ASU and the strike?
That's immediate implementation of the agreement now.
Okay.
That's it, immediate implementation. That's what will take the government, everybody take government serious. And then we will
2026 budget, education and health have the list. I'm talking about the allocations and all that. So how do you think then the implementation will be able to be seamless with such allocation?
I don't know. Maybe they are going to maybe create another allocation for that.
Do you think this is a political statement?
That's why we said that this administration, we can't take them for their word. It's not new. Even ASU complains sometimes. So many things, even the subsidy issue. There's so many. Even up to the last, the reps are not happy because of what they signed. It's different from what the government is setting. So they are not happy. So with all this now, how do you now have the trust in the government? How? If there's a glitch, you could say, oh, sorry, we will just go back and reset it and everything is fine. But it's being hidden to let you know that it's purposefully done. So the same thing now, we have an agreement signed on paper. Let's see the implementation first. So the moment we see that implementation, because for them to have signed it, that means they have the means to achieve it. So let's see them start this next year January ending. By ending of January, the lecturers are saying, okay, we have seen that the government has fulfilled the agreement. Everybody is happy. But for now, we just hope that the government will fulfill their own side of the bargain.
You're taking it with a pinch of salt for now. Okay, now lastly, for ASU achieving anything also has become a problem because of discord within its ranks. There are a few other organizations, even within the academic sector, that if some are saying we are downing tools, others are saying no, we will not down tools. In fact, institutions exempt themselves from strike sometimes, especially state-owned institutions. They sometimes just exempt themselves from strike. How will that impact on ASU, trying to make government enforce these agreements in case there is a breach?
No. One thing is this.
Is there something you want? Is there something you're proposing that should be done differently to ensure that there is a more unified front?
You see, that is why some people say politics is a dirty game. Because politicians want to have their way, and many of them will do everything possible to have their way. So in trying to have their way, at all costs, they create a lot of issues all over the place so that they can have their way. So we have that playing all over, even especially in Nigeria, politically, in the political parties, even in grassroots. You see people defending something that everybody knows that is wrong. Even in social media, you see people responding to something that is this person drunk or something. So we see all that. ASUU will face that challenge, that the government will try everything possible to keep them bottled, but they still have to continue doing what they are doing, because without their voice, education will have been phased out, or in fact will have become something forgotten in this country. It will have become like something irrelevant in this country. People will be traveling abroad just to get educated, but their fight, their doggedness is still keeping education in shape in this country. So I say they should keep it up, because one thing is this, which our politicians have failed to understand. That's why you see most of them take their children out of Nigeria to school.
That's educated.
While some, they take their children out of public school to the expensive private school. You even see governors paying upfront for their children.
Oh yes, of course.
So see how you see that they value it. But that same money you spent for your child abroad, if you spend it in in Nigeria here, it will take care of the problem of one university. Totally. One governor, the money you spent on your child will take care of the problem of the education in your state.
Oh well, we do hope that this agreement will be abided to. Well, thank you very much, Lawale Kunayo, a farmer, educationist, and a public affairs commentator. A very big thank you also to Archbishop Dr. Bob Manuel for your contribution. And let's not forget Mazi David Uhoma Esquire and Mr. Asim Adams Esquire. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution on the program. Merry Christmas once again. We'll take a break now. When we come back, on the other side, at 10 o'clock, we'll be looking at the papers, headlines, and the stories from the dailies. And we do hope we'll find things to make your day even more joyous. I'm Moses Humphrey. Merry Christmas.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I'm Chukwu Mokoro. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussion, VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ugunswada.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we will stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Uye Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
No, I don't.
Well, thank you very much for joining us this Christmas morning as we go through the papers and bring you stories from the dailies. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, Chukwuma Okoro is with me.
Yes, I'm with Moses. I'm here again. Good morning to you once again and Merry Christmas. Thanks
Well,
for
Merry
joining us.
Christmas. I do know that right here he doubles as an analyst, so don't be surprised when you see him diving into the conversation. And we have Lawale Kudayo, who stays back from the VOP this morning show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
And also, you can see on your screen, Comrade Tony Mbata, who joins the conversation. Merry Christmas to you.
Same
Welcome
to
to
you.
the program.
Thank you.
All right then. So, gentlemen, let's dive into it. The president gave his Christmas message today, and in the message, It's aptly captured right here on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. The message says, the caption reads, in his Christmas message, Tinubu says, I will protect people of different faiths from violence. No one will be persecuted from practicing his religion. That's the big story on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. And of course, this day newspaper also has it as Tinubu at Christmas. I am committed to religious freedom, security of all Nigerians. The writers to that one reiterates resolve to safeguard national unity, stability. Jonathan Atiku urge hope, unity, resilience. Mark calls for vigilance, sacrifice, tolerance. Governors CAN, that's Christian Association of Nigeria. Northern elders urge harmony. CDS celebrates troops' courage, discipline. Olukoyede preaches values of love, others too. All right, that's what you have on the cover page of this day newspaper. And the Punch says, Christmas message. Tinubu, governors preach unity. NLC rejects unfair taxation. Khan urges security consciousness. Kuka decries killings. Nigerians lament despite food price crash. All right. So basically, the president's message is resounding across the dailies. But the Guardian has a different headline. The headline from the Guardian says, the power crisis lingers into Christmas as output averages 3,000 megawatts. That's according to the Guardian. So that just, affects the mood because, a lot of people are having problem with things that they bought and try to preserve for the Christmas season. And all of a sudden, these things have started going bad. Oh, well. Gentlemen, let's look at the president's Christmas message and what the headlines really are saying. I will ensure religious freedom, security for all Nigerians. And this is coming in the wake of fresh bombings in Borno, where a mosque was attacked during Jumat prayers and people died. About 35 others said to be injured in that incident. What's your take on this one? Let's start off with you.
Okay, thank you. It's beyond rhetoric promises. We should be talking about actions by now. We should be talking about relief by now, not the same rhetoric words that we hear. And the perpetrators, the evil they do is still, it's still normal. It has become conventional now. Every now and then you hear about it as if, even COVID-19 was not so terrible like this in Nigeria. COVID-19 was not terrible in Nigeria. But now these killings, that is even when the COVID-19 is something that is even a natural phenomenon. But this one is man-made and man cannot solve it after all the resources and everything. So it's not about the word of mouth. We appreciate the federal government, the president giving the promise. We appreciate it, but we want result. We want to go beyond that to what Nigerians will be saying that, we have already come back to our own land, or our ancestral land. We are happy there. There's no more insecurity. We are able to go to our farms. There's no problem. Everything is fine. We're able to travel, no problem. We are able to do our worshiping. Everybody is doing their own normal, no problem. That is what we want, not the conventional promises. It's past 2 years now.
Your take.
Well, the president has done what he's supposed to do, send out Christmas messages to Nigerians. But I'm not sure that the president is doing enough to protect people of all religious faiths. As far as I'm concerned, he has just merely issued a soundbite, so that newspapers will carry it and life will go on as usual. If the president is committed to protecting people of different religious faiths, the action I want to see the president do is go to Benue and Plateau State. Jihadist Muslims have driven out Christian Africans in their homes,
from
their ancestral homes, and they are living in IDP camps in that same Benue State.
Yes.
As at last count, we understand that 600,000 people in Benue State. I'm not talking about Plateau State. I'm not talking about people that are living in Borno State. I'm talking about Benue State alone. As at last count, we have 600,000 of them living in IDP camps within Benue State. Now, 100% of those people are Christians. So if the president is committed, if he's intentional, in protecting people of all religious faith, the first thing he has to do is go back to this place. Now, the people that have occupied these homes, he should drive them out. I understand that they are not even Nigerians, He should drive them back to where they are coming from. And now ask the people in IDP camps to return to their homes. That is one act that if the president does that, I would believe that, the president is committed, is intentional in protecting people of different religious faiths. We can't have a situation where we have bombings, in Maiduguri. As at this moment, we have kidnapped people, pastors have been kidnapped. And there's a picture of a video of a pastor that was kidnapped, Venerable Archie, the man has been killed. They are still holding his wife. Another pastor in Kano State or somewhere in Kwara State has also been kidnapped with his wife. And we can't find those people. And the federal government is busy denying that there is nothing like Christian genocide. They want to paper it or twist the narrative that, even Muslims are killed as well. That doesn't tell me that the president is intentional in protecting people of all faiths. By the way, Nigeria is a secular state. So why do we have all of this? The president should do more. It goes beyond mere rhetoric. It goes beyond soundbite. We want to see him in action.
Now, another thing I want to say is that when some people say there's no Christian genocide, I said, they said there's cost problem. If a Christian, if people complain that there's Christian genocide, the question is there genocide or not? Is there genocide? There is. Then the question is, who are those that are majorly affected? The Christians. Do we have Muslim genocide? If there's Muslim genocide, it's good. Yes, we'll fight it and stop it. We will never say there's nothing like Muslim genocide. We'll say, okay, who are the perpetrators? Let's see whether truly it happened or not. When we see the evidences, we expect the government to go after all these people, even if it's like traditional worshippers genocide. It's evil. Evil is
genocide,
evil.
something should be done.
Yes, genocide. It's not something we should be saying. It's not. It's true. It's not. What is there genocide or not? There is. So this thing is not supposed to be there. There was a time they even said when the president went to Benue, he said a communal clash. I was wondering, now, some people said it's a communal clash. Now, how can it be communal clash? Clash is between two people who are armed. Both sides are armed. So they clash. That's when we say communal clash. But when one side is armless and the other side is armed, and then you are telling me it's a clash, is that a clash? No, that's a massacre. And that's what is going on. So by the time you massacre them, they now go to the government will now keep them in IDP camp, just few kilometers away from their own ancestral land. And some people will now occupy that ancestral land. You didn't say, okay, the military go there, finish off those who are there. You now left those who are in IDP camp, leave them there. Those who occupy the ancestral land, not far away from them, you leave those ones there. Then what I want to say, we are now saying that there's a
what are we
it's getting
saying?
too much.
Oh well, comrade, before you give us your take on this one, let me just quickly, let's see if we can, go down memory lane and educate our viewers or remind our viewers of some of these happenings in time in Nigeria. So let me just see how quickly I can do this. In 2010, there was an attack in December 24th, 2010. Jos Plateau State, where we had series of bombings and casualty figures as reported, and about between 38 to about 80 people were reportedly killed in that attack in 2010. 2011, the Madala church bombing. Remember that one. 25th, Christmas Day itself, 25th of December, 2011. Niger State. And that's the St. Teresa Catholic Church, Magdala. About 37 to 44 people reportedly died in that one. And then there was another in Jos, fire incident at Mountain of Fire and Miracles Church. There was an explosion there. In Yobe State, also an explosion that struck in Damaturu and Gadaka. Total casualties, about 40 people reportedly killed. Now, in 2012, we've just dwelt on 2011. In 2012, Potiskum church attacks. Remember that one too. 24th and 25th, 2012, Perry Village near Potiskum, Yobe State. And then there was and Maiduguri in Borno State as well. About 6 people reportedly died in that one, with a lot more injured. And then right after 2012, there seemed to be some, stoppage or reduction rather, yes. And then in 2011, 2019, the Chibok village raid took place, where Boko Haram ISWAP fighters attacked a Christian village on Christmas Eve itself, and casualty figures put at about seven people reportedly, a lot more injured. And you know how these figures are. When they say these people, were killed, when you go deeper, you see that it's actually more.
Yes.
And then when you go 2020, the Pemi and Gakida attacks, that's 24th of December. The focus here is Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. 2020, Borno State, and then about 11 people were killed in that one. Christians, predominantly Christians, killed in that one. And then 2023, the Plateau State massacre, where figures we have about approximately 190 people killed in that one. Details are that the bombing in a traditional bombing, which involved Christians that were gathered to celebrate. And this was coordinated by bandits and militia groups. They raided about 20 communities, 190 people reportedly affected. And then we're having this one now in 2025, with figures we're not really certain about. We have about 8 people reportedly killed, and then about 35 others reportedly injured. There seems to be some resurgence of, and I say resurgence because it reduced at some point.
Yes,
Christmas Eve and Christmas Day bombings. Is this to make a statement, really?
Moses, to add to all of this.
Sorry, it's an open conversation.
I want to say something. Add to all of this. In the Punch newspaper did a chronicle, and that was in 2022. In the 8 years of Buhari's administration, 63,668 people, Nigerians, were killed in cold blood. 63,000 in just 8 years of the Buhari administration.
And in total, I think there's a figure that says since this insurgency started in 2009 till date, we've had over 40,000 Nigerians have been killed.
That's a human life. Now, when the paper said, "I will," and the other one said, "I am committed." Now, let's start from that. I will protect the life of all religious saints. Means that he's just taking an oath of office. I will. You have not started. And when a newspaper say, "I am committed," that means he's doing something. It's not left for Nigerians to know whether he's doing something or not. So it's like Mr. Kundayo said, it's just a rhetorist. We know that these things is what they are going to say. It's like reading Nigerian budget. We know that income and expenditure, we are going to spend this, and we know that they will borrow in order to come and sing, or they will pad it. So the newspaper is trying to, his message is trying to open him up. They are not doing anything. We need action.
And from linguistic expression, when the president says, "I will protect," people of different faiths, presupposes that there is already an issue.
Yes, an issue.
That a certain group of people
and he's not doing anything.
Have been persecuted.
Yes.
There's a problem.
There's a problem. He's not doing anything.
Interpretation of it.
He's not doing anything.
There's already a problem.
A problem.
But that problem is what we are living.
But they are denying that there's no problem. But they are denying.
President's comment reaffirms that actually he also recognizes that there is a problem.
Yes.
That has to do with killings of innocent.
But they have been denying it. So why must you use such
and another thing, if the president really want to show Nigerians that yes, I am doing this thing, I expected those people who are in IDP camp to have been returned back to their ancestral land, homes, safely, and from there, those people in their normal activities will now be the ones speaking to press. See my house, I'm back in it, I've already rebuilt, I'm back, you see the people who are in IDP being displaced back on their land. Those one will not be the one to now be granting interview to press. That's when we now know that, for example, what that rep from US did. He went to those people, saw them in IDP camp, few kilometers away from their ancestral land, and he now discovered that place they were displaced from, that certain people have occupied that place and they are living there. He was able to see all these things, and he was able to, that's why he came up with his own conclusion. So I said that the government to have moved and those people to their ancestral land or their homes.
Move them back home.
Yes, then they will grant interview in that area. People will say, okay, truly, the president is. But this one
don't give them an idea for a propaganda. I hope that's not what you are doing.
They will bring some people.
And they can bring people and say, yes,
exactly.
They are back home.
But no,
because nothing is beyond this government.
They will do it. But what I'm trying to say again is that now the president have accepted that such a thing is happening, and he is now assuring Nigeria, I will. Can't we give him chance to see if we can do that?
No. It's already past time.
He has enough.
That's what I'm saying. He's based before they were denying it, and he said, I will. Now they have accepted it. Can we give them?
How can you say the president denied it when he was in Benue?
No, they are denying it.
He went physically to Benue now. Is it? You get what I'm saying now? He went physically to Benue. He saw it with his own eyes.
Yeah, he didn't see because I think the fair weather. The road was bad.
What I'm saying, he saw it was that he has certain questions to conclude that he himself has made his conclusion that this thing actually happened. He said, "We are at the arrest. I want you guys."
He said, "Resolve your issues. These are communal clashes." Which water down the whole thing.
He said, "Elders of Benue State, try and resolve this issue between the hosts and the comers." Or what? I'm looking for a particular word between the people that the host and the host community. And
yes.
In fact, just reducing the whole thing to what they normally call header farmer class. Which is
that's why. Let's take contribution from Barrister Asim Adams, who also joins the conversation. Barrister, good morning to you. Welcome. Well, we can't get your audio feed. You might need to unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Is it me?
Oh, yes, it's you. Welcome on board.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Go right ahead, Barrister.
The problem is not the president making a speech, the Christmas Day. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. The problem is not the president making a speech. Of course, it's a ritual. Every year we see them making such speeches. They begin to tell Nigerians why they have to live in peace and harmony with themselves. It's not new. But at the end of the day, they do nothing about it to protect lives and properties. That is their main work that they are supposed to do. Section 14 sub 2B is very clear, but I dare say that no president since 1999 has secured the lives of Nigerians and provided for welfare of Nigerians since 1999. It's a particular section that they have abdicated their responsibilities, as it pertains to that particular section. Now, what we even need the president or any government to do is that, for not by just, mouthing it, we want him to go into action. We want the president of Nigeria, to tell us how far, they have gone in chasing bandits from Borno State out of Nigeria to Niger Republic or to Mali. We want to know exactly what they are doing about resettling those people in the IDP camp. A nation that is not at war. Nigeria is not at, a particular war with an external aggressor like a country, war with another nation. It's internal crisis of terrorism. We cannot solve it. And we now have IDPs all over Nigeria. It's a big shame. The president should be telling us that the war is over and they want to resettle the people in the IDP camps at this point in time. And measures are put in place for them to tackle insecurity. We are tired of, talking about insecurity on a daily basis and nothing is being done about it.
All right then. Big shame indeed.
Talking about insecurity.
Okay.
Yes.
All right then. Thank you very much, Barrister Nasim Adams. Another headline from the. Sorry, do you want to add anything to it?
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. You want to add something?
Yeah. When he was saying that what Nigeria is supposed to be hearing now, settling them, when the president have never accepted there's insecurity in the land. So it is now based on this message.
I think the president does accept that.
No, the message today is the message when he say, I will. They have not accepted, but now they have accepted it. Let us see.
Okay.
So that we can, the weeks, months, we know what they will do.
Then exactly please, I want to just 30 seconds. I want to make this clarification. Two parties. One is harmed. The other one is not harmed. That's not a communal clash. That's a massacre. So let's face it. The people who were displayed, they were not harmed. These certain people came to their residential area, then open fire on them and kill them. That's not a clash. That's a massacre. That's a genocide. So let's be clear about it.
All right then. Your position on that. Now let's look at this other headline. Growing opposition threatens January implementation of tax laws. Now, this is the headline. Unfortunately, we can't get to the writers, but the problem I have with this headline makes it seem like the issue with the tax laws is opposition trying to make the government look bad as against an illegality bordering on alteration of an official document.
Corruption.
It waters down the whole thing. And the truth of the matter is, people will see this and run with it and say, yes, it is these people.
Yes, this
they don't want the
politician.
Yes. I listened to, I think, Ebonyi State Governor. He was saying that nothing will stop the implementation of this tax. If Nigeria is a place we call a nation or a country, Mr. President, the House of Assembly is supposed to start his impeachment motion because of the allegation leveled against him. Because the young man said, I went and I bought. I have the gazetted paper of this tax. And the one they passed. And nobody, the House, as if they pour cold water to everybody. But I know people some civil society have called Mr. President and the House to start. But this is an impeachment offense. But why are we not seeing it? I know why. Because is it Akpabio's house that we're going to start this? This thing is, somebody can, the government or the DSS will say somebody is defrauding somebody. They will sue the swung into action. But this one, the federal government defrauded us by manipulating.
It's still an allegation. We've not
No, but it's gazetted.
It's still an allegation. But everything points to the fact that
even the finance minister did not. He said that even if they find out that
why is Akpabio preventing the clerk of the house from releasing the documents?
That's why.
To senators.
Why?
Nigeria should
reject this type of a thing.
I've observed this country very well, and our democracy. Sometimes when I describe our democracy as nascent or fledgling, people say, no, you shouldn't. This is 25 years, this is 26 years. We are supposed to be stable by now.
Yes.
But unfortunately, as a country, we're even 65 and we are not yet stable. So should we quarrel with our democracy still fledgling at 25 or 26? That said, I recall when Chuba Okadibo of blessed memory became the Senate president. And what happened? Anticipatory approval of 5 million naira furniture. Nigerians said, no, what kind of furniture do you want to buy? And Chuba Okadibo said, as the Senate president, do you want the international community to come to my house and see cockroach house and all of that? Within 3 months, he was shoved out of that place. What happened to Patricia Ete? What happened to Salisu Buhari? What happened to Udimeji Bankole?
Yes.
This is a time when Nigerians look at what Gali Naaba did to Obasanjo.
This is a time.
Look at what Anyim Pius Anyim did to Obasanjo. Anyim Pius Anyim, in his valedictory speech as the Senate president, he said, for everything, President Obasanjo could not remove me from office. And I make bold to say that. And I'm proud of myself and I'm proud of the Senate. Can Akpabio say that?
Even third time agenda.
Look at how Ken Namani is talking. Do you have any Senate that can do that? Another Senate that took a semblance of seriousness was that of Bukola Saraki. Between Bukola and Buhari and Ekwuremadu. At that time, Bukola was of the APC, Ekwuremadu was of the PDP, and Nigeria ran smoothly until these people came and just tumbled everything upside down. And look at the kind of chariot we have as national.
When you have the senators that will sing on your mandate, even the judiciary. So Nigerians, you ask a question. I want to say something. Sorry, sir. I want to say something. You know, this is a social contract between the Nigerian people and the government. And if any party fails his own contract, what do? You recall their paper, say this is not. So Nigerian masses supposed to say no. We don't leave this into executive or judiciary or legislature. They can't do anything. This is the time that do you see this tax? We are not going to pay it. Come,
some people say don't compare us with America. But the thing is this: if you have somebody who is doing very well in the class and somebody who is not doing very well, you begin to compare that. Don't you see? Are you not the same class? Don't you see so person? He doesn't have two heads. He has one head like you. So why can't you perform very well like you?
No, they ask you not to compare with America when it doesn't suit them. But when it suits them, like they'll tell you, even in America,
they will go and borrow for us to pay. But they don't borrow that they're supposed to put social infrastructure for people to benefit from. No light, no road, no hospital. But we pay for our tax.
What I really want to say is that when you see the way the Supreme Court deals with even the president in America, you see any small thing, they take it gets to the Supreme Court within a very short time. As well as even make pronouncements against the president.
Let me tell you, when you talk about the United States Supreme Court, they call it the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. Janet Rano was the Secretary of Justice, more like the Minister of Justice under Bill Clinton. It was Janet Rano that set up that commission headed by
the one that investigated this sexual allegation against
scandal. Kenneth Starr, the Starr Commission. Yeah. It was Janet Rano, Bill Clinton's Secretary of Justice, that set it up against all us. Can that happen in Nigeria here?
They almost impeached him.
Can it happen?
So
and like they say, karma looks for a way. Karma looks for a way to come back. You know. Brett Kavanaugh, you remember Brett Kavanaugh, whose appointment to the Supreme Court had problems. As at that time the Clinton issue was unraveling, Brett Kavanaugh was a junior in the chamber of Kenneth Starr, in the office of Kenneth Starr. And Brett Kavanaugh was very forceful, in pushing. Kenneth Starr was very vindictive in pushing. And like 20-something years later, it got to the point of Brett Kavanaugh, when he was appointed to the Supreme Court, and a young lady came to say, look, you sexually harassed me. So what went around turned around. And what happened? He couldn't make it. That is where you see justice. That is where you see process. That is where you see systems in operation. Not these ones that we cherry pick. Oh, this one suits
the Supreme Court will delay it in Nigeria. Yeah, you see the Supreme Court will delay when they know that this thing is crucial. They will delay it a very long time. By the time they now make a pronouncement, you'll be wondering what you'll be arguing among yourselves. Like this tax something now. It's supposed to have got to be. Will say no. This thing has to be stepped down pending when the whole thing is resolved. It's something that's supposed to get within the next 2 weeks.
You know, we have what we call civil disobedience. Don't we have it? The poor masses, the Nigerian masses, supposed to say no. If we leave this tax issue, because if a governor will say nothing will stop it.
Well, NLC is calling for Nigerians to reject the distorted tax laws.
That is what I'm saying.
That's one of the headlines on the cover page of the Daily Trust. It says NLC to Nigerians. Reject distorted tax law.
No, but the issue is how do
you reject it?
Yes, in many ways.
Especially when
many ways.
From at source.
See, let me tell you. You see, the problem we do have is that they will tell you, let them talk now, Barrister, Tony, they still talk. Are they hearing? When Okada people, or KK people, or these transporters, all of them, marketers will say, no, everybody, everything will stay standstill. The government, they are afraid of us.
Exactly the problem.
They are afraid of us.
How do they stop? Like I used to cite an instance in a particular location in Enugu. You know, there was this police post that normally they go and block the road and start collecting. You know, toll from Okada and
That's
Keke. Yes. And so one good day, the Keke riders held a meeting and said, "Okay, today we are not paying anything." They stopped the first person, the second person packed. The third person packed, the fourth person packed. In a space of 30-45 minutes, we had about 200 Keke riders back in that place. You know what? The DPO called the inspector. He said, remove that check immediately. Immediately remove that check. And that was how that check was removed until about after 1 year or so. And they came back again. Now, that is the power of the people. Yeah. But in this tax issue now, they had the doctor, you have your phone now, you just hear chacham.
It will cause problem. It will cause problem. Look at how the problem will start. You know, Nigerians, we are passing through things. By the time you go to buy,
you really have said that will not happen. They won't go into your account.
Don't mind what they're saying. Don't believe these people.
He said they will need court. Are you sure that will happen?
Comrade Moses, don't believe these people. Don't believe these people. Don't believe these people.
They are trying to find a way around the whole
thing. Yes, you see when the problem will come.
Just because of this pushback.
Due to what we are passing through, you see a lot, they deduct.
I don't think so.
Another person will see deduct. It will be organic revelation. It will happen.
And you know what they will do? Another thing is that they will not do selective, arrest. Like they said, okay, they will use it against you. Like if they want you to, come
like
to them.
Like the end bad governance protest that they arrested some people.
Yeah, that they start picking some certain people and then incarcerate them. That's what
how many people would they arrest? This tax is going to cost.
Barrister Sim, I don't know. Barrister Sim, let's have you join in this conversation now. Do you think okay, unfortunately we've lost connection to Barrister Sim there. I would have loved him to come in from the point of these arbitrary, deductions that might happen, even though they've said it will not happen.
So how would they get the tax if it's not going to happen?
Tax is end of the yearly deduction.
No, it's not a yearly deduction.
No, but tax normally is what you earn your profit, then you remove all your gross, then they tax you based on your net income.
Wait.
But the issue there is that this tax of 18, if Nigeria is a country supposed to have been suspended because of the allegation, let us verify whether this thing is true or not. So why are they in a rush?
No, the government ordinarily on their own, on its own, will not suspend it.
Why?
It's the pressure that is coming from the people.
The people should come out.
Now, do you think that the pressure is enough?
Yes.
Everybody is traveling. The pressure is not enough.
No, for now, the pressure will not, but you will see the pressure.
Education. People are educating people on what to know about
and how to go around about it.
The pressure will come.
So, and I'm tired of this mentality of Nigerians in which we always love to go around problems.
Find our way around.
Yes, we always find a way. You see, people are already telling you do this, you do this, you do that, you do this, and you get
that's the problem, because no society can ever can ever change what it condones. Whatever you condone, you cannot change it because you still be in it.
Like this, okay, look at this now. At the end of the year, even let me say you accrue that money, at the end of the year, you're supposed to pay certain tax, you didn't pay, what happened to you? Or is it at the end? Because when money comes to you, you take it. When money comes to you, you take it. How will the government, say the government will keep in account?
Your employer will keep an account, and then they will verify that account by.
Wait, you are talking about employment. What about somebody who is doing a personal business?
Well, they will audit your account and see inflow.
Now, let me say you wait. I'm coming. Wait, listen. Wait. I'm not even talking about
That's
data.
why they brought in
France to come and help us.
Wait, let me give you a good example. Let me say you are given a job as maybe a business, and you are doing something, maybe a painter or maybe bricklayer. So you are given job from time to time. You get this and that. They pay into your account at the end of the year. For you to buy materials, buy everything, it accrues to
if your income gets to goes above the threshold, that's about 800,000. Over 800,000. Then you have to pay.
That's what I see. Now at the end of the year, you as a businessman,
how many artisans earn about 800,000?
No. What I'm saying, you don't understand.
800 may not be at net profit.
But that's what I'm good at. Let me say you are giving money to buy materials. And at the end of the year, everything is. You know what? That's where the problem comes. Because the moment somebody sends money
charge
to
you
you
based on service charge. What is what was your service charge?
No, they said that any money that enter your account.
Not any money, income. Income.
See,
money's
you don't get
job done.
Now the problem
You don't
is how do you determine which is income? I'm a plumber. Now you send me 500,000 to go buy materials.
Let's say 1 million. And my own money is 100,000, maybe 50,000.
Immediately deduct all this.
At the end of the year, you think it's over like 2 million, and my own profit is like 300,000. And people keep sending money. I keep using the money for business, and my own is just 300,000 out of the whole 2 million that was accrued for that whole year. How would they go? The government will tax me beyond my salary, my what I made now.
Furthermore, you know that there are some states in this country that they are still paying contractors with cash. Yes.
Like we said yesterday, this thing will eventually resort to people now.
There will be a lot of issues coming up.
There are many of them. Even most of these politicians, let us discover even more than
traders.
4 years ago, they have what they call save in their homes. Change it to hard currency. That's why you see them. During the election, you will see it.
And that in itself poses a problem because then we'll have armed robbers going back to homes.
Criminality will come back.
So this type of thing is going to cause.
And and if they suspect that you don't have money, that you have money, and they come, you don't have money, you're also in trouble. You have money, you are in trouble. You don't have money, you are in trouble.
Oh well.
Let's. And another thing I'm worried about is why do we do things in a rush? Within a short time, it's already passed. Everything is fine.
It wasn't a short time. No, it wasn't a short time. It was deliberated on. It was deliberated on. For quite some time.
I can't recall any bill in Nigeria that was widely anticipated.
You're supposed to do a very good consultation with every stakeholder. Who and who?
Let's be fair.
Who and who? They met with the business community.
See, who and who? Why are we in a rush to borrow from
town hall meetings?
Yes. They met with the business community. You know.
Wait, when you say business community,
this celebration lasted months.
I'm coming. See,
you know something that's supposed to
not enough.
We have been paying.
You are talking about the grassroots.
So it's a reform. It's a reform.
A reform. We have been paying. See, other countries of the world. My problem is not paying or not paying. You have all the necessary amenities in order to help life. Good road. Those of us that are going to
a lot of tax money to be able to provide those.
So they want to. What about the subsidy removal? What are they doing with it? This is 419 government. What are they doing with it?
There's something I want to ask you.
They told us that when they remove subsidy, that Nigerians' life will be better. Now, what happened to the money?
I want to ask you a question. This is a big question I want to ask you.
More money.
Okoro, this is a very big question. Is this tax, this new tax reform, is it the same thing with the inland revenue tax, or are they separate?
There are the tax laws. There are 4 of them, you know, including one that changed the nomenclature from FIRS to FIRON. You know,
this one we are talking about 15%, whatever, that they are deducting. Is it? Are we still going to
VAT
pay
was
the
part of
state one
reform
separate?
on
Going
VAT.
before we pay state.
No, now part of the reform is that they had to harmonize all this.
So the federal government will collect tax for the state.
The federal
It's a
government-
harmonized
it's a
system, so you
harmonized
don't have
system.
all the different
No,
companies
wait.
collecting tax. You're not
Wait.
listening. You're not
See.
listening. You're not listening.
Okay.
Yes. You don't have all the different companies taking taxes anymore. It's now a unified, but I think it's a Nigeria Revenue Service or something, NRS or something. That's now the new name. That's a part of the four acts.
So we will not be paying VAT again.
No, you
pay VAT. No, wait. We will not be the CBN charges when we transfer will not come up again.
No,
Because some organizations are collecting that one separately. You said you want to harmonize everything.
No, that's
We
exactly
still have
what
a
they have
separate.
done.
So different organizations, different organizations will not be collecting. It's just one body.
One body will still
collecting
collect
those
all
things.
these various taxes.
Yes, and now distribute accordingly.
And what they generate
So
from your state.
now, wait. Now, listen. All these taxes will be collected by one body. One body will collect all the taxes like alpha beta. Then second, the state one that we are paying. You know, before we pay, there's a federal
You
one.
pay
There's
to
a
federal, you
state.
pay to state. You will not be doing that anymore. Everything goes to the federal.
You don't understand what I'm saying. That all those various taxes, multiple taxes we are paying, they are still on ground. The only thing is that one body will do the collection instead of various bodies. Is that what you are saying?
You just said, for example, the state and federal taxes that you pay. From my understanding.
Okay, your understanding now.
From my understanding, you will not be paying to state and then paying to the federal. Everything goes into the one body.
It also
That's my
took
understanding.
care of multiple taxation.
Wait, I'm talking about between
that is addressing the multiple taxation.
That's why I ask you.
And I have answered you.
No, you have not. I said
We don't have a situation where the state will come to you, collect this tax, the federal government will come and still collect this tax. No, it has been harmonized to the extent that one federal agency will now collect these taxes. And at the end of the day, they distribute.
So instead of you paying twice, you're paying once.
That's where I'm going.
That's what I just said.
No. I'm saying there's a multiple taxation and there are multiple agencies collecting the multiple taxation.
The issue of
There are
multiple
two people
agencies
now.
have been dealt with.
Now we
The
now
issue
have
of multiple taxation too has been dealt with.
So now we will not be paying CBN charges again when we transfer. We will not be, excuse me, wait, we will not be paying state owned separately. We will not be paying VAT.
You are, yes.
No, you don't get what I'm listening. Listen to me. Wait now.
CBN charges is different from.
It's different from even when you are paying your tax, you pay bank.
These are levies now.
These are levies.
Listen to me. Listen
We
very
are
well.
listening, but you are not listening.
We are not listening.
There are two issues to this.
Taxes.
Okay, CBN rates is not tax.
Those are not tax.
VAT is not tax.
VAT is tax. CBN rate is not tax.
Okay, it's not tax. So what is it? Because it's collected from my money. It's not CBN money.
It's a service.
tax now.
It's a service rendered to you.
Okay, service rendered to me. Okay, plus my ATM service rendered to me. Plus
obligatory levy.
This is still multiple taxation.
I know
It's
how
still
you
coming.
feel.
This thing is still
It's all over the
I know how
place.
you feel. But let's not forget that some of the monies that your bank will collect from you will not be taken from your credit, from your balance on your phone. It won't be taken from your account anymore.
Yes.
So it will be taken from the core credit that you have on your phone, not from your bank itself. So that will reduce how much money leaves your account. That's part of it.
Just because of time, but I know that this thing
it's
will
not
generate a lot of issues
just want to
next
get
year.
the argument.
No, I'm not. You know why?
It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day, and we need to go.
I need to go home and enjoy Christmas.
We need to celebrate. We need to celebrate. And so, well, I must say a very big thank you to you, Lawale Kundayo, a farmer, educationist, and public affairs commentator, and also Comrade Tony Bata. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. Chukwuma Okoro will be making a comeback tonight. We love what we do. We love what we do. Having the opportunity to be here with you every day, to entertain, educate, inform you. I mean, that's what we live for. So Chukwuma will be back here later tonight at 6 p.m., later today at 6 p.m. on Political Lens, where you promises to be interesting. All right. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
This year has been so amazing.
And of course, you know what time it is. This is Christmas, and it's Merry Christmas from here on Sports Republic Show on the Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, your host for today. Yes, like I said, it is Merry Christmas, yes, to all those that are celebrating, yes, the 25th of December. And yes, I made this to the end of the year, just about 6 days or less than 6 days. And of course, it's been a fantastic year. From the sporting world, a lot has gone down. World of football, world of athletics, we saw the World Championships. Of course, football, like I said, AFCON is currently going on. The World Cup qualifiers, we saw the Super Eagles, we saw the DRC, a lot, world of golf, people retiring from the sport. Even in the world of tennis, Battle of the Sexes coming up between Nick Kyrgios and, of course, Arina Sabalenka. And, of course, we saw Venus Williams also getting married. Fantastic. What a year it's been. And of course, as we are celebrating those ones, we also had some few losses also. Don't let me say few losses, we had losses also this year. Important ones, most especially the likes of Diogo Jota of Liverpool, and of course his brother Andre Silva losing their lives, of course, in a car crash. Well, rest in peace to both of them, and also those that have departed us also on this earth. Yeah, welcome to the show. And of course, like I said, AFCON, yes, it's hotting up, yes, and of course, match week 1, yes, it's gone by, and we've seen a lot. This AFCON has given us a lot, and much more to come. Trust me, the big guns have shown themselves. That's talking about the likes of Tanzania. I mean, the likes of Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, the likes of the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia, Egypt as well. But let's talk about the Tanzanians. Let's talk about their coach. Of course, before we go on, there are 2 more stories on the show. And he reflected on that game against the Super Eagles. It ended in the favor of Nigeria, 2-1. Yes, it ended with goals coming from Shemilo Guajayi and Ademola Lukman. And Tanzania's coach, Miguel Gamondi, yes, he said he is pleased with his team's performance here against Nigeria despite losing 2-1 in the African Cup of Nations opener. He's saying that he praises players for surpassing expectations, saying Nigeria had a lot of possession, but Tanzania neutralized them well tactically. Yes, I will be doing this alone on the show today. I have my guest with me, or let me say my man. Let me call him a co-host. He's my man, and that is Olamide. Olamide, you are welcome. Yes, we saw that game, Nigeria up against Tanzania. They got the AFCON campaign to a winning start, but the Tanzanian coach Miguel Gamondi is coming out to say that his team neutralized the Super Eagles tactically. Will you agree with him, or you just say the Super Eagles were poor?
No. I won't say his team were able to neutralize the Super Eagles, because we know Tanzania are a team who likes to play the game on a very calm style. They knock the ball around and just find a way to get past their opponent. But Nigeria, on the other hand, in that game, we were faster. So I think our coach was prepared for the game. Eric Chell was able to know what Tanzania's style was and was able to play the opposite of what they were doing. So I think that was what gave us an edge in that game. We could have scored a lot of goals. We could have scored more goals. We missed opportunities. They didn't see much opportunities, unlike Nigeria. So him just coming out to say he neutralized, maybe just to, you have to just, say something to cheer your players up, to make them feel like, yes, we actually did well.
Okay.
We were not that bad.
Yeah.
They did well, obviously. But even that goal they scored was against the run of play. Nobody knew the goal was coming.
Was it against the run of play?
Somehow.
It looked balanced. It looked balanced.
It was not like they totally dominated us, then they got the goal. They were like just, they got to our half, played the ball to the left, to the right, then they crossed the ball. Then out of nowhere, the guy just, dropped in our 18-yard box. Then he scored the goal.
Okay.
Surprising.
Okay, Olamide. I have our guest, yes, joining me virtually. Pelumi Adeosun, yes, the sports umpire, the sports analyst himself. And Pelumi, good morning and welcome to the show. You heard what Olamide said. He's saying that Miguel Gamondi was just trying to, cheer his boys up. But looking at that game, especially from the first half, it looked like maybe they just settled back a little bit, allowed Nigeria to gain possession. But when they saw that there was no seriousness in the Super Eagles side, they came outside and came to play football. What do you think, Pelumi?
Yeah, well, good morning, guys. It's a pleasure to join you on
Merry
the show
Christmas.
this morning.
Merry
Once
Christmas,
again.
Pelumi.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you
Yeah.
too as well. Merry Christmas to you. Well, I believe the major reason why the Tanzania coach Miguel Gamondi is saying this is because we failed to convert our chances, just like Olamide said. Had it been Victor Osimhen has scored those chances, Akko Adams as well, we'll probably be looking at a 5-1 or 4-1 victory. And I think that would not be close enough for Gamondi to be saying they kind of curtailed the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So I think we were our own biggest problems in that game. And that kind of gave the Tanzania coach a leverage. And for him to come out and say that the game was actually close and they kind of curtailed the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So it was all about the team not taking all of the chances that they got in that game. Yes, and I agree with Olamide. I think Tanzania's goal, it was against the run of play. They did not really threaten Nigeria. The only chance they had before that goal was that overhead kick, and it was far away from the goalpost, which Nwabali comfortably saved. And the goal was even some sort of defensive lapse, or should I say lack of concentration from the Super Eagles defender. They just played the pass through, and a lot of people thought it was going to be offside. and
Of
they
course.
eventually got the goal. But I think it was great for Nigeria to actually have that quick response. Like I said earlier on, I did in the game had ended 4-5-6. Maybe we will not be here talking about Miguel Gamondi saying that the team tried to neutralize the attack of the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Pelumi, you said if the game had ended 4-5-6, looking at that game from minutes 1 to 90, do the Super Eagles actually look like a team that will score 4-5-6?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, Victor Osimhen on his own had about 7 shots in that game.
I rate him a 5. I rate him a
target.
standard 5/10 anyways, because I felt it was poor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course, I agree with you. It was not the best of days for Victor Osimhen. Not a good day at the office. He tried everything. I think the pressure kind of got to him. He tried everything possible to get a goal, but it did not eventually come. But then I think the chances came for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Samuel Chukwueze had 1-2. I think all of these also, we should give kudos to the Tanzanian goalkeeper. I think he made a couple of fine saves in that game as well. So the Chukwueze ball, the Ako Adams as well, the Wilfred Ndidi shot that he tipped over the bar from long range rather.
Yeah.
So I think there were a lot of chances for the Super Eagles in that game. And on a very good day, a very clinical team would have scored about 4 or 5 in that game, to be honest.
Olamide, let me come to you. Still staying with the Super Eagles. We are going to talk about, the AFCON, match week 1. We are going to look at the review. We are going to expansively treat it. But before we go there, we are talking about Super Eagles and Tanzania now. Let me switch a bit now to the Super Eagles of Nigeria themselves. We started with the Tanzanians.
Yeah.
Olamide, looking at the team setup, the coach came with a 4-4-2 diamond.
Yes.
He did that in the game against Gabon and the DRC, playing 2 strikers, right? Ako Adams and Victor Osimhen. A 4-4-2 diamond, for me, is expected to bring your full backs out. Let an extra body be from one of the midfielders to support your defense line, right? Or you should have actually started with 3 at the back then. But I felt like Eric Chel, what was he trying to do? It is Tanzania. Much respect to the Tanzanians. We love you too. But no, seriously, Tanzania is a team that the Super Eagles should be rolling over.
Of course.
Looking at the world rankings, we are not where we want to be, but we are far ahead of Tanzania, right? So what I'm saying is this. Was it a case of Eric Chel trying to sit back and trying to respect the Tanzanians? But because I felt he should have come out all guns blazing. Chukwueze at some point looked like he was playing as a number 10. Ademola Lookman at some point also looked like he was playing as a number 10. There was no creativity coming from the midfield. And the fullbacks that were supposed to push forward, Zaidu Sansu was poor on the night. And Bright Osai Samuel on the other side could not even look like he could cross a ball. Now we are going into the game against Tunisia. Tunisia won their game against Uganda. We will talk about that. 3-1, played fantastic football. Now we are playing against a team that will not play like Tanzania. They will come at the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Do you still expect him to go defensive in this time? What do you expect Eric Chel to do? And where do you think he got it? For me, I think he somehow got it wrong. What do you think about the tactics in the game against Tanzania?
Well, against Tanzania, I think it was not all an attack game. He wants to attack, but he's also worried about Tanzania because this is the AFCON. I think over time, the AFCON has really changed that any team can just surprise you.
There's no small team.
There's no small team in AFCON anymore. So if you go all out to say, okay, yes, because Tanzania is not on the level of Nigeria, we know that for sure. Even by all parameters, that we are not on the same level.
Yeah.
But if you go all out too much, just look at the goal we conceded.
Okay.
Just a little bit of concentration.
Yeah.
They lost concentration there, and we considered that long goal.
Yeah.
When we should have scored a lot of our goals, we were not converting our chances, which means that we had what we were in the position to hurt them, but we couldn't. Their goalkeeper made 8 saves that day. We had more than 20 shots that day, but we only scored 2. Yes.
Okay.
We had more than 20 shots that particular day.
Is it the ones that were going off target or the ones that were facing the goalkeeper?
Off target.
Okay.
We have more than 20
as
shots
expected.
That day. So as expected that day. So what I'm saying is that you cannot just go all out. That day we just need to at least win that match. We need to win. Now we have gotten the win. We can now build on that as momentum in our next game and say, okay, what have we done wrong? What have we been doing right? What can we progress more? So I think if he should play the same pattern again too in the next game, we just need to be very, very clinical, regardless of what pattern we play, either attacking or defensive. Just go there, out of 5 shots, if you can convert 2. we are good to go.
For me, I think I will still somehow stick with Gamondi. For Gamondi to come and say this, it showed that the Super Eagles were poor on the night. Even with the 20 shots that you are claiming that they played. Okay. For me, I still feel like they were poor on the night and they could do better. But now they are playing Tunisia. Tanzania's next match is up against their regional rivals, Uganda, on Saturday. And they will look to make their AFCON dreams come true. I mean, credit to Calvin Bassey. He locked up their danger man, their star man, their captain, Mbwana Samata, former Aston Villa player. And Gamondi's team has managed to surprise many with their quality performance against Nigeria. They tried. Honestly, they tried as against other big teams and playing the lower based sides. And Nigeria, of course, they're a traditional African football powerhouse. And Nigeria, on the other hand, the Super Eagles, they got a win, but they showed some defensive frailties. You agree with me, Pelumi and Olamide. And the Super Eagles will look to build on this win when they face Tunisia next. And from here, we now move on to AFCON in general. Pelumi, I want to involve you in this one. Before we start taking the games one by one, Olamide said something. He said there's no small team. This is the AFCON. But when you look at other big teams, that the class, the category that the Super Eagles of Nigeria should be in, being the African giants, the likes of Senegal. Senegal streamrolled Botswana. That is how you dispatch a team, that you get your 3 points against a team that you feel is below you. Mm-hmm. Tunisia also streamrolled Uganda. Morocco did the business in their first game, right? Pelumi, do you still agree that you are supposed to streamroll, the teams that are below you rather than respect them and claim that there's no small team when it comes to the AFCON?
Well,
you are saying it in two sides. AFCON,
I think it has. Yeah, I think it has majorly been about the big boys, the big teams, and they always come to the party. We hardly see an upset in the AFCON tournament. I think that's one thing about that particular one. And like it is obvious in this ongoing tournament, out of the top 12 ranked nations in Africa, 11 of them won their opening games. The only team who did not win was Mali, played out in 1-1 draw against Zambia. Yeah, so it has been about the big boys. Ivory Coast won, Cameroon won, Senegal won, Algeria won, Tunisia won, Nigeria won, Egypt won. So it's majorly been about the big boys. Yeah, DR Congo won as well. So it has been about this team, South Africa as well. So one way or the other, either a convincing victory or an unconvincing one, it has literally been about the victories, especially in this match day one. I think match day two is going to be somewhat different because some of these big teams are going to be facing each other. Nigeria, Tunisia, for example, Egypt, South Africa, Ivory Coast, Cameroon. So I think it's going to get a lot more tougher in round two of that one. But then, like I said earlier, it's still a competition for the big boys. It's still one competition where the big boys still tend to turn up the big teams. Either way, you will still see that difference in quality, especially for the big players. Look at the yesterday. It was still Brian Mbeumo running things for Cameroon. Look at Ivory Coast. It was still Amad Diallo running things for this particular team. Frank Kessie, look at Mahrez for Algeria as well. Bo Salah for Egypt. So it is just one competition that the big boys still always set.
In those names you mentioned, Pelumi, where is Victor Osimhen? Ijaya Olusosun.
well, I think Victor, like I said earlier, Victor Osimhen, it was, which is perfectly normal in football. Every day cannot be your day. You don't, as a striker, you don't get to put the ball in the back of the net every time. But then there are a lot of expectations on him. And I think I agree that the pressure is also on him. He has scored just one goal in 2 AFCON tournaments, which is not really good enough. I remember the conversation that has been going around Victor Osimhen being a world-class striker and all of that. If he does not get to do well in tournaments like this, I think that conversation will get to go down. Because a lot of people would not really reckon with him. It would just be that striker or that player who keeps getting goals, who get party starts in games that are less important. But then when it comes to the competitions that it does not deliver, and a lot of people would just drop that eye concerning him. But then it is just match day one. He said after the build up to this AFCON, he said a lot of people did not see his effort in the last AFCON because he scored just one goal. Yeah, Ademola Lookman was our best player. Yeah. But then he also had some other contributions too. I think a lot of focus on Victor Osimhen.
Passionately running towards the defenders, giving the hold up play, much like a certain Olivier Giroud at the World Cup in 2018.
I completely agree with you. I can remember the game against Cameroon. it was practically focused on in that game, and that kind of afforded Ademola Lookman a lot of space to even get a goal in that game. So it might just be the same this time around. And we could see that Osimhen is desperate to impress in this tournament. You could see him screaming, shouting, waiting for every pass, wanting to get on the end of every ball. But then I think he still needs to calm down. Most time in football, when the chances might not eventually come if you are very, very eager. But then if you keep it calm and keep your head cool, play with your teammates, then it would eventually come. Like I said, match day one out of the big stars, Victor Osimhen was disappointing. No doubt about that. There's no need to spare his blushes in this particular one. We are just hoping that it gets better from match day 2 and the important moments for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Absolutely. And let me come to Olamide. Olamide, before we now go to the games, let's talk about Morocco. I mean, we've seen the giant strides they've made. Over a decade now, their king has come out to say they've been preparing for this. Yeah. They hosted the CAF Awards. They've hosted the Champions League, CAF Champions League. Their teams are doing well. Now they are hosting the AFCON and they still have more to host. In fact, everybody has said Africa is basically Morocco FC at this point in time, if I can put it that way. But let's quickly look at this AFCON and the records they've broken. They have the highest ticket sales ever for Africa and Europe in the tournament. 300 million euros in sponsorship over. Highest revenues before kickoff. Biggest total and average stadium capacity. Wildest global broadcast reach in AFCON history. Don't you think Morocco are making giant strides? And also, let me quickly give you this one. The first, they achieved a lot of firsts, and they have 9 world-class stadiums for an African side, not Africans. Every team gets its own base camp. We saw the Senegalese. We saw the way they did, their rooms. Each player had their own pictures by the bed. You will see what you have achieved. You will see your image. When you wake up, you have your own, bedside to yourself. You will see your image of you on the wall and say, oh, I can go on to this game and do this. I don't want to make shades to a certain African nation where 2 players will share one bed. I'm not going to that one. And all teams are all in 5-star hotels. Let's stick with Morocco. Like I said, for over a decade, in fact, close to 15 years, there was a time that Morocco were almost like off the face of the map of African football. But they were silently doing their thing. Would you owe this to their development over the years, or you just say they came out of nowhere?
No, nothing just
springs out of nowhere.
See, something cannot spring out of nothing. It has to build up over time.
Yeah.
And that says a lot about how serious the Moroccan government
Very
is.
serious.
When you have a government who are visionary, who know what they want to do and they know how to get it done, who are ready to move with the way the world is evolving. They are evolving as well. They want to develop. They want to do more for their people. They want to be the face of Africa, because right now, when it comes to sport now, they are almost, I can't even say they are the face now. They are hosting almost everything. They have the facilities. They have everything. But you can't build all these facilities if you are scared of going out there, of getting kidnapped, of bandits, everything, all these things. So everything, it all boils down to the government. Everything will be the government. The how you govern the state will be the foundation where you now build the health on, the education, the sports, everything. If you don't have that base, there's no way anything can stand on it. So it is what the Moroccan government have been doing over time. And I think when it comes to those northern Africans, they don't think like the average African country. They don't even see themselves.
People claim that they are not Africans.
Imagine
sometimes.
they don't see themselves as a typical African person. They are thinking like the Spanish side. They are thinking like Europeans.
How does the typical African person think? Because I don't know where you are going with this one.
See, I can say this categorically. Yeah. From what we have seen over time from African leaders, from majority of them, they think about the now. Now, what can I get out of this thing right now? What is in there for me? They don't think about the next generation that's coming. Now, look at Morocco. They have 9 world-class stadiums. The children that are yet to be born right now will still play in those facilities.
And enjoy it.
They will enjoy it.
All right.
They won't even remember. And these people that have built this thing might have been,
They would have gone.
By then, they would have gone.
Just like South Africa. South Africa in 2010. Most of the stadiums are still there today. In fact, South Africa can host another World Cup.
Now, imagine.
Okay.
So if you look at this thing and you equate it with other top African nations who are supposed to be in this position and are not in this position, who caused it? Those people that are in charge, who are supposed to facilitate all this development, they are not doing what they're supposed to.
Pelumi, do you agree with Olamide, and do you feel like maybe in 10 years or 12 years time, Morocco can actually host the World Cup?
Yeah, well, I think we would all generally agree that Morocco's target is not even this AFCON.
Yeah.
Everything they've been
course, I
doing
think so. I think so.
tilted
I think so.
towards hosting the World Cup
I think so.
in 2030. Yeah, and we have been seeing all of this even before this particular AFCON. They hosted the WAFCON. They hosted the last WAFCON. They're going to be hosting the next WAFCON as well. They're going to be hosting the Under-17 Women's World Cup for 5 consecutive times.
Imagine.
So it shows that these people already have the facilities, the infrastructure is definitely there. Just like Olamide said and yourself, look at the buildings, the structure that they have put in place. No doubt about that. They've actually spent a whole lot of money. They've invested a whole lot in this particular competition, and hopefully it gets to yield in terms of the team winning something, because they have not won anything tangible, both the male and women team, except for the under 20 who won the World Cup. I'm talking about the senior team right now. But then, unfortunately, one major concern is that all of this infrastructure and all of these put in place by Morocco have not really translated in us getting massive crowd at this particular AFCON. One major low point of this AFCON is the low turnout of people. You could see the stadium practically empty. I could remember one of the games, I think Egypt Zimbabwe. They had to practically throw the gates open for free for people to enter, and that is one of the games that we have recorded the highest number of crowd, except the Morocco against Comoros game.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you want to put side by side with the game with the last tournament in Ivory Coast, after first round of games, I think it is just 2,000 or 1,000 more than the numbers that we saw at the last AFCON, which I believe it is not really good enough. But I don't know whose responsibility it is to mobilize people. Is it the responsibility of CAF? Is it the responsibility of the LOC, talking about the hosting nation, to make sure that people get to turn up? Or it could also be the quality of the games. I think there was not really any top quality game in the first round. I think the biggest game would be like maybe Cameroon against Gabon that we saw yesterday night. That is like what we can call the biggest game in terms of the pedigree of the two teams.
Yeah.
But maybe as round 2 comes, we will still be seeing the major teams going up against each other. Maybe we could see still the stadium filled. But for now, yes, the infrastructure, top notch, the resources, everything, organization, really good enough. But then people still need to turn out. That is the kind of promotion that we need for African football.
Absolutely. But let me stick with you. Now, we've seen the AFCON match week 1 proper. We've seen games. There's no bogey team. Now, there might be a bogey team. There's no small team, just like Olamide has mentioned. We've seen the goalkeepers. We've seen 2 penalties stopped, including one in the opening game where the Comoros goalkeeper denied Sofiane Raimi of Morocco. And we've seen beautiful goals. We've seen like Foster's goal, Ayub El Kabi's goal. Which of these games, you can say have managed, to stand out for you out of all of these games that we've seen so far? Cameroon also getting a win. We saw Anibal Mejbri and also Achuri. That's the man you have on your screen for Tunisia. Achuri has 2 goals. Riyad Mahrez has 2 goals. Nicholas Jackson, also your best friend, also having 2 goals. I mean, now we are now seeing the race for the Golden Boots. And there are some other names that I'm sure will still pop up. We saw the goals from Omar Mamouche as well. I mean, it's been fantastic. The game against, for me personally, the game against between South Africa and Angola, I would say, let me say, I can call it the game of the tournament so far. Cameroon also against Gabon. Look at the way Cameroon came out, playing something like what we call on the streets, around ball. What would you say has been your best game so far for you from match week 1?
Yeah, well, for me, out of all of the 12 games played, trust me, all of those games have been spectacular. Like you said, we have seen fantastic performances, individual brilliances. We have seen top-notch goalkeeper saves. We have seen very good goals as well. But for me, I think the game that would stand out was the game yesterday between Equatorial Guinea and Burkina Faso. That game for me was big. As at the 85th minute, the game was still goalless. Burkina Faso, despite getting a red card in that game, they still scored first.
Yes.
Equatorial Guinea, rather.
Equatorial Guinea scored first against Burkina Faso, yes.
Yeah, of course. They still scored first in the 85th minute. Then when it looked like they were going to be running away with all 3 points, despite playing with 1 man down, then Burkina Faso scored in the 95th minute, and in the 98th minute, Edmond Tapsoba scoring the winning goal for
Burkina Faso.
I don't think anyone would have seen that game producing 3 goals after playing over 84 minutes goalless in that one. So for me, I think that was like the game of the first round without taking anything away from the previous game that were played as well.
Yes, also the game between Egypt's game as well, where they fell to Zimbabwe's goal despite dominating that game from the first minute. But thank God, Zimbabwe almost giving an upset or a scare there. But the big men, stood up. And do you think Nicholas Jackson will go on, to pick up the golden boots? Looking at the way Senegal play their football quickly.
Well, I think it is early to say. It is too early to say for Nicholas Jackson. I think it practically capitalized on the ineffectiveness of their opponent, which was Botswana. Botswana were very, very poor in that game, and Senegal punished them. So I think Senegal are not going to be facing this type of game. I think their next game is against DR Congo, which is a very difficult one. I don't expect him to be getting brave in every game. I think some other players are still definitely going to turn up in that one. So I think it's a great start for him, but then I see him going on to win the Golden Boot.
Absolutely. Olamide, quickly before we, let's wrap this up, let's look at the games. Pelumi has mentioned Senegal against DR Congo. That's one of the games of match week 2. Nigeria will be up against Tunisia. It's like the big teams are squaring up against each other. Now, I like that. It's usually in tournaments, games like this are usually at the last games of the group stage. Egypt is taking on South Africa. Cameroon is taking on Cote d'Ivoire. We are seeing big game. Morocco is taking on Mali. Which of these games do you think will be the toughest? And which of these teams do you think will pick up a win and qualify for the round of 16 almost immediately?
Well, number one, I would say Nigeria-Tunisia will be a very tough game because it's a must-win for both sides. And most especially Nigeria.
Exactly.
And we've talked about Osimhen today.
Yeah.
Osimhen needs to step up to the plate. He needs to. With, let's say, 1 or 2 goals. Even 2 goals would not even... 2 goals would be very, very... other players have been scoring, other strikers, banging in the goals. Mohamed Salah, Omar Ramouche. People will be expect to come to the party and do what they ought to do.
Yeah.
And he's also there as well. He has been below par a little bit in the last game. So he needs to come there, come to the party, banging all the goals, get the accolades, be in the front.
Do you think Tunisia will be that team he can do that? Where Victor Osimhen can do that?
It won't be easy for Nigeria at all. It won't be easy at all. But Nigeria just need to go out there and just get the job done. Even in last AFCON, it's not as if Nigeria was that fantastic. But we're just able to.
But we don't have the coach. You don't have the coach that negotiated that one for us. He's now a coach that's supposed to be more attacking.
But we have players. Because at the end of the day, no matter even what the coach says and all that, you are the player on the pitch. You are the one that are supposed to, grind out the result anyhow you want to do it.
All right. He's saying that it should be Nigeria up against Tunisia. Yes. But I'm seeing other games like Egypt up against South Africa. That would be a very, very good one to watch. Let's move on quickly and let's talk about CAF. Also, still sticking with AFCON, but this time around, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, they've launched a new annual competition called the African Nations League. This league aims to provide a consistent world-class platform for senior national teams to compete, giving African players greater exposure and opportunities to showcase their talents. And according to CAF, the initiative will strengthen African football by fostering competitive matches, promoting player development, and increasing fan engagement across the continent. And it will be held every year, just like the Europeans are ensuring a regular high-level football for both players and supporters. CAF President Patrice Motsepe emphasized the organization's commitment to elevating African football globally and creating sustainable opportunities for players, teams, and national associations. And this move is part of CAF efforts to develop and promote African football. Pelumi, quickly, what is your idea? Quickly, when you saw this news, what came to your mind? Good? Or please shift it and let's think about something else.
Yeah, honestly, it's top note for me. I completely agree with her in this one. To actually put this one ahead, I've always been an advocate of more competitive matches for African nations. I think we don't play enough of competitive. It's more about the friendlies and maybe qualifiers, and that is why we are not even able to compete with the big countries, maybe in Europe or in other continents. Look at the last World Cup. Aside Morocco that made it to the semi-finals, look at the performance of the other African teams. They performed woefully in that tournament. Before Morocco did that, look at the last time an African nation did well at the World Cup. You go as far back as Ghana in 2010 World Cup.
Senegal.
Yeah, so Senegal as well. Yeah, so African nations don't really do well because we don't get to compete enough. It's more of friendlies and unimportant games. And looking at friendlies, how many coaches take friendlies serious? That's why you see them inviting fringe players. You see them using players that are not important. Some players do not even honor it. Some important players do not even honor it. Some people might target as us copying Europe with the UEFA Nations League. But I think there's a reason why they brought in the UEFA Nations League. They want to stop all of these friendlies like England playing San Marino, playing Andorra, all of those things. Now, you can see the competitiveness in the UEFA Nations League. We are even teams get relegated. We are seeing England against Portugal. We are seeing Spain against Germany.
Yes.
Kind of thing that we need in African football as well. Let us play more competitive games. Let us see more of Nigeria against Egypt. Let us see more of Senegal against Ivory Coast. Not only when it gets to the AFCON round of 16 or round of quarterfinals, semi-finals, that we see games like this. Look at the qualifiers, even the AFCON or World Cup qualifiers. They don't even pitch these big teams against one another. So we are not really able to test our strength against the big boys. But with this Nations League now, maybe we could see a lot of competitions that might help promote African football a lot more. So I completely agree with this particular initiative by CAF.
All right, Palumi, good one there. Olamide, let me come to you. We've had this discussion, sorted out before, and yes, it will interest you to know that there are 54 African nations, 44 in Europe. I mean,
44 in Europe.
Yeah, 44 countries in Europe, and we have 54 in Africa. Now, when you look at the way the UEFA Nations League is run, you would think they have a lot more than what they're actually putting out. When you see the likes of the big boys in the League A and the League B, the France, the England, Germany, while you see the likes of Lithuania, Kosovo, and all of that. But they are only 44. But what UEFA has done is to give everybody a level playing ground. You can play your football, and this time around, it's not more of friendly games when the international break is upon us. It is more like a league.
Okay.
You are winning something. It's a trophy, recognized by UEFA and FIFA. Do you think Africa is making a right step in that direction as well? Because we also, I mentioned something to you when I said the likes of maybe Djibouti, Eritrea, the teams that I don't want to call them less privileged now, Lesotho and all of that, they will have this incentive. Do you know that when you bring your best team forward and you play games, you have the incentive, you can win something. Imagine Lesotho being the first team to win the African Nations League. That would be very big for them. They can get money to improve their stadiums. They won't be having excuses of building stadiums. Do you think Africa is making a good step in that one, or do you have something against that?
Yeah, of course, Africa is making a good step in that direction. But just like the discussion we had that day, I always say something that, why is it that we always wait for other people outside to make some step, then we now copy,
make ours.
we copy everything. We don't even try to innovate it. We didn't even try to call it another thing entirely. UEFA Nations League, African Nations League. Why is it always like that? It's not bad.
There is Nations League. South America also, they are also trying to propose something like that.
I'm not saying it is bad entirely.
I don't know
very
what to call it.
It's okay for African football, but it says a lot about the what would I say? Is it the innovative mindset of the leaders of the African football entirely? Because if they can't sit down themselves and come up with ideas that the other people outside there would copy, instead of us having to. I even said to you that day that what if this idea is not even their own original idea? What if it is someone outside that sold this idea to them, like, guys, why can't you guys do this?
I think that's the job of CAF. They will be seeing the UEFA Nations League. And even before CAF is proposing this African Nations League, there is also the CONCACAF Nations League that is running, where you have the likes of the USA, the Trinidad, the Curaçao, Haiti. Now, Curaçao came up from there, and now they've qualified for the World Cup. So definitely we can see a team that will also build themselves. And look at the AFCON now. If you agree with me on something, this AFCON recently, starting from that 2023, is now showcasing African teams that are able to lure players that were born abroad. They are now coming home to Africa to come and play. We are seeing the likes of Brandon Galloway, who originally English, born in England, came up through the Everton youth system. Now he's playing for Zimbabwe. We saw the likes of Stephen Colker play for Sierra Leone, also back in the day. So it can also happen. It's all about improving African teams that that are not having the privilege like the big boys. And just like Pelumi said, we'll be seeing big boys facing off against each other.
Exactly. That's why I said now that it is not entirely bad. But I think it's even long overdue. Should have started this thing long before. We have more teams. We have more countries.
Yeah, 54.
But if you look at all these countries, where are those facilities? It's not evenly distributed.
This will be an opportunity for them.
I understand. It will be an opportunity for them. But that's what I'm saying. The development of the continent first it says a lot about, you know, bringing in all these competitions. Because when you say, okay, you want to bring in competition, do you have what the other people have that the competition is standing on? Do you have what it takes behind the scene to do all these things? Even look at the AFCON we're talking about now. We're talking about the low turnout, other things. You know, the facilities are there, but they are in the big nations. They are in like Morocco, South Africa, you know. Even Nigeria, we can't say we have these world-class stadiums. We can't say it. But when you have so it means like for the first 10 editions, it will just be, let's say only Morocco will host it.
Yeah.
So it says a lot about how prepared CAF is, even on its own, and all the African leaders when it comes to sports. It says a lot about how prepared they are. Because I don't see that they are prepared. Honestly.
No, but for them to announce it, I think they'll be making some steps in the background.
So do you announce then prepare, or you prepare then announce?
They're already making some preparations. If they are not making some preparations,
but it's a good one though. It's a good one though, because even for, let's say, the home-based players now that don't really have an opportunity to, you know, most of our coaches don't really want to select them. It would give them more opportunity to, even if they don't feature so much in the AFCON, they can do the Nations League. They have more other opportunity to showcase themselves, their talent to the world. So it's a good one though.
You know, also, Pelumi quickly, they've also announced that the AFCON, I think from 2028, is now going to be a 4-year tournament this time around, just like UEFA again. I think Olamide will be saying that again, you are trying to copy Europe and all of that. Is that one also another major step? A case in point, if you give a team like, let's say, Nigeria now, that, okay, you are going to host in 2032, that will give you a 4-year window to be able to provide standard stadiums and not give excuses, don't you think?
Okay, well, before I speak about the 4-year AFCON cycle, I think we're going to hold you if the African, because you are the one vouching out that preparation is already ongoing. Don't worry, we're going to hold you.
I don't think Mosepe will come out. I don't think Mosepe will come out and say that, yes, we will be having Nations League without something in the background.
Yeah, well, but it's a good one, but I really just hope that it does not end up like the African Football League that they developed for club side. That after one edition, we didn't see anything again. So hopefully it does not end that way. Now, speaking about the 4-year AFCON cycle, for me, I think it's also very good. It is laudable. I think enough of having us playing the AFCON after every 2 years, I think it kind of reduces the glamour and the preparation, the anticipation for that particular tournament. We had one AFCON in 2021, another in 2023. Now we are seeing another one that will span until 2026, and another one would happen in 2027 again. For me, I think it's completely unnecessary. But then the what I'm looking at in this particular one is there's a big tendency that the 2027 AFCON 28, then we start the 4-year cycle. Because I don't think it makes any sense to have an AFCON in 2027, then have another one in 2028 again. I think it's completely unnecessary to have AFCON back to back like that. But the most important thing is, are we still going to be playing it in this particular time of the season, or is it going to be coming in the summer?
That is the major question. That is what CAF has not said.
Exactly. So I think it's one thing. Although they have said 2027 AFCON would happen in June, July, that would be when the season is on break. But we know what happened before the last AFCON. Ivory Coast AFCON, we were supposed to have it in the summer. Then because of weather issues, they took it away from that particular time. They brought it to January, February.
Yes.
So I think the timing is also important away from the year. So having it every 4 years, I think is really good. It will make us build the anticipation towards having this particular tournament. It would even make players more focused. They'll be like, oh, if I miss out on this one, the next time is going to be in the next 4 years.
Yes.
Imagine Victor Osimhen performing very well now, and he's nearing 30. We know that the next AFCON is in 4 years.
Yeah.
We know that there are not a lot of opportunities to actually do very well in the next, or even make the team. So I think it builds the excitement, makes the player a lot more prepared, and enhance more seriousness. So for me, I think it's another laudable initiative by CAF.
Yes, I also told Olamide that it's to encourage teams, especially teams in the Premier League, to actually sign more African players, because this time around you have to be losing them every year. You can sign your player and say, okay, 4 years at least. When it goes for this one, is in the next 4 years, and by the time the next tournament goes around, he might not even be your player anymore. So you don't have any excuse to give. Because trust me, a lot of teams are really against buying African players now, just because of this AFCON. Manchester City, well, you can say that there's depth in the squad. O'Reilly is the one starting as the left back. Ryan Isnuri, that's supposed to be his backup, is now playing for Algeria. What if there's an injury to O'Reilly? What's going to happen? I think also they are trying to sign Antoine Semenyo just because Omar Mamouche, also that's supposed to be a backup to Erling Haaland, is also at the AFCON. What if they assign Semenyo and Ghana qualified also for the AFCON? So for me, I think the 4 years plan, if it doesn't end up like the Africa Football League, just like you mentioned, I think is a good plan. And let's move on quickly now. Let's talk about, let's come back home. Let's come back to Nigeria. And the National Sports Commission, NSC, yes, they've confirmed that the rewards promised by President Bola Tinubu to the Super Falcons and the Tigers, that's the basketball team, are ready for collection. And the rewards include the houses, national honors, and cash awards of $100,000 each for the Super Falcons players and the D-Tigers team members and the Super Falcons, who won the 10th Women's Africa Cup of Nations title in Morocco earlier this year. Morocco again hosting another tournament, and they just hosted that one. And while the D-Tigers won a 5th consecutive Women's Afro Basket title in August, and the NSC chairman, Atiku, presented the Super Falcons Super Eagles, yes, certificates for national honors and title documents, the housing allocation. He did all of that. We took that yesterday. Kizzy was here to talk about that. And now we are talking about the rewards for the Super Falcons. Olamide, quickly, time is running out when you have fun, and we have to go. But quickly, it was almost looking like audio money. It was almost looking like this because remember Pelumi Rashida Ajibade coming out to say, we have not seen the money. What is going on? Olamide, do you think it's a good time and a perfect Christmas gift for the Falcons and the Tigers?
Well, when someone promised to give you something,
I think I know where you are going, but go ahead.
See, when someone promised to give you something,
yes,
they didn't tell you that I'm going to give you immediately or next week, next month, next.
But let me say you are hearing this man.
See, it was a promise. It's not as if they were owing them money or something. I think they paid them their what they're supposed to pay them. I think so. So all these $100,000 and the likes.
You told me my mind is supposed to be there.
Your mind will be there, but I didn't give you time. So I think that is a little bit. It has a sprinkle of politics in it.
Yeah.
Because there's no time, okay, we are giving you this thing tomorrow, next tomorrow. Anytime they give you, you just have to take it and appreciate it.
So what if they give them in the next 10 years where they've already forgotten that, or maybe
they've done that to ex-players. They've done that. So it is not alien to Nigeria football. That's just it.
All right. What do you think of that?
They must be a politician. He already knows all of that.
He already knows what is going on.
Yes, of course. You can say that, okay, you promised them and they deserve to get it. But we should also remember that in times past, it takes about 20 or 30 years for these players to get rewarded for some things like this. I could remember it was until last year that the governor of Oyo State rewarded the players who won the CAF Champions League for shooting stars as far back as 1980. He just rewarded them somewhere around last year. Even most of them, or not most of them, some of them are even no more. So you have to give them these things when it is due, when they will appreciate it, when they will value it, and I'm glad that this one is also happening at this particular point in time. I think this is the difference between having a sports commission and having a ministry for sport. A sports ministry will be run by a politician, and you know how all of these things happen. But then the sports commission is the sports administrator in charge. They know how to go about these things. I think this is one of the places where we would appreciate having a national sports commission rather than having a ministry of sport.
That nice one. Just like you said, Pelumi, and I want Olamide to listen again. That you have to pay when it's due, when they can appreciate what you are giving, not when they are holding up. As the children that are collecting it, it's not pension. It's what you agreed to give them, right?
Of course, but this is the reality on ground.
That's what
I said. It's the reality. And there's no catching.
Right, you have to wrap up on the show, but quickly, let's take this one. It's been a fantastic year for sports, Olamide, and there are different moments. Some happy ones and, of course, the sad ones, just like I said earlier on the show. But let's quickly take some just as we wrap up on the show. And I want to start with Pelumi. Pelumi, we saw Paris Saint-Germain and Liverpool. Will you say Paris Saint-Germain, they are just the best team in the world, not even in Europe? I know Chelsea won the Club World Cup, but will you say Paris Saint-Germain are the best team in the world for this year? And also Ousmane Dembele, winning the Ballon d'Or and also the FIFA the Best award. Last year, 2024, it was Rodri picking up the Ballon d'Or and FIFA the Best going to Vinicius Junior. A lot of people almost forgot that I even won that award. Now, Ousmane Dembele and also Paris Saint-Germain and Luis Enrique, what a year has been for them, don't you think? Are you with me, Palumi?
Yeah, I think yes, I'm with you. I think this year was about Paris Saint-Germain. They won almost everything aside the FIFA Club World Cup, and you can see all of their players even benefiting from that one. Majority of their players making the Ballon d'Or list, making the fifth Pro 11, and all of this due to the fact that they changed the narrative of their season, and it started in January 2025. So I think for me, it has to be Paris Saint-Germain and Ousmane Dembele. But for me, I think the biggest moment of 2025 has to be Lando Norris winning the Formula One championship.
Wow, that one, personally, I'm going to argue with you on that one because I wanted Max Verstappen, to be honest with you. That comeback would have been immense. That comeback would have been fantastic. And also, let me give a shout out to the Kenyans too, and also Mondo Duplantis for what they did at the World Championships. And Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz are also building a sort of Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer region.
Yes. I think we are definitely up for it. The two guys sharing the 4 Grand Slams between themselves, and this is definitely a reincarnation of Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer.
Oh, absolutely. And Olamide, on a rather sad note, we saw Diogo Jota of Liverpool, losing his life in that car crash as well with his brother, and also Marcus player Ethan McLeod also tragically killed. Well, may their souls rest in peace. And would you say that Diogo Jota is really this absence is affecting the Liverpool squad at the minute, because even with their big signings, they don't seem to be doing well. A lot happens off the pitch. Football is not just what we see on the pitch. Also, it can deal with them psychologically and mentally. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't say yes. The loss would affect the team. Having to start thinking of signing another player. It's not as if Diogo Jota maybe left the team to another team.
He wasn't transferred. He lost his life. Yeah.
So it will affect them, but having to say that is what is leading, what's making Liverpool to be in this position in the league table right now. I would say there's no connection, there's no relationship between.
Are you serious?
Yes, exactly.
I'd like Mo Salah still saying that he still misses it.
See, life happens. Life happens. Normally, you have to move on. But if you look at it, when they won their first 5 games, nobody was talking about.
But they were not winning well. Like they were not playing the best of football.
When they were playing and they were getting those late minute goals.
Nobody mentioned
the ESPN was like, stuff of champions, they have to win it anyhow.
Okay.
They were winning then, unbeaten, everyone was happy, what they was talking about the Gujita, but why is it that right now that they are not doing so well, the media is trying to, make us feel like after 17 games, you are still thinking about
the same person.
I'm not saying it won't be sad for them to lose such player, but you've gotten other players, you've gotten Florian Wirtz, Alexander Isak, world-class footballers.
I agree with you. I think it's actually time to move on. I remember my dad also telling me recently. He told me that Manchester United's form, that they are not on form because the Queen of England died how many years ago, and they are still not playing well. This is what we'll be wrapping up on the show today, Sports Republic, and yes, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much, Pelumi Adeosun, for joining me, and also a big thank you also to Olamide. It's been a fantastic one, and of course, I'll say Merry Christmas. The Christmas edition of Sports Republic, yes, it's just ended, and it's been a fantastic ride with you all. And the immediate news is coming up next on the Voice of the People TV, and don't go nowhere. Stay tuned. It's been Sports Republic, and I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying Merry Christmas to you all. Bye for now.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Atiku and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you
VOP TV.
Merry Christmas and welcome to the Medianis and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. First, the headlines. Christians observe Christmas Day. Tinubu governors Atiku urge peace. Troops urge vigilance at worship centers. Borno police deploy 1,000 officers after bomb blast. PDP condemns Borno mosque attack. CIT and raised alarm over tax law changes. In business, Nigerian internet usage hits 1.24 million terabytes. In sports, Joe Boy, soldier headline AFCON Christmas break festivities. And in the world of entertainment, Venus Williams weds Italian actor Andre Preti. Now the news and details. Today is Christmas, a day Christians around the world celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. The season is marked with church services featuring carols, hymns, gospel reading, saying the lightning of candles, symbolizing Christ as the light of the world. For many, Christmas represents peace, joy, and unity. It is also a time for reunion, reflection, and strengthening relationships. Some Nigerians who spoke with our correspondent Matthew Ogunsuada described Christmas as a season of compassion, togetherness, and hope. Meanwhile, the run-up to Christmas, some markets across parts of the country witness increased activities as people shop for food and essential items. In a number of states, major market and sales outlets in Oka, the state capital, experience hyper activities. Our correspondent in Oka, Anambra State, Sochima Promise.
Most respondents admit that traveling out of Oka to cities like Lagos and Abuja do not incur additional costs, while those coming in from those big cities into the southeast pay as much double the initial cost.
If I may say, Lagos and Abuja now, from Oka to Lagos now is cheap. And then from Oka to Abuja now is cheap, and from Lagos is cheap. But coming back is where the problem is. You understand? Now we are running on discount basis now. But coming back from Lagos now is where the problem is. It's just like these two of it.
Some of these vehicles that you see here down in the east, most of them run empty to Lagos. We dispatch them empty to Lagos. Understand? Because if we didn't do that, our people will not see a bus to enter coming back. We didn't have any increase from here to Lagos. But definitely from Lagos to here, we must have increase because those vehicles that we dispatch empty, we put fuel inside with driver's allowance, understand? So there must be an increase.
Okay, in terms of costs, they didn't increase the cost. So yeah, I think that's about it. The cost that's about February, sorry. It's almost the same as what we are paying now. In December.
Is there really a justifiable reason for the increase in transport fares now that the petrol price is on downward review?
Everything changed this festive period in the sense that all of a sudden there is this increase in price in terms of the cost of transportation. Now there is no reasonable reason that was given for the hike except festive period. The price of entering Siena as of last month, even this month, earlier this month, was 4,000 naira. But just in few days, like in fact not even in few days, like this same day, it increased by at least 80%, almost double the price. If I'm not mistaken. No, yeah, I'm not mistaken because that's what I'm actually paying currently for this transportation.
I don't understand. I came to Suka last week with 5,500 and I came back today and they say 10,000. Hey! Oh, this is serious. This is very, very serious. And it's fast though, but I'm frustrated. Like, yes, it's too much. The price is very, because of this festival season, I don't understand. They just increased it. I don't know what to say though.
As much as commuters complain of high costs, would they prefer to stem the trend of wanting to go home for Christmas? The answer is not far-fetched, and this goes to show that the economy of demand and supply will continue to play out in the transport sector. Sochima Promise, Voice of the People Television.
Also in Lagos, our correspondent Tony Demola Lokutan visited the Daleko market in the Solo area of Lagos, where traders expressed concern over declining sales in spite of slight drop in food prices.
Just days away, major markets in Lagos are expected to be bustling with activity. However, at Daleko markets, traders say business has been slower than usual as fewer customers are turning up to buy food items for the festive season. According to the sellers, prices of some staple items such as rice, beans, pepper, curry, vegetable oil, and poultry have slightly reduced compared to last year, yet sales remain low. Buyers who spoke to VOP TV said the challenge is not just price, but lack of money, noting that last year many prices were higher, they still managed to shop more for the celebration.
Price last year it was almost 95,000. Now it's been sold for 52, 53. Everything has come down, but there's no money. They should help us and bring money, so people should come and buy. So purchasing power has gone down. You understand? Fuel has gone down, the transportation cost has gone down, but where's the purchasing power? You understand? And you know, market determine price.
Some traders blame the low patronage on reduced purchasing power, rising transportation costs, and economic pressure that have left many households struggling to prioritize festive shopping. Despite the situation, people are hoping for a better Nigeria as the year evolves.
Present, the market is dropping. As for rice, is now 54, 55 for small rice. Some Nigerian rice we are selling it 54, 52. But as low as the price was, there was no movement of market. People don't enter market to buy. Last year we sell bag of rice 85,000, 84,000. People trooped in more than now. So it seems there is no money in the country. God will help us all in Jesus' name.
Our sales now is down. Ọjà wálẹ̀, rice wálẹ̀, gàrí wálẹ̀. In fact, I can say everything is in low price for now. But ọjà low sales landing.
There is no market, there is no money. That last year itself, rice cost, but market day. But now, no market, no money. No, everybody don't buy anything.
As festive season draws closer, traders remain hopeful for a last-minute rush, while buyers continue to navigate the realities of limited income. Damola Lokutan reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Still in Lagos, a correspondent Onyeka Ogolo reports from the Mile 12 International Market. The prices of major food staples have eased, even as onions recorded a sharp increase.
At Lagos Mile 12 International Market, the usual Christmas rush is in full swing, with shoppers haggling traders, shouting prices, and barrel pushers waving through narrow aisles. This year, however, many shoppers are finding some relief. The price of foreign rice has dropped significantly and now selling for between 64 and 76,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag, far below last year's record high. Local rice remains stable at about 60,000 naira, while tomato and gari have always become more affordable.
Price of thing is high. We don't know, but maybe if government can help us, because maybe it's because of fuel or anything. Because when you call driver to help you carry load from one place to another, all this make goods cost. They are complaining, no, fuel is too cost, all this. So we beg government to help us. Maybe they can help us with fixed price of market. That one could be better. So everybody will know that this is the normal price, and this is normal buy you buy, and this is normal price you sell. Maybe that one will be better in this Nigeria, because everybody doing our own, and which is not fair for we poor woman.
Onions prices have jumped sharply, with a bag now selling for as much as 130,000 naira, forcing many families to cut back to seek alternatives.
Now the market is the price is varies. Sometimes it's going up or come down. Like on Monday now, we sold bag at the rate of 80. As at was yesterday, the bag is 110, 120. The one that is not good, 100,000 per bag. So that is what affect the bowl now. Bowl, we sell 13, 14, but now we are selling correct one, we are selling 17 for the purple. But dry one is scarce inside market. Dry one, the bag of it now, last week that they brought it, they sold the bag at the rate of 160,000. So the little one that's inside market, inside the bowl, we are selling that bowl as you see, 27, 28. So what is happening there now? The price is not fixed.
Adding to the pressure are ongoing demolitions in Ketu Mile 12 artists by the Lagos State government, which commuters say has doubled travel time to market, making access more difficult during the busy season. Despite these challenges, traders and shoppers say Mile 12 market remains the cheapest option for many households, with food buying groups pooling resources to reduce cost ahead of Christmas.
This basket, you can sell it 50,000 naira. When I sell it, this was smaller one 15,000 naira. Before they sell them 35 to 40. But the market don't move today, don't go, then they go up. People they come, they buy, people they rush, they come, they buy them. Already, now make the market don't they go up now. So maybe if it change, if people come plenty, the market go they high. Even market don't come plenty, people come plenty, market go they off. So even not be Christmas, the thing they happen like that. So now in Christmas, everybody rush and they come buy market already. No saying a season.
This period of December, Christmas period, our goods very, very cheap. It come down well. Like formerly, we are selling this bag 22, 23. But now we are selling 21, 20. Market, we don't even see anybody. We have fufu from Edo State. In fact, their fufu is fantastic. Very nice. It don't smell. That one we used to count it. Like if you need this bag is 40,000. Full bag. But if you want retail, it's 1,000. They should come and help us because we are not selling. Many of us go on loan. So if we don't sell, how will you pay the loan?
With just days to Christmas, Mile 12 market reflects the reality of the season. Lower prices for some essentials, higher costs for others, and shoppers determined to celebrate despite these challenges. From Mile 12 markets, I am Onyeka Ribola, reporting for VOP TV.
Also in Edo State, a correspondent through the journey reports that traders were experiencing slow sales as rising food prices continue to affect businesses.
In Edo State have recorded lower than expected sales this Christmas as traders report that rising prices of food and goods are affecting business. The slowdown observed in major markets across the state comes despite the festive season, which usually sees high consumer spending. Traders noted that current sales are lower compared to previous years during the Yuletide period.
100,000, 120. Small one, 60,000. Small, the other one, 40. Crate, 25. Before not be so. But now I say that they do something. Now I can hear like that. Is it because of Christmas?
Road, express is not a market. People are shading there, no way to come inside the market to buy things. The whole place is so jam-packed that you cannot even walk with your feet to come inside to buy things. Though things are down, the price calm down a little, but there's scarcity of money. People are not buying. You cannot see everybody sitting down. Just 2 days to wash night. You saw us sitting down. It's unusual.
People where they buy and they, we where they sell and we they. It too dear. It pass 120, pass 130 for a carton of fish. It too high. May government help us. May them bring them. And the second one where I want to meat, it dear. Want of money, may go down.
Na die. Me too dear. If we when they buy, we buy not the correct. High. One cow head. 150, 120, 130 now.
Buyers are also limiting their purchases, focusing mainly on essential items due to the high cost of living.
They said this fowl, like
15, 20,000. And the food we dey buy am before, a bag 12,000. Now we dey buy a bag 25,000. So that's why this fowl there now. Now like 30,000 and 35,000.
Parents cock, we dey buy 80,000, 70,000. Now e say 27,000. It's too high now, the price too much. We no fit buy. Here suppose full for Christmas now, as they do Christmas, here go full for crowd. Now, nothing. So people not feature for Christmas, it's not good, very, very bad.
Market users are appealing to the government to take action, urging measures to reduce prices and ease economic pressure on residents during the festive period. The subdued market activity highlights how inflation is impacting both traders and shoppers in Edo State this Christmas. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Still on the festivity period, the season is marked with church services featuring carols, hymns, gospel reading, and the lighting of candles, symbolizing Christ as the light of the world. For many, Christmas represents peace, joy, and unity. It is also a time for reunion, reflection, and strengthening relationship. Some Nigerians who speak with our correspondent, Matthew Ogunswada, describe Christmas as a season of compassion, togetherness, and hope.
The federal government of Nigeria has officially declared Thursday, December 25 and Friday, December 26, 2025 as public holidays to mark Christmas Day and Boxing Day celebrations. The announcement was made in a statement by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Dr. Ajani called on Nigerians to use the Christmas season as a time for reflection, highlighting values traditionally associated with the birth of Jesus Christ, which include love, peace, humility, and sacrifice. Additionally, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, urged citizens across religious, ethnic, and social divides to take advantage of the festive period to pray for national unity, improved security, and sustainable development. Across the streets of Lagos, amid bubbling transport movement and busy marketplaces, Nigerians shared their views on what Christmas season truly means to them.
Christmas for me is about Jesus Christ. Christ lived a life, an exemplary life, a standard that we are to live after. Because from the time, the beginning of mankind, we fell, we sinned, and he had to come to show us the way back to God. That was the whole essence. And anything outside of him being seen on Christmas doesn't show Christmas. All of the stuff people do about, well, it's good to celebrate, but the meaning of Christmas is about Jesus, and that was the whole essence. And at such a time like this, it calls for the government to take that example. If someone was selfless, someone was able to show a standard, I think our leaders are supposed to learn from that and leave a legacy, a standard, so much that it would affect mankind. Jesus affected mankind. So we are encouraged by the life he lived. As a matter of fact, it is through him that we get to God. Without him, we would not be able to go to God. So it's the way, the truth, and the life. So that is all about Christmas.
The benefit of a Christmas is to remember the birth of Jesus Christ. The benefit of people to share love to one another. Like, you know, if you observe, you can see people are carrying pack of rice, people are carrying chicken. So when you have two, you give it out to one. That is the way of showing love.
The government should help us because we don't have money to celebrate this Christmas. As we are now, tomorrow is Christmas. We don't have any hope. We just sit down here. No money to buy rice, no money to buy fowl. Just sit down. As I did now, I never buy clothes for my pikin. Still they call me at my wife. You know, good. As I did, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I want government should help us.
Across different background and belief, Nigerians agree that Christmas is a time to strengthen bond, show kindness, and pray for a better nation, while urging the government to tackle the economic hardship plaguing the country. Wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that wonderful coverage. As Christians across the country mark the birth of Jesus Christ today, President Bola Tinubu and all the national leaders have urged Nigerians to embrace peace, unity, and religious tolerance. In his Christmas message, President Tinubu reaffirmed his commitment to freedom of worship, stressing that no Nigerian should suffer discrimination because of their faith. He described religious tolerance as a core national value and commended Christians for their contributions to national development. Senate President Godswill Akpabio also congratulated Nigerians, urging them to promote peace, love, and generosity during the season. First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu called on Nigerians to uphold values of love, compassion, and kindness beyond Christmas, describing the season as one of the reflection and renewed commitment to one another. Across the states, governors echoed similar messages. Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori urged residents to embrace Christ-like virtues of sacrifice and compassion, while Katsina State Governor Atiku assured Christians of his administration's commitment to unity and freedom of worship. Bayelsa Governor Doye Diri encouraged citizens to draw strength from faith amid challenges, as Adamawa Governor Amadou Fintiri described Christmas as a symbol of hope despite economic and security concerns. The Nigeria Labour Congress President Joao Ajero extended Christmas greetings to Nigerian workers, wishing them peace and renewal, while former Vice President Atiku Abubakar called on Nigerians to use the season for healing, forgiveness, and national unity. Also, the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Most Reverend Matthew Kuka, urged Nigerians not to lose hope despite prevailing hardship, describing Christmas as a season of enduring joy and divine presence. You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us this afternoon, though virtually to help analyze the story, especially regarding the Christmas celebration, is Pastor Martins Olusaki, the pastor in charge of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Freedom Court, Idi Araba, Lagos. Good afternoon, Pastor Martins.
Good afternoon to you. It's nice to be here.
Merry
Thank
Christmas, and good to have you join today's Media News and Voice of the People television.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's start off. What now? Some Nigerians have already told us what they believe or think that Christmas is. And, they've explained it according to how they understand. Some, even those who are not Christians, also extended the whole felicitation and the joy that everyone is talking about today. But I would like you to help us as a man of God, help us explain in simple terms what Christmas means. If possible, it can, take us a little down the memory lane on how we have to get to this point where we are today to celebrate Christmas, that everyone, be it Christian, be it Muslim, be it atheist, be it traditionalist, everyone is celebrating today.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity, and Merry Christmas to you and to all our viewers. Of course, Christmas is basically about the love of Jesus, the love of God to the world. The Bible says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. It is important, and we're excited that God came in a human form to redeem, mankind. Every fruit starts with a seed. And God gave us a seed, Jesus, in the form of a baby, which we're celebrating today, the birth, of Jesus. So because of the love that God loved the world so much, right, that he gave sacrificially Jesus Christ. So that's why it is important that in Christmas we share love, we shout about love, we scream about love, because that is the whole essence of us coming together to celebrate this season. God loved the world so much, he loved him enough to give his only begotten Son, that God come in the form of human, flesh to redeem mankind. I think that is such an amazing thing for us to celebrate.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pastor Martins. Now, can you also help us to tell us, why is it that Christmas is being considered to be a significant event? There was this. I was somewhere yesterday, and there was an argument. If there is no Christmas, would there be an Easter celebration? And if there is no Christmas, are we going to have Christians today and all that? So help us walk around the significance of this, why is it that Christmas is considered a significant event?
Amazing. Yeah, as I said, Christmas is like the seed that bear the fruit of everything. So if there's no Christmas, of course, no Easter, Jesus Christ is not going to die. There's not going to be redemption of mankind, and Christianity, of course, will not exist. So it's a form of a seed to the word that we are in today. So Jesus Christ came to save the world, but he had to come through, in the form of a human being, all right? And God had to come, and the word became flesh, and it dwelled among us. That is John chapter 1 and verse 14. All right. And we beheld his glory, the glory of the begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So God needed to redeem mankind, and God did not just jump from heaven and say, hey, here is God, I want to save you. But he came as a form of human, born in a manger, all right, to the family of Joseph, and Mary, and were nurtured, became a carpenter, and grew, in faith, learned the ways of God, and grew in spirit. Bible says, and the child grew in wisdom and stature, and with favor with God and with man, and grew to a point where he could save, humanity. And that is why we are celebrating this as a seed that God started this plan through giving birth to a child. For God so loved the world, he gave us his only begotten son. Bible says, unto us a child is born, all right, unto us a son is given. So we are excited that the child is born unto us, and that is the significance of Christmas and the foundation of our faith as Christians. All right. So I think it's very important that we celebrate this, because this is the bedrock of everything. No Easter celebration, no Christian faith if Jesus did not come to die.
Exactly.
And the death of Jesus started from the birth of Jesus.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Apostle Martin. Now, another thing again, you just said something about Christmas being the bedrock of the whole, celebration and all that. How do you think people, especially families, can, celebrate Christmas in a way that it reflects its true essence? Because some people have already attached Christmas to be just the gifts, the free food, the free drink, the parties, and every other thing. So how are we going to find a way to bring the real essence of this celebration back from family level to communities and, maybe to the world at large?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Because Christmas is still about celebration. All right. When the shepherd heard about the news, they were excited. Bible said there was joy in the city. There was joy, there was peace to all. Even the angel has talked about the joy that Jesus Christ, brought to humanity. So the whole essence of family, coming together, reminding ourselves about the love of God to us as a people. All right. And one most important thing that I want us to know is that the reason Jesus came is so that we can become part of God's family. All right. God is extending his family. So he brought Jesus to us so that we can be first part of the family. The Bible called Jesus the first begotten. All right. He's the firstborn among many brethren. So we are his brethren, is our firstborn. All right. So he has come to bring us into his family. So that brings us also into different families as a family of God. All right. We come together also to celebrate the love that we shared together as a family, and of course the love of Christ that shed abroad even in our hearts, by the Holy Spirit, even within us, as a family. So also, importantly, the love that Jesus brought is sacrificial. All right, it's something that we don't deserve, but something that we needed. So he went out of this way to bring that love to us through pain, or through suffering, and through all of those things. So I believe family, this time is a need for families to come together to share that love together, that bond together, that togetherness. All right, where they can think about how far God has brought them, or of course, and see ahead what God also is doing in their lives, even in the future that they're anticipating.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Pastor Martins. Now, just before I let you go, how do you personally celebrate Christmas? And what does it mean to you? You in particular, apart from being a man of God, what does this Christmas mean to you as a person? And what message would you like to share, with people that have listened to us this afternoon during this news analysis?
Thank you very much. For me as a person, the way I celebrate Christmas is to reach out to people, all right, with the love of God and the love of Jesus. Like today, tomorrow, I'm engaging with some of our friends, engaging in what we call the Love Carnival. All right, it's a way we are sharing the love of God to people. And while we're sharing the love of God to people, meeting their spiritual need, telling them about the love of Jesus and why Jesus Christ came, we are also showing that love, because that's what God did. Not just telling us about the love, but also show the love. We're also showing the love by feeding about 15,000 people, all right, in Amuwo, Apple Junction today and tomorrow, feeding them, physical food, and of course reaching also into their soul and letting them know about the love of Christ. And for everyone watching me, I want you to just use this opportunity to think about how Jesus loves you so much, and how he sent Jesus to you, all right, to be your savior and to be your redeemer. And what is all that we need to do is to open our heart and embrace this love that God has brought to us. When we take in this love and accept this love, we will enjoy the peace of God. All right, the hope of eternal life, is there, and all the beautiful thing that God, had brought Jesus to do in us, for us, and through us will be made manifest, as we await even the coming of our Lord Jesus. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Pastor Martins. We really appreciate your presence here on Voice of the People Television Media News. You're watching the Media News on Voice of the People Television, and we just spoke with Pastor Martins, who happens to be the shepherd of the flock in Redeemed Christian Church of God there in Idiraba, yes, in Idiraba here in Lagos State. Okay, we're going to a quick break. When we come back, the rest of the media news continues. Do well to stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television. As Christians observe the 2025 Christmas celebrations, troops of the Northeast Joint Task Force Operation Hadinkai have urged members of the public, especially worshippers, to remain vigilant. The advice follows a suicide bomb attack at a mosque in Maiduguri on Christmas Eve, which resulted in casualties. In a statement signed by the Media Information Officer of the operation, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, the military said surveillance and security have been intensified across Maiduguri and surrounding areas to prevent further incidents, particularly around places of worship during the festive period. Meanwhile, the Borno State Police Command has deployed over 1,000 officers across major streets, flashpoints, and churches as Christians celebrate Christmas. The deployment follows a bomb blast at a mosque on Wednesday evening, which left 5 people dead and 35 others injured. The police public relations officer, Nahum Dasso, said although security measures were already in place, the incident made it necessary to heighten security across the state. He added that the police, in collaboration with other security agencies, will secure worship centers and recreational facilities, while urging residents to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity. In the meantime, the People's Democratic Party has condemned Wednesday's bomb explosion at a mosque in Maiduguri, Borno State, describing the attack as unacceptable, and blaming the federal government for failing to protect lives and property. In a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Ini Ememobong, the PDP say the incident heightens the worsening security situation in the country, stressing that the protection of citizens remains the primary responsibility of any government. The party commiserated with the families of the victims, noting that no Nigerian should be killed while worshipping. It also warned that continued attack on places of worship could deepen fear and undermine constitutional rights, urging the federal and Borno state governments to urgently deploy more effective security measures, especially during the festive period. Still in the news, the Sokoto state government has announced new security initiatives aimed at curbing banditry and strengthening peace across the state. Governor Ahmed Aliyu disclosed this while opening the 17th meeting of the State Executive Council in Sokoto, describing security as a top priority of his administration. He said the measures will complement ongoing joint operations with federal security agencies, which he noted are already recording positive results. According to the governor, the strategy focuses on improved intelligence gathering and coordination to disrupt bandit networks and prevent attacks. Governor Aliyu added that his administration continues to provide logistical support to security agencies and called on residents to cooperate by sharing timely and credible information with security bodies. In another development, the Anambra State Commissioner of Police, Ikoye Orotogo, says the ongoing crackdown on criminal elements has made it possible for displaced residents of Ihiala local government area to return home and celebrate Christmas after several years. Speaking to journalists in Oka, Orotogo highlighted the key security breakthroughs recorded by the command in 2025. Our correspondent, Nduo Alese, has more in this report.
Governor Monday Okpebholo has signed the 939 billion naira 2026 appropriation bill.
Lilu, Azia, Osumoru, and other hitherto displaced communities of Ihiala local government area returned home and participated in the November 8 governorship elections. He enjoined those still not in touch with their roots to come home for the Christmas festivities, as there is no longer fears of attacks by non-state actors and other criminal elements.
The disruption of multiple kidnapping syndicates operating across several local government areas. We have been able to subdue in great time, to great extent, the menace of kidnapping occurring every day in the state. Dismantling of criminal hideouts and identified black spots through sourcing raids, patrols, strengthening of community policing structures, ensuring residents remain active stakeholders in security.
According to the Commissioner of Police, officers and men of the command have also made huge recovery of arms and dangerous weapons within a short space of time.
The command recovered over 2,000 arms and ammunition, including explosives and dangerous weapons. Even as at last night, we still recovered certain dangerous weapons as part of our clearance operation.
Ndo Obaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Nduo Alese, for that wonderful coverage here in Lagos State. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged residents to remain calm following a fire outbreak at the 25-story Great Nigeria Insurance Building on Martin Street in Lagos Island. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotoso, said no casualty was recorded, while the cause of the fire is yet to be determined. He said the governor immediately directed the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service to intensify response efforts and ensure the evacuation of nearby buildings. Preliminary reports indicate the fire started on the 5th floor of the building, which now serves mainly as a warehouse and retail outlet. Omotosho added that security agencies have cordoned off the area as emergency responders continue safety assessment, assuring residents that the state government remains fully in control of the situation. This report says that the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria has raised concerns over alleged discrepancies between tax laws passed by the National Assembly and the versions gazetted, warning that such differences could undermine governance and public confidence. In a position paper signed by its president, Innocent Ohagwa, the institute called for scrutiny of the process, saying that the integrity of the legislative process is crucial for the rule of law and good governance. The new tax law signed by President Tinubu and set to take effect on January 1, 2026, have prompted allegations of unauthorized alterations. In response, the House of Representatives Speaker Tajuddin Abbas has set up a 7-member committee to investigate the claims. Still in the news, Edo State has moved forward on its 2026 development agenda as Governor Mendo Obobelo signed a 939 billion naira appropriation bill into law. The bill provides the legal framework to fund key programs aimed at boosting growth, improving infrastructure, and enhancing the welfare of residents. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more on this report.
Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has signed the 939 billion naira 2026 appropriation bill, tagged Budget of Hope and Growth, into law after its passage by the Edo State House of Assembly. The signing took place at the Government House in Benin City, where the governor said the 939 billion naira budget is aimed at accelerating development across critical sectors and strengthening the state's economic base. Governor Okpebholo commended the Edo State House of Assembly for the prompt consideration and approval of the bill, noting that the budget will translate into improved welfare and visible projects for residents of the state.
Say a very big thank you because of your proactiveness towards this budget. In fact, I never thought it would be so quick, but to my greatest surprise, you have done a thorough job. I want to once again say a very big thank you, and I believe the budget of hope and growth will catapult Edo State to a higher height.
Speaking earlier, the Speaker of the House, Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, said the 2026 budget prioritizes agriculture and infrastructure, adding that the allocations will boost food security, stimulate growth, and enhance the living standards of Edo people.
The governor is hungry to develop Edo State so that our people will have succor. A walk of 1,000 miles starts with a step, and the governor has started perfectly well. Today, we are here before you, Your Excellency, to present to you for your assent the 2026 approved appropriation law, Edo State of Nigeria, that was passed into law by the 8th Assembly of the Edo State House of Assembly today. And the estimate of this budget is 939 billion 850 million only. On that note, we hereby present the year 2026 approved appropriation law to the governor for his assent. Thank you very much, distinguished members.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that coverage. Away from that story to some business stories. Latest data from the Nigeria Communications Commission shows that Internet usage in Nigeria hits a record 1.24 million terabytes in November 2025, up slightly from 1.235 million in October. Analysts attribute the growth to wider mobile and broadband adaptation, as well as increased use of streaming, online learning, and other digital services. The regulator also reported that broadband penetration has crossed the halfway mark, reaching 50.58% in November, up from 45.61% in January, highlighting the steady expansion of Nigeria's digital economy. From the world of sports, music takes center stage across Morocco on Christmas Day as the African Cup of Nations pauses after the opening round of group stage matches. Fans and host cities will enjoy live performances of Bishop and Pass. Nigerian star Joe Boy headlines in Fez, while Soldier and French rapper Le Fouine perform in Casablanca. Other cities, including Agad, Rabat, Marrakesh, and Tangier, featured acts like Musa Keys, Sidiki, Diabate, Awilo Lugumba, and more. On the pitch, Morocco, South Africa, Tunisia, Senegal, Algeria, and defending champions Côte d'Ivoire all won their opening matches with 27 goals scored across 12 games. Football resumes on Boxing Day with the second round of group fixtures. In entertainment news, American tennis superstar Venus Williams has married Italian actor Andrea Preti in a ceremony in Florida. The couple shared photos from the wedding on their social media pages. Venus is a 7-time Grand Slam single champion and 4-time Olympic gold medalist, renowned for her powerful game and longevity at the top level. Beyond tennis, she is an entrepreneur, fashion designer, and advocate for gender equality and equal pay in sports. That is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Christians observes Christmas Day. Tinubu governors Atiku urge peace. Troop urge vigilance as worship centers. Borno police deploy 1,000 officers after bomb blast. PDP condemns Borno mosque attack. We also told you that CITN raises alarm over tax law changes. In business, we told you that Nigerian internet usage hit 1.4 million terabytes. In sports, Joe Boy Soldier headline AFCON Christmas break festivities. In entertainment, Venus Williams weds Italian actor Andrea Preti. That is it on the Media News and Voice of the People TV. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina. Okay, Chico, good afternoon and thanks for watching. Once again, Merry Christmas.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Atiku and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 talk, please the sport.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How you all doing? Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your precious baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And it is a Christmas day. Who is excited? Because I am excited too. See, a lot of, chickens, lots of I bet me when they chop, they celebrate this, this festive time. Mona shall they remember me because a lot of people no go they remember me. Mona go they eat and I no go remember your neighbor, but shall remember your neighbor because me I say I see day here. You understand? All right. It's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're going to bring you an exciting blend of gist, and because it's Christmas, we are going to talk about a lot of things. So please don't go anywhere, sit tight while we ride together. And yes, first on our list today, we are talking about Iniedo. She begs regulators like Khan not to pull down A Very Dirty Christmas. And come to think of it, she has done her movie. Filmmaker Iniedo has appealed to the National Film and Video Censors Board and the Christian Association of Nigeria not to withdraw her recently produced movie, A Very Dirty Christmas, from cinemas following public backlash over its title. The controversy erupted after Khan described the title as offensive to the Christian faith and called for regulatory action. In response, Iniedo released an emotional video on social media, stressing that the objection is based solely on the title and not the content of the film, so which she said does not mock or insult Christianity. So the actress apologized to anyone offended and stated that there was no intention to disrespect Christmas or Christian values. So adding that she is willing to change the movie's title for if necessary. However, she pleaded that the film should be allowed to film in the cinemas while discussion continues, so urging critics and regulators to watch the movie before judging it. So Iniedo maintained that if the content is found to be offensive after viewing, she would personally support its withdrawal. So she kept emphasizing that the production was created in good faith and with respect for all religious beliefs. So let's talk about the movie, A Very Dirty Christmas. This movie was really crafted by Iniedo. And come to think of what movie producers go through, it's not an easy thing. So she going through that now, with all the cries and everything. I really feel for her because, putting all those work and they'll tell you, this movie must not be put out there because of this, because of this, because of this. I understand everything, but then this has to be done rightly. I guess she has already come out to say that this movie doesn't concern, backlash on the Christianity or anything, but please, that this movie is just one of those movies that we can just watch, and we should actually go to see it before we judge it. We judge what the title of the name has is. So I feel for her because a lot of people, a lot of producers really put in that stress, put in that much work to see that their movie is out there. So judging from my own perspective, I see her as somebody that is really hardworking, has put in so much work. So it's a lot if the movie is pulled down. Because yes, a lot of producers go through a lot of things. You think that being on set is easy. It's not. Being on set morning, day, night, morning, day, it's not easy. Talking about how to arrange everything and from the set, cameras, talk about a lot of things. Basically, finances and the rest of them. All those things are coupled all together. And, with all those stress and everything, they'll tell you your movie is pulled down. If it's me, I'm going to feel bad too. Yeah, that's the truth. So let's hear what she has actually come out to say. So let's see this video.
Just give us some time. Don't pull the film. Don't pull the film. Figure out how to change the title, but I just want to apologize to everybody who feels offended by the title of this film. A Very Dirty Christmas wasn't meant to discredit Christians or Christianity or the religion that we really all love and preserve. But if it is really hurting anyone, I want to say I'm sorry. That was not the intention. It was just a metaphoric way of telling a story and provoking conversations. The intention was not to ever dishonor God, Christians, or the religion. I know no other religion. So this is just me saying.
So I actually feel for her, the way she's, tearing up, crying. Please don't pull this movie down. It's a lot. I went through a lot, doing that movie. Please don't pull it down. I actually feel for her. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning her social media story, but she brought out and then the video actually. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have come out to say. And you know, a lot of people are giving their own experience as movie producers go through a lot, you know, in producing movies and the rest of them. This Christmas that a lot of people would want to are expecting to get a lot of, you know, bangers, a lot of things to you know, while out time and, you know, enjoy with their family. And right now, a lot of people want to, you know, producers, they want to be cashing out this time around. And this is coming. It's a blow. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Iniedo's video. So yes, let's take some comments. And Aid Stella said, those who made this movie and came up with the title should have played out these scenarios in their head, Sha. I'm not in support of all this at all. Okay, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Vlog Cook Kemi said, change it to Rough Christmas. Do you think it's easy to change the movie title? It's even hard, like, because you have to go through some particular things for you to change that name. Because you bringing out the movie is not an easy one. So changing it is also going to follow that procedure. So yes, it's not as easy. It's not, they said easier said than it's done. It's not as easy as it is, that has been said. So yes, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Priscilla Rose said, please can watch the movie. Okay. And Bam's girl said, it's well. The truth is they should even watch the movie first before judging this country. Sha. All right. Hepzibah said, so we have can in this country. Ogao. Of course, we have the Christian Association of Nigeria. So vlog, we have a lot of comments, and people are actually saying that the movie is not supposed to be given this name because Christmas is, you know, the celebration of Jesus Christ, and, you know, putting that kind of name there is, you are speaking down on the Christian religion and the rest of them. So me, I understand where all these things is coming from, but then this is a work someone has actually put out. Maybe in her head, this is not exactly what she meant. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's a different story entirely. So you putting out, you know, telling her to put down the video and put down her movie is a lot for her. And a lot of people can't even take it that lightly, like, you know, take it lightly, actually. So I feel the way she's crying because it's painful. You know, putting all your whole strength, putting in those hard work, and all of a sudden it comes crumbling down. It's painful. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Monica Value said they should watch the movie first and see if it's anything like the title. It's just like Funke Akindele behind the scene, which anyone would think it's about what public figures does behind the scene. But when you watch, it's entirely different. They should please consider her and not put her effort to waste, as she's not being arrogant about it. I want to talk about this. Basically, you remember when Daniel Etim did his movie. There's this movie that Daniel Etim did that it brought a lot of things. They're talking about, a lot of people are now talking about the bandits because of the way the movie was like centered on. So a lot of people are saying this movie should be pulled down. That it's talking about the Muslims and the rest of them, and let everything, you understand. We should not just. This is not all about religion right now. It's about we are the personalities, because how do you see the movie? Yes, how do you see the movie? Because a lot of people would go through, producers go through the stress, you know, putting in those stories in their head and trying to put this thing out, and then they put in the work, and all of a sudden you just tell them, you need to pull that movie down. It's not easy. It's painful because you put in all your money, finances, everything, and all of a sudden it's just it's going down, and it's not something to be happy about. Trust me. And yes, let's take some more comments. A lot of people are talking about this and, you know, giving their own insight of the movie, actually. So let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, first of all, this shouldn't offend Christians because Jesus wasn't born on Christmas. It's not in the Bible. This is just a religion spirit attitude. And while Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria, where was Khan? Okay, why didn't they speak up? All right, that's a strong one. And another person said, I will try to change the title, give the new title, make Rush go cinema. All right, even if they change the title, people would still want to go see it. If they still don't change it, people will still going to see it. All right, and that's it for that for Iniedo. I just pray that, you know, she's able to fix all this whole thing, because a lot of people they talk plenty things about it. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next guest, which happens to be actor James Renton, confirmed dead. at 46, and this is not a good one. So American actor James Renton, widely known for his roles in HBO's The Wire and the blockbuster film It, Chapter 2 has been confirmed dead at the age of 46. Reports from U.S. media on Friday, December 19, 2025, confirmed that the actor passed away in Los Angeles, sending shock waves through the entertainment industry and among fans worldwide. So tributes have actually continued to pour in from colleagues and admirers who praised his talent, versatility, and intense on-screen performances. Sorensen enjoyed a successful career spanning film and television with notable appearances in Generation, like Q, Bush, The Black Phone, and Poker Face. He was regarded as a gifted character actor whose performance left a lasting impression. His death has been met with widespread grief, as many in the industry remember him as a dedicated professional and a powerful storyteller whose work will continue to resonate with audience. So it's a lot. This is like, this gift of life that we have is actually underrated. Waking up in the morning, being healthy, being hearty, it's a lot. Yes, we have every reasons to thank God, because you waking up in the morning and seeing yourself, I can move my legs, I can move my hands, and I can shout, I can talk, and you can do everything you can do. But a lot of people out there, they sleep and they don't wake up. And this is something that you need to be thankful to God. Yes, this is a Thanksgiving period. You need to thank God. It's a lot. People are going through a lot of it. Losing a loved one is actually painful. I'm telling you, losing a loved one is painful. So imagine, someone very close to you, you lose that person. It's painful. I don't think you have to get that imagination on your head that I'm not going to see this person again. It's a lot of things. It's not funny. Trust me, this is really a sad story. And I just pray that God gives the family the grace and the strength to pull this through, because, losing a talented filmmaker, a talented actor at that age is, it's a lot of things. People get to live at the age of, when you talk about, celebration of life, you be thinking about from little age to definitely, let's say, just 90 or 80, or a lot of people surpass that, but then a lot of people don't. So for your life that you have to be thankful to God. Trust me, it's a lot of things. People just wake up and just feel that they can do anyhow and live anyhow. See, if God decides, say, he wants us to scatter this earth, everybody go back. But trust me, he's a merciful Father. And definitely, we just have a reason to be thankful to him, because that is what it is. And yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. It's actually a painful one. It's not a good one, but then we give, in all situations, we give glory to God. All right, yes, this is what somebody said. He said, Legend of the Dogs, rest in peace. And yes, amen to that. And Dr. Always Sorozi said, people are really going through a lot of things. And yes, it's true. People going through depression, going through a lot of things and try to take their own life, committing suicide. And see, suicide is not an option. Now who give up? Now you fail for this life. As far as I'm concerned, if you give up, now you fail. I'm telling you, a lot of people are going to carrying their own problems up and down. But then, okay, all right. Nikki Stender said people are going through a lot of depression. Oh. All right, Nessa said I don't even blame him. Life can be so hard. R.I.P. to him. And another person said, I am only Empire said he struggled to find meaning to what life really is. See, come to think of it, a lot of people, we have stars, we have celebrities, and a lot of people that have been in that spotlight, light and stuff like that, but then they don't still have peace. So see, it's only Jesus that can give you that peace. I'm telling you, because a lot of people will sleep and they will not wake up. It is God's mercy and grace. And trust me, whether your religion be, sin and one still one God, where will they serve? And he has been all be merciful to you. So you, where they see life, where they breathe good breath, where they shake your body, where they move your body, you can go out, you can come in. You just have to be thankful to God. Trust me, it's a lot. You get what I'm trying to say. So let's take more comments of what people are talking about James, about his death, and it's a painful one. And yes, somebody said all you see is the smiling faces, not the struggle behind closed doors. I've been there before. Not everyone will understand. You feel dead inside. See, my advice to people that are going through depression, because yes, a lot of people will be going through depression. If you have someone to talk to, please talk to that person. And you, where person come meet you, say, it be like say I get one problem where they bother me. I'm going through a lot. Be that listening ear people want to. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to be the listening ear, be the encouragement that people want to hear from you. Not that when someone comes to meet you and tell you, please, I'm going through a lot. I really want to talk to you about something. Say, no, go. I don't want to talk to you. I beg. Because tell me, if that person, God forbid, if that person just die, see, your own is finished. That person's blood is going to be on your head. Because at that moment, you are the encouragement. The person feels that he can come to speak to you, or she can come to speak to you, and you just try follow them with love. That is just the thing. Because a lot of people need that love out there. People they go through a lot, which they cannot even talk. A lot of people can't talk. Yes. So please, be that kindness they deserve. Be that love they deserve. That's true. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's not a good one because, death here and there, a lot of things are still happening here. And yes, let's see what someone has to say. We said, you see people smile and fake happiness, but you never understand the pain and suffering inside their heart. God help us not to age such decision, no matter what, because I understand and can tell what it feels to be helpless and never heard. God help us all. Amen to that. And I also pray that the family, God gives the family strength and grace to pull this through, because it's really a sad one. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Pella apologizes to public over recent accident. So yeah, Pella has actually come out. Popular social media personality Pella has issued a public apology to Nigerians following widespread backlash over his actions surrounding a recent road accident. In a video message shared online, Pella expressed deep regret for his behavior, admitting his actions were careless and inappropriate. So he acknowledged the concerns raised by members of the public and took responsibility for the incident, stating that he had learned an important lesson and would not repeat such conduct in the future. So the apology comes after intense public criticism and discussion on social media, with many calling for accountability and greater responsibility from public figures. So Pella also appealed for calm, urging the public to avoid harassment or misinformation connected to the incident. His statement has since sparked mixed reactions, and with some commending his willingness to apologize, while others continue to call for stricter consequences to discourage similar actions going forward. All right. See, this story is, I want to talk about this. When Pella, when that video first came out online, and a lot of people saw that, and people are saying, Pella, why would you do this? Well, I said, see, a lot of things are going on basically from, I wouldn't even blame. I say, parents, how do you speak to your children more often? Do you get? Because parents have a big role to play in the lives of these people. Yes, you can see somebody making that drastic decision and, don't even care of taking their own life. It's scary. I'm telling you, but yes, he has actually come out to apologize, because he don't know, say, he don't fuck up last. Do you understand? But then, let's see what he has actually come out to say. Let's see the video.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry for everything I do. Please, I'm sorry. I let emotion to get to me. That's why I do that. I'm very sorry. Please, you can comment anything, abuse me, but please, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I don't do it intentionally. Please, guys, please forgive me. I'm very sorry. Please, don't bully Jarvis. Leave her. It's not concerned her. It's me. Please, you people, please, don't do anything bad. I'm sorry, please. Thank you. God bless all of you. Please, don't forgive me. I'm sorry. Thank you.
People that are actually coming out to say, Bella, you do this one, you do that one, how can you? I beg me when I leave Bella. See, he has actually, known what he did and he's sorry for that, like he said. So about Jarvis, people should also leave her. People should stop training her because it's a lot. See, because someone, Pella and Jarvis have been together for a while, doesn't mean that they will end up together. I'm just saying, stating my own side of the view, but then doesn't mean that you being with somebody for a long time doesn't mean that you will end up with that person. A lot of people date and 4 years, 12 years, and still don't end up together. It's not how far, it's how well. Yes, it's how well. Because a lot of people want to say, I knew this person for 12 years, I knew this person for 100 years. See, consider that person. Last, if God say no, be both of you now no go see marry. You cannot force yourself to do something that you don't want to do. So relationship is a different thing entirely. You need to, it requires a lot of things. Like I always say before, it's more spiritual than the physical because people see it as something that they can just go in and rush out. No, you can know somebody for 12 years and still don't end up with that person. If one person if it possible, say you don't already date with person just 1 month, and before you know it, you already know saying that this is the person for you. Yes, because when your person comes, you will know. You don't need to start dragging and doing all those things. Quarrel, people still quarrel and still reconcile in the matter. Yes, that's the truth. But that doesn't mean you should, go this length to, hurt yourself or hurt other people. It's a lot of things. But I don't know how people take depression. I don't know how people take hurtful things. So it's everybody with their own different perspective or whatever. But my own advice is that each time you're going through things like this, you have people to talk to. Not before. How you go, does they comfortable talk, say, I want to go and kill me. No, now. It's a lot of things. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Pella and Jarvis about the accident, about his car, and a lot of things. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Pella's story. And yes, Fresh Pops 5 said, Pella, you need a mentor, an ethical mentor. When no get emotions, life na strategy they walk past. All right. And Grayson said, no wahala, go and sin no more. All right, another person said, this Pella said, God abeg, glad you are up on your feet. Yes, because God forbid, what God do you now? You heard you go explain, give us. All right, another person said, now person will never love wholeheartedly go blame you. Actually, I understand you and you are forgiven. But next time, try to let go when people say they don't. When people say they don't want you anymore. It's not easy, but please try. There are millions of people out there that want you in their life. And actually, that's the truth. And Mankey said, don't forgive me, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. Please, though. I don't know. This, Mankey, please, though, be coming down because this is your own, eh? I don't understand. Mankind. With this your name, Seth. I don't even know whether this your name fits you at all. All right. The kind you're not supposed to be there. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this and about Pella. Let's take more comments. And Masina said, sorry, say sorry to the whole world. All right, Soma Apex said, it's okay, champ. And Cute Idea said, all right. Official Razchi said, stay safe, bro. Yes, actually, please, Bella, stay safe. It's actually important that when things like this come up again next time, actually, I know say you could don't learn your lesson from now. Next time, no will happen again. But try to talk to someone if you are in need, if you are in pain, if you're feeling hurt or anything. Just try to, let go, move on with your life. It's the simplest and it's the easiest thing to do. I'm telling you, a lot of people will say, I'm not going to eat again because they broke your heart. Auntie and Uncle, go and chop. Chop food, let you get weight. When you get weight, do things what you want to. Nobody come and tell me say because of man or because of woman, we eat food. You're joking. Please don't do that kind of joke. It's very important to feel your tummy. Please eat and be healthy. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of juicy gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of juicy gist. And yes, the next topic we're talking about right now is Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has stirred fresh controversy after publicly calling on Nigeria's Department of State Services, that is the DSS, to investigate the Church of Popular Cleric Pastor Chris Okafor, so specifically urging security operatives to dig up and open the altar. So Ogala made the statement during a recent podcast interview where she alleged that something suspicious may be buried beneath the altar of the church. So according to her, an incident reportedly occurred during the construction of the church building, claiming that part of the structure collapsed and led to a death, and that authorities should thoroughly investigate the site to uncover the truth. The actress's remark come amid an ongoing and highly publicized feud between herself and the Pastor Chris Okafor, so marked by a series of accusations and allegations. While her comments have sparked intense debate and reactions across social media, it's important to note that her claims remain allegations, and there has not been official confirmation that DSS have actually launched and investigated on or taking the action regarding her call. So Pastor Chris Okafor has also not issued any detailed public response specifically addressing the altar-related claims as of the time of this report. So it's a lot of things. See, this Chris Okafor and Pastor Chris Okafor and Ogala, this is a lot of things. This matter is long, oh. Hey, God. This one is that, who is not saying the truth? Because VDM have actually come out to say things concerning this, because a lot of things that will be unfolded, and like this has to bring it has brought a lot of questions. What is going on in the Christian how will I put in the Christian region right now? Because a lot of people are using, how would I say, people are coming out to say that they are Christians, but really when they are not. It's a lot of things. But before I say what I want to say, I'd like us to see this video, because actually, Doris actually came out. She has been saying a lot of things since. But to be like, say this one, don't shake everywhere. So, and when VDM has already said something concerning it. So, it's a lot of things. So, like, putting all those plans. I think for her to even come out to say that kind of, be bold to say that thing. Should we check? That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of people come out and say, I'm a pastor, I'm this, and why not? They are not. So, a lot of people don't come out, bring out their own, idea, advice of what they feel about this whole thing. Let's see this video. Let's say this, because a lot of people, I don't know, like, tell me, concerning this Doris, concerning Chris Okafor, it's a lot of things. This matter is just going long, going there, going here. Everybody just they put mouth on their own on this thing, and a lot of people they talk plenty things. Come to think of it, she herself said, "You're not going to marry." Let's see this.
I won't say further than that. When they were building that place collapsed. Somebody died too. But apart from somebody there is something, there's a blogger that found something on the ground. This man was begging. Called me, said, what do I give to this blogger to close his mouth? The DSS should go and open that altar.
The church altar.
The church altar where he used to stand, that pulpit.
See, this thing is now a lot of things. First of all, Doris came out and said, Pastor Chris, who are you leaving me for? who are you going to leave me for after all the things? She herself no talk say she no be bad person. No, she already agreed say she be bad person. You understand? But she's not saying that. How would you leave me for? Who would you leave me? Who will get married to me? Pastor still go ahead, still do wedding, do traditional marriage, still do white wedding. Now, no be who you go leave me for now. She's not coming to say this has to be fixed. That you need to go. She said a lot of things. And this has to draw this attention of what is happening in churches now. People now hide in the fame or hide beneath being a pastor, being a church worker, and you feel that when you tell somebody, I'm a pastor. See, now, not be the time when you go tell person, I'm a pastor, we go use 2 eye, even 2 leg, they look you because a lot of things are going on right now. Yes. When they tell you, I'm a pastor, you look the person and say, no, this is a man of God. We need to, yes, you're a good man of God. And definitely people, they respect you, they're humble to you. But right now, it's a lot of things. A lot of people are doing things now and nobody they trust each other again. All right. Is where I just feel things like this has to be put in check. Yes. Because, people coming out to say a lot of things. And we as human beings, guys, they're careful. Yes, we have to be very, very careful with the way we live our life, with the way we do things, because you don't know who is watching. That's the truth. That's the truth. If you say where we there, we know they see you, but God in heaven still they see. So a lot of things are happening. You have to be very careful with the kind of church you go to, the kind of places you be in. It depends, and that is very, very important. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Cubana chief priest unveils luxury mansion project in Olsu, Imo State. And come to think of it, this December is an obsolete time. I'm telling you, it's a dirty December. I've been saying this since. Everybody is just doing their own thing, left and right, bringing up, And now, Cubana chief priest is not even left behind. Popular Nigerian socialite and entrepreneur, Cubana chief priest has sparked reactions online after showing of a massive luxury mansion he is building in his hometown Osu local government area of Imo State. So the nightlife boss, whose real name is Pascal Chibike Okechukwu, shared videos and photos of the ongoing project on social media, capturing the moment he was warmly welcomed by villagers during a recent visit home. So the visual revealed an imposing structure with high-end architectural features, highlighting his intention to invest back into his roots. So the development has drawn admiration from fans and followers, many praising him for remembering his hometown and showcasing success beyond the city lifestyle. Hey, if I want to shout this in the most state, because this is a lot. See how people are even, when person is somebody is big. Too much talk, this kind of thing. Even the mamas, they dance. But this is actually beautiful. This is massive. Are you seeing the interior? Hey, Father. This is when you will say, Ebatago. There's a kind of welcome that you will receive like this. Everybody will be saying, Lord. When you tell them the Lord is good, really, the Lord is really good in your life. Because come to think of it, Imo State people, they'll tell me now, Imo State men are this, Imo State men are that. But see the evidence. Evidence full grounds. So to all our potential I'm not saying this basically because I'm an Imo State lady. No, that's becoming that. Before the Anambra people will now come for me and say, Precious, you're coming out to say things concerning us. Please, don't come for me. But I'm just stating this. Regardless, whether Imo State or whether Anambra, come to think of it. Igbo man. Anytime where they stand gidiba, no shaking. But this is actually beautiful to see, this massive mansion, this massive building, and it's something to be celebrating about. Come to think of it, as celebrities are, even this when December don't reach, still they shake everybody. Cubana TV, now you do this one. God, this is really, 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 really massive, and it's beautiful to see. A lot of people don't come out to say, and a lot of people don't come out to say things concerning Cubana chief priest, and the people where they talk about hell in even the people where they say, hell in jail, they see this one. Hey, God, I beg you. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Cubana's mansion. And trust me, this interior is saying a lot of things. Men day. Actually, men day. That song when they talk, say, men will get money, now it be this. All right, let's take some comments. And Mute K said, when God bless you with wealth, carry and reach home. Of course, it's how the Igbo men do this. I'm telling you, it's how they, organize themselves, try to be. I'm not basically talking about the Igbos. Now, I'm going to generalize this. If God don't bless you well, try to send this thing home. Yes, make everybody touch. You understand? Share that love. Share it. Let everybody know. Make everybody know. It depends on the life that you impact. Not be about to get money. If you get the money, still they stingy. Nothing goes still up. I'm telling you. But if you have the money, always try to spread the love. Always try to show kindness. Definitely, they'll be calling you. They'll be doing a lot of things for you. And yes, that is it. Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come to say about Cubana Chief Priest. And yes, Izu XC said, this is why Igbo men are special. Of course, Abi, Izu, I support you. So they always remember home. And that's true. And Uku Gloria said, Christmas is made for Igbos. I want to say something, but I don't want to. I just pity our, people who know they hear Igbo, but it's all right. Okay, so Uku Gloria said, Christmas is made for Igbos. It don't go better for anybody when no agree our people reach home. This is all right. I am in the village waiting for the return of my children. There is nothing like it. It's an age-long tradition and we will maintain it till Jesus comes. Igbo Amaka, of course. Our ladies, try get an Igbo man. It's very necessary. I just say make it, because Otogu is well, oh. All right, we were still talking about Cubana Chief Priest. Let's take more comments. And Olowoni said, the mansion is massive, man. Please, it's really massive. It reached to shout. I love the Igbos for this. They must build a standard house in their home state. And yes, that's true. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say, because who would not love this? Oh, Jesus. And come to think of it, I love white colors. You get some colors where you go to see like that. You go just they smile, even without anybody telling you anything. All right, somebody not said I'm vain. Please leave me. This is Obule period. All right, I am Chima. Kingsley said he's very rich. The signs are everywhere. Of course, he's everywhere. And Ugo said, Lord, protect all my brothers and sisters this season. The leg they used to return home, they will also use it to return safely to their bases in this new year. Fathers frustrate. Okay, that's a prayer and amen to that. And Big Dreams said, see the joy for him, Papa face. I'm telling you, God, I beg, do it for me. Make my mama proud. My Papa in heaven, I go make your wife proud in Jesus' name. Amen. And Mute K said, when God bless you with wealth, carry and reach home. And that is true. Always carry wealth home too, to family and friends, so that everybody go there happy and they journey together. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the Spotlight Show. Thank you so much for staying with us here on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and don't forget to tell your stories with heart. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And I am still your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now. Till next time.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Atiku and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge. and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been held, and of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill, properly get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern state are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for Godself, it will stay increase because it's the season now. Normally that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normal. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, Cha. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. To get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If it means to say the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that support the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village, it costs 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live, they should release everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling, government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, like today, Bonny Way, we paid 30,500. But on the norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. But I don't know why the thing is always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umaya. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people want to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. But everything now we don't suffer. Month now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because before we travel, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you see, if you want to go some small place now, you say 500. It's not our fault. Fuel is there and agbo is there. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. We just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Merry Christmas and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the African news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Today is Christmas, a day Christians around the world celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. The season is marked with church services featuring carols, hymns, gospel readings, and the lighting of candles, symbolizing Christ as the light of the world. For many, Christmas represents peace, joy, and unity. Christmas in Africa is a celebration of community, color, and family, with each country adding its own unique twist. Moving on, the ANC Youth League is urging President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa to declare youth unemployment a national disaster. The league says millions of young South Africans are facing a black Christmas of hunger and economic exclusion. Latest data shows youth unemployment at 31.9%, slightly down from 33.2%, but still a major concern for labor experts. ANCYL says declaring a national disaster would allow the government to mobilize resources and fast-track interventions to support young people. This report says that Belgium has joined South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza. The Hague-based court says Belgium filed a declaration of intervention, not fully supporting either side, but aiming to clarify its interpretation of international law. Belgium says ongoing conflict should not prevent the court from determining whether war crimes have occurred, reaffirming its commitment to the UN Genocide Convention. South Africa brought the case in December 2023, alleging Israel's Gaza offensive breached the 1948 Genocide Convention organized by the world. Now to legislative matter. Algeria's parliament has passed a law declaring French colonization a crime of state, demanding an apology and repatriations. MPs opened the session with the national anthem before unanimously approving the bill, which lists crimes including torture, nuclear testing, and resource plunder. Algerian officials say the law sends a clear political message that the country's history is neither erasable nor negotiable. France ruled Algeria from 1830 to 1962, with independence war leaving hundreds of thousands dead. French President Emmanuel Macron has called colonization a crime against humanity, but has not issued an official apology. In another development, Turkey Ministers of Transportation and Infrastructure Abdulkadir Uraloglu has confirmed that a Libyan military delegation's private jet crashed near Ankara on Tuesday evening. The pilot had issued multiple emergency signals citing an electrical failure before the aircraft en route from Ankara's Esenboga Airport to Tripoli's Mitiga Airport went down near Kesi Kakaval village in Hamana district of the country. Investigators have recovered Kakaval's flight data, records of 2% to the country for detailed analysis. A preliminary report has been launched, and authorities say all findings will be shared transparently with the Libyan government and the international community. Still in the news, 5 people have died after a helicopter crashed on Mount Kilimanjaro, Tanzania's highest mountain. The accident occurred on a popular climbing route during a rescue mission to evacuate patients. 2 killed included 2 foreign nationals, a local doctor, a tour guide, and the pilot. Kilimanjaro Regional Police says the helicopter belonged to Kilimanjaro Aviation's a company that provides medical evacuation and other services to tourists as well as people that visit the site. In the Horn of Africa, residents of Somalia's capital, Mogadishu, have voted in municipal elections ahead of the country's first direct national polls in more than 50 years. I beg your pardon. Somalia last held direct elections in 1969 before military rule under General Mohammed Said Barre. Since 2004, indirect elections have been used, with clan representatives choosing lawmakers who descend then to the president. The Mogadishu vote in a city of 3 million is seen as a test for national-level direct elections. Around 1,605 candidates are contesting 390 district council states amid improved security despite ongoing attacks by Al-Shabaab militants. In a related development, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged all eligible voters in the Central African Republic to participate in upcoming nationwide elections and called on authorities to ensure they are peaceful, inclusive, and credible. Guterres stressed that all stakeholders should avoid actions that could incite violence or undermine the electoral process while safeguarding the rule of law and human rights. He further highlighted the historic municipal elections, which have not been held since 1988, as a key milestone in the 2019 Peace and Reconciliation Agreement and a step towards decentralizing state authority. The UN will continue supporting national authorities through its peacekeeping mission and development program to help consolidate stability and democratic governance. Away from election marches, the leaders of Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger say a joint military battalion will be followed by large-scale operations against armed groups in the Sahel, one of the world's deadliest regions for extremism. Burkina Faso's Captain Ibrahim Traoré, recently named head of the Alliance of Sahel States, gave few details, but the move comes days after the battalion was launched to combat Al-Qaeda and ISIS-linked groups. The three countries, which have all experienced recent coups, have expelled French and the U.S. forces and are now relying on Russia, a key security partner. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the African News continues.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging
engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Welcome back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. ECOWAS leaders have approved the admission of Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger as non-member state of the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa, GIABA. The decision made during the 68th ordinary session in Abuja requires the three countries to commit fully to anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing obligations. Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger formally withdrew from ECOWAS earlier this year to form the Alliance of Sahel States. With this approval, GIABA now has 5 non-ECOWAS member states, including Sao Tome and Principe and the Comoros. In another development, a cedarwood boat belonging to Pharaoh Khufu is on display at the Grand Egyptian Museum in Cairo, being reassembled in real time for visitors. Khufu, who ruled over 4,500 years ago, is best known for building the Great Pyramid of Giza. The $1 billion museum opened last month houses nearly 50,000 artifacts, including treasures from King Tutankhamun's tomb. And the boat discovered in 1954 near the Great Pyramid is one of the 2 belongings to Khufu. Still the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break. I will come back. Business and sports stories come up next.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
So your heart and still you'll be going to love the people every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Representatives from labor ministries, foreign affairs, workers and employers organizations across East and Horn of Africa have reaffirmed their commitment to fair, rights-based and gender-responsive labor migration governance. The pledge followed a 5-day regional training on bilateral labor agreements convened by the IGAD Secretariat at the International Labour Organization, supported by the European Union and UK Foreign Office. The training focused on strengthening capacities to draft, negotiate, implement, monitor agreements that protect migrant workers' rights. ILO, EU and IGAD officials emphasize the importance of regional cooperation and collective action to ensure safe and equitable labor migration. In sports, music takes center stage across Morocco on Christmas Day as the Africa Cup of Nations pauses after the opening round of group stage matches. Fans in host cities will enjoy live performances at official AFCON fan parks. Nigerian star Joe Boy headlines in Fez, while Soulja and French rapper Lafoin perform in Casablanca. Other cities, including Agad, Rabat, Marrakesh, and Tangier, feature acts like Musa Keys, Sidiki Diabete, Awilo Lukumba, and more. On the pitch, Morocco, South Africa, Tunisia, Senegal, Algeria, and defending champions Côte d'Ivoire all won their opening matches with 27 goals scored across 12 games. Football resumes on Boxing Day with the second round of group fixtures. Still talking sports, Egypt has appointed an interim committee to run its swimming federation following the death of a young swimmer, Yusuf Mohammed, during the National Under-12 Championship on December the 2nd. Mohammed drowned after remaining underwater for more than 10 minutes, sparking nationwide outrage over safety standards at sporting events. Prosecutors have ordered a criminal trial for senior officials, including the heads of the Swimming Federation and the Egyptian Olympic Committee, accusing them of gross negligence. The Ministry of Youth and Sports says it has contacted World Aquatics to oversee the interim committee and ensure compliance with international safety regulations. And that is it on the African News and Voice of the People Television. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, and also photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. Thanks for watching. Do have a splendid Christmas celebration. Bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes on, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice.
the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Iliagbadam.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
So you have a Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Iliagbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this evening?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the scripts came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the facts about how it ended. Yeah, He ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it can be, it's so easy to predict, oh, the good guy wins always. But this time we decided to, you know, change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, you know. Though there are clues here and there, you know, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, you know, wrapped up. And you know, it's about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins this is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, you know, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, you know, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, you know, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, you know, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a, you know, a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and, you know, play in Shagamu and use Lekki, you know, vibes, you know, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the, you know, flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also, you know, taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have, you know, they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like, leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, you know, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, you know. So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time when you sing?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? We wanted to tell a story. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. So I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, you know, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Thicker Than Water, I played Basse, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, you know, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up. And he just keeps, trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to Ticket the Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production. I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos because I had difficulties locating there because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu. And I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set. And it's just like walking familiar waters, yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died,
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but it's that was just that part, because enough said. I think we can.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. When the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald,
It just leads
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, and when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells cut, just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct. And sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us, yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging scene, challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film. And when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it. I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
Well, how was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
It was mad. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad. Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the no spoilers, go watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. He was very open because I kept, I was like, oh, I'm doing this, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. Not a fun moment, I see. One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was wearing myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing. At least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments, and like there was so many, and because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not felt like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Tika and Water?
Ticket and Water was
Yeah.
is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film.
Yeah.
And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good.
Yeah.
And then I loved the cinematography.
Yeah.
It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene.
Yeah.
And then after that, I started with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything. Yeah.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Tika and Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì, ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo wa la rí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Good day and welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to examine how airports can boost the tourism sector as well as lead to socio-economic growth, particularly as the festive season approaches. Joining us for this conversation on the program is Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. Michael Balogun is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Mr. Balogun, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me, and compliments of the season.
The same to you. So we are examining how airports can add value to tourism and lead to socio-economic growth. Now, for our viewers who may not fully comprehend our discussion, let's give them a breakdown of the story that we have as a background to today's topic. Now, Nigeria's newest aviation landmark, that is the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, has been widely applauded as a major catalyst for the country's tourism and socio-economic growth. The airport, recently designated as an international facility by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, stands as the first of its kind in the South-South region, located adjacent to the state's domestic terminal. The airport features cutting-edge aviation technology, world-class passenger lounges, modern recreational spaces, and state-of-the-art shopping arcades. Tourism stakeholders say the facility represents a new era of enhanced travel connectivity and global access for the region. President of Experience Ibom and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the National Association of Nigerian Tour Operators, NATOP, Nkerewum Onang, described the airport as a transformative enabler of cultural tourism in Nigeria. He praised Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno for his strategic vision in positioning the state as a major tourism destination. Now, my question really is, how can Nigeria's airports be harnessed to drive tourism growth and showcase the country's rich cultural heritage to the world? Now to you, Mr. Balogun.
That's a very beautiful question, and I'll start by saying congratulations to His Excellency Governor Umo of Akwa Ibom State. With the pronouncement of the new the Atta International Airport as designated one for an international airport by His Excellency the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo, it shows a state that is ready, tourism ready, and it's a beautiful way to emark and showcase a state. You know, there's nothing you want to do about tourism that aviation, transportation would not be a part of. And with that new pronouncement, you know, any investor anywhere in the world will want to visit that state. I have been there a couple of times, and I think this is a big achievement to promote that state as a tourism-ready destination. Because how do you sell a state if you don't talk about aviation and all these logistics issues? And then to know Ibom Air is the official flag bearer of the state makes it a beautiful, component. And talking about airports and all the sectors as a whole, the airport is one of the greatest real estates anywhere in the world. The first 20 minutes of any arrival from any visitor shows what that state is all about, or the country. Like you step into the airport in Europe or in Dubai, already you get a feel of what that country is all about. So it's a huge issue when we talk about airports and what it does to a country's image. People can, decide on staying longer just from what they feel from the airport. Is this a welcoming place? And you remember, the airport is just like the first place you see before you even get into a country. So that represents like your little embassy and a micro destination to explore. You go to some airports, you can do a tour in the airport and take pictures and probably want to get back on the plane and leave, because that alone is fulfilling to see what they have in in the airport before you even step out to the main town.
All right. So I just want to ask, what specific strategies can authorities implement to promote tourism-related businesses and create jobs in local communities?
Now, when you go into some airports abroad, from the airport, you can tell about the cultural values, everything that has to do with the country, tourism aspect, what they have in stock for you. Right from the airport, you can start feeling that. Thankfully, in our MM2, once you step out, you can see the murals on the wall. Some of the destinations in Nigeria are on the wall. Then walking in through the arrival, you can see some of the galleries, souvenir shops, some food vendors, and that gives you a vibe of what the state is all about. For instance, like when we went to Dubai recently, right from the airport, you can feel you're in a tourist destination. Right from the airport, you see all the vendors, the logistics company, hotel vendors, small desks, offering tourism information. And that is what we need more in Nigeria, that once you step out of the plane, walking into the arrival pavilion, you should be seeing stuff to show, welcome to Lagos, you're in Nigeria, there's vendors here, there's a leaflet showing you what to do, where to go in Lagos. You have a small help desk, and with partnership with tour operators and having them have little, help desk. Somebody might want to just pick up a flyer to say, where can I go when I get to my hotel? Oh, you can have a list, a QR code is somewhere they can scan. Right from the airport, like when you go to the UK, you pick up a London tube map, or you scan a code to show you activities to do wherever you are going in London. So that is the kind of thing we need to see more in Nigeria. And luckily for us, we started seeing that. And that is the beauty of, stepping out as an international arrival, to see those murals on the wall, seeing all those little artwork from here to there, seeing souvenir shops. And then you start getting that feel that you're in a state that is tourism friendly as well.
All right. So do you think there's any role technology can actually play in this, in all of that? Do you think
yes,
there's any
a
role
lot.
technology can play in all of this?
A lot.
Okay.
That is why we're talking about QR codes. There's some places you go, maybe while waiting for your connecting flight, you have a piece of headgear, a VR headgear, that shows some of the beautiful destinations in Lagos, in Abuja, in Cross River State. Sometimes you see business travelers, probably they wanted to spend 2 days or 3 days in the country, maybe by just virtual checking out some destination. They extend their stay, extend their hotel stay, and that add up to everything they're coming to do. Instead of spending 2 days, they're not spending 5 days because they want to explore something they've picked up. And that is where the technology aspect comes there. Like, imagine you get into the airport, there are vending machines, there are, TV displays showing different destinations to visit while in Nigeria. And that is, the difference between back in the days that you have magazines scattered all over the place, they have to pick a huge volume of a catalog to go through. But now with the kind of technology we have now, you can scan a QR code and then you get a whole lot of literature, videos, and everything right on your phone.
Okay. In what ways can Nigeria's airports, I know you have actually enumerated a lot, but in what specific ways can Nigeria airports serve as gateways to the country's diverse tourism attractions? And how can they be marketed as such?
I think if I look at it from a personal experience, I think more has to do with investment, partnership with real stakeholders, like our association, the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, partnering with the airport authorities and, helping to bring out some of these digital marketing tools. You have all these vending machines that stands LED display, and then you have different images of different destinations popping up. And then there are days you have these cultural activities, maybe 3 times a month. You have different cultural group, maybe from the east, from the south, from the southwest. Imagine coming out of the airport and then you are welcome with a cultural dance troupe. Maybe they're your group dancing, or it's a Atiku dancer. So all these things add attraction. And then
that sounds interesting, really.
With the level of people picking up their phone every day, doing selfie, imagine somebody coming out of the airport to meet a cultural troupe dancing, taking the videos, doing a live feed of that. It brings that warmth of embracing the culture right from the airport. And then when you talk of the other aspect of the airport, we need to retrain our immigration service, our first responders. You don't want to come into a place, people are looking hostile, are angry looking. You need to train them. It doesn't cost anything to say, welcome to Nigeria, with a smile. And these are the things a lot of tourists take into consideration, like, if you go to that country, from the airport, you can feel the agitation, you can feel the hostility. So there's so many things we can put into play. Real training, retraining, cultural aspects, being attached. Imagine going to the Atta International Airport and being welcomed by a traditional group from Akwa Ibom. Maybe some dancers here, some souvenir market store just close by for you to pick while you're waiting for your car. So all these things, they're like a moving parts that you need to incorporate into the success of an airport. An airport shouldn't just be seen as a pathway to get out of the airport. The airport should be seen as the first point of contact of the country or a state. So I will be expecting more from that state once I land.
Okay, I think I agree with you on that. How can stakeholders in the tourism industry collaborate? Because this actually needs the input of all and sundry within the sector. So how can collaboration be enhanced within the sector? How can stakeholders in the industry, in the tourism industry, collaborate with stakeholders or airport management, stakeholders within the aviation industry or airport management to promote Nigeria's tourism potential and enhance the overall travel experience?
I think it's more of a parley to have with the government, coming to the table, sitting down and telling them some of our own strategies and implementation plans that they can adopt. They are more of into the outbound and inbound tourist or arrivals, while we are more of the progressive to see when you get out of the airport, we take it from there, your hotel accommodation, your logistics, all the places you need to visit while you're in Nigeria. So if we come to a table to sit down with the management of the airport and say, we have this kind of plans, every other week, there's a cultural group coming to showcase the beauty of the Nigerian diverse culture at the airport. The other day, it might be a food sampling for people getting out of the plane or people waiting at the departure lounge, just to have a feel of the culinary, exhibition going on in the country. Just say, I've had this food while waiting for my flight at the airport. So there's so many things we need to do together. And it's a partnership. It's a win-win because we are all selling the glory of the country. So I believe if we sit down with the government, there's more for us to do. We are the real operators, while they are the ones receiving people coming in, from all over the world. So it's a win-win situation if we can have that kind of, collaboration and take it from there.
All right. So do you see any key challenges facing Nigeria's airports in terms of supporting the growth of tourism? How can they be addressed through public-private partnerships?
Well, apart from the infrastructure issues, some days you get out of the airport, there's no light, the ACs are not working, maybe the baggage train is not coming out in time, people being aggressive, a lot of, when you get out of the plane, get into the arrival, the queue at the immigration, if there are things that they can put in place to speed up and make it seamless. Imagine somebody that's been on a flight for 6-8 hours, then have to stand on the queue for another 1 hour just to go through passport control. But yeah, like the MM2, you still have all those e-gates and electronic gates, which makes it very, very, beautiful to see that you can go all through the airport without having to stop with the immigration officials just to get out of the airports. And that is how it should be. Seamless movement out of the airport makes it even beautiful. And then our e-visas, thank God that one has taken place. Before, you know how long it takes to get an e-visa to Nigeria. So by the time we put all this into perspective, there should be more things to achieve at the airports, not just seeing the airport as the normal people coming in and going out. Now, most airports around the world are like the first point of tourist destinations. When you see the airports in Singapore, you see the airports in Dubai, and you'll be wondering if this is just an airport, what would the town look like? So a whole lot goes into the airport branding, and it's an image thing for the country as well. It's a big PR to say the airport has this, not coming into the airport and then there's no lights and the ACs are not working, the toilets are not fixed. So it goes a long way too.
All right, we'll go on a short break now. And when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Please stay with us.
Airports are central to tourism growth, especially during the festive season when travel numbers soar. They are the first point of contact for visitors, shaping the perception of a destination through accessibility, comfort, and efficiency. A well-run airport encourages more people to travel, supports hospitality businesses, and opens doors for cultural and recreational tourism. In Akwa Ibom, the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo is becoming a major driver of this growth. Recently designated, an international airport now has the capacity to receive passengers from outside Nigeria, instantly expanding the state's tourism reach. Its long, modern runway, improved navigational aids, and the restoration of night flight operations mean airlines can reschedule more flights and operate more flexibly during the busy holiday period. These upgrades translate to real benefits. Travelers experience smoother arrivals, shorter delays, and better connections. Local hotels, restaurants, transport operators, and small businesses, from craft sellers to tour guides, all gain from the increased inflow of visitors. Studies around the airport already shows higher economic activity in surrounding communities. As the festive season approaches, the Victor Atta International Airport is pointed to how airports of its kind across Nigeria can strengthen not just the identity of the state in which they are located, but the entire country as an organized visitor-friendly destination. The airports serve not just as transit points, but as strategic hubs that boost holiday travel, encourage tourism, and enhance the overall experience of anyone entering Nigeria.
Welcome back. You are still watching Aviation Scope on your dialing station, Voice of the People TV. And we have been looking at the value that airports within the aviation industry can actually add to tourism. And with me on the program is Mr. Michael Balogun, an aviation expert. So, Mr. Balogun, I'm going to give you a background information regarding the next set of questions I'm going to pose to you. Now, this is particularly because of the season that is approaching, the Yuletide season. So we know that airlines are facing capacity challenges, especially during peak seasons like the Yuletide period. Many carriers are intensifying acquisitions to optimize traffic, with some adding new aircraft to their fleets. Now, for instance, Air Peace is expanding its fleet with 4 additional Boeing 737-800 aircraft, while Ibom Air is awaiting the delivery of 9 Airbus A220-300s. Now, other airlines like United Nigeria Airlines are wet leasing aircraft to boost capacity. Now, despite these efforts, experts warn that capacity will remain a challenge, with growth projected to be around 3 to 4% in 2025. Factors like aircraft delivery delays, supply chain bottlenecks, and maintenance issues are contributing to the strain. To manage capacity, airlines are employing strategies like wet leasing, fleet shuffles, and schedule calls. However, these measures may not be enough to meet the demand, potentially leading to higher fares and reduced flight options. Now, my question to you, sir, is with all this, with the scenario painted, do you think the government should provide more support to airlines to help them increase capacity?
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. I think the greatest challenge we have now in Nigeria is in the aviation sector. How many families can really afford to fly? Locally, the cost of aviation, cost of tickets has gone up tremendously. And when you think about the local flights, going to Abuja and coming back now could set you up almost 300,000 or more. Imagine a family of 5 going for the holidays in Abuja. That's going to be a million point something just for local flights. So if the government invests more in these air carriers, it's going to ease up the tension. And then, when you talk about the issue of security, how many people can really afford to fly now? So a lot of people are still going to be looking at the road, networks to connect to wherever they're going. And the challenge is this: if more state governments, like what Akwa Ibom has done, acquiring their own flag carrier, imagine if another airline comes up, maybe in Lagos, another one in Abuja, the ease will be there. And that is why sometimes we tell people it's not just about complaining about what the government can do. This is when the private stakeholders need to come into place. How many things can the government do sometimes? Even we as a country don't even have a national carrier yet. And the likes of Air Peace that, breaking the barriers now, doing international flights from Nigeria to the UK to America and all that. So a lot of these government officials, they need to step up their game. They need to start looking at bringing investors into the aviation sector. We can't keep relying on 2 or 3, airlines in a whole country of over 250 million people. So for me, like this year season, there are going to be a lot of flights locally, and now are people going to manage the high costs? So if there are more, airlines coming into this space, more aircraft being either wet leased or acquired, it will make a difference in the aviation sector in Nigeria for a while.
Okay. Do you think that the capacity challenges are going to lead, I should say, to a significant increase in airfares this season?
Oh, definitely.
Why so?
It's not going to reduce because the operational cost for people, the aviation industry players, they are going to start charging extra because of the cost of jet fuel, their overheads, the operations. So it's going to be very tight for them to even drop the price. Instead, it's going to go up more. But if they had the capacity to expand their fleet, probably yes, we might look at the reduced rates, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
You don't see
unless
that?
the government is going to subsidize on their operations as well.
Okay. All right. Mr. Balogun, you've been wonderful. You've been brilliant on the subject of discussion on this edition of Aviation School. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been talking with Mr. Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. He is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Once again, thank you, Balogun, for your insightful contribution. Now, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Aviation School. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Lagos is expected to witness an increasing influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern states are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for God's sake, it will still increase because it's the season now. Normally that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normal. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, yeah. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. To get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If it means to say the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village, it costs 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live, then she will lose everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, like today, Bonny Way, we paid 30,500. But on a norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. But I don't know why the thing is always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umaya. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people wants to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. But everything now we don't suffer. Month tonight now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you see, if you want to go some small place like say 500, it's not our fault. Fuel is here and agbo is here. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. We just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey.
Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
The 2564 is coming up on 29, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The 2025 Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award ceremony emphasized not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, dedicated mentorship, and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. This cohort, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. We also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is the networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold the hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech graduation and awards ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ugunswada.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006 and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policymakers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo wa la rí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year ahead.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo wa la rí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Okay, so Merry Christmas to you and your loved one, and I believe that you're having fun, and I pray God Almighty would fill your home with love, fill your home with laughter, and fill your home with every of your heart desire. And I pray that this Yuletide season, this Christmas comes with a blessing that would actually make your family even come together to prosper in a better way. Okay, so I do not know what your heart desire is all through this season, but I pray that God would answer your prayers. And I'm saying, and I believe governors preach unity amid economic challenges. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and state governors have actually extended Christmas message to Nigerians, emphasizing unity, peace, and love. Tinubu reaffirmed his commitments to religious tolerance, stating that no Nigerian should suffer or die because of their faiths. The love for God and the love for humanity are at the heart of all great faiths, he said, urging Nigerians to work together for a greater nation. And away from that particular one, NBD is underfunded by 15 trillion naira in 3 years. Capital spending by federal government, ministries, departments, and agencies has been severely constrained over the last 3 fiscal years, with a cumulative funding gap of 15.21 trillion despite successive increase in headline capital budgets. Actual releases and, of course, our spending failed to keep pace, reflecting a deep structural pressure on public finance driven by rising debt service obligation. Yet we still want to borrow more. And away from that particular one, NNPC, 12 others fail ICPC integrity tests. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, and 12 other federal government ministries, departments, and agencies, of course, have failed the Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard. The NNPC ranked last amongst 357 MDAs assessed, scoring 0 across all 4 key pillar indicators. I would also love this particular test to be carried out on our politicians, our legislators, and the executive arms, and let's actually see if some of them will also pass. And away from that particular one, over 16,000 Nigerian nurses practice in UK. The number of Nigerian trained nurses and midwives licensed to practice in the UK has exceeded 16,000. According to the latest data from the UK's Nursing and Midwife Council register, a total of 16,156 nurses have registered between 2017 and September 30, 2025. This brain drain poses a serious challenge to Nigerians' healthcare system, particularly in undeserved areas. The UK government data highlights Nigeria as the third highest source of foreign trained nurse in the UK after Philippines and India. The migration of healthcare workers is attributed to better remuneration, career advance, and of course, working conditions abroad. And this is the reason why we keep calling on our federal government, calling on our leaders to do, what is right. Because at the end of the day, how many doctors do we have to a person, in Nigeria? And there is no time they won't be overwhelmed. And that's the reason why some of them are still planning to even leave even in 2026. And we just want our government to really take care of, our health workers. And away from that particular one, House probes the tax law discrepancies. Ndume urges suspension. The House of Representatives Committee investigates a discrepancy in Nigeria's gazetted tax law, as promised to submit its report as soon as its work is concluded. The probe comes amid growing controversy over alleged alteration to tax laws passed by the National Assembly. Former Senate leader Ali Ndume has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to suspend the implementation of the disputed Tax Reform Act, scheduled to take effect in January 1. The controversy has sparked concerns about the integrity of the legislative process and potential legal and financial consequences for taxpayers. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this particular conversation. We're talking about corruption today, and I believe you know what that particular one means. Corruption marks God's blessing on Nigeria. Yes, the chair says. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program, and of course, I believe you're still enjoying your Christmas, so you should enjoy with me here on air. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC Chairman Ola Olukoyede, has stated that corruption is preventing Nigeria from realizing its full potential and maxing God's abundant blessing on the country. Olukoyede made the remarks in his Christmas message, urging Nigerians to unite against corruption and work together to build a stronger, more prosperous nation. He also called on citizens to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, saying it should inspire confidence in Nigerians' future. We're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Merry Christmas, Doctor.
Yes. Good afternoon. Merry Christmas.
Doctor.
And yes, we have to say Merry Christmas. At least there are still some people that are married, and both religion, Christian, Muslim, and Eriwoya. taught us that when you see somebody that is merry, you join them in the merriment. So Merry Christmas.
Doctor, you are telling me that we should join them in the merry, but you are actually having fun without me, Doctor. Doctor, you would agree with me for the
receipt in my hand.
Doctor.
Can't you see receipt?
I am seeing the receipt, and that receipt will not come if you have not taken anything called protein, cow meat, goat meat, ram meat, or what have you, or chicken or turkey. Doctor, you left me alone at home and you went out. Doctor, you left me in this studio and you went out today.
Anyway, let me quickly pick one of your news items.
Please, I would want you to do that. I want you to do that. Then after you finish, Doctor, after you finish, we'll go back to this Christmas matter that you left me. So don't cover it up, but go ahead.
We will go back there. But then, before I forget, what reports are we expecting from the National Assembly when a senator, two senators, were the one that blew the whistle as regards tampering with what National Assembly submitted to be gazetted? Now, you are now setting up a probe, and then you are now asking the clerk of the House, the clerk of the National Assembly, to go and hide the original bill that was sent to the executive. So, what are you expecting from the report? Has that report not been tailored already? It has been tailored. So, Nigerians should not expect nothing other than suspension of that law regarding taxation. Because even for you to have altered it, it's nothing other than corruption. It is corruption. Corruption is beyond eating money, embezzling money, or cutting people's money. It's inclusive of going to change what has been given to you to gazette. So it's corruption. So please, let us take this one into consideration when we are doing our discussion on EFCC corruption this afternoon. Good afternoon again.
Doctor, thank you so much for that wonderful, submission. And sincerely, it's quite a very disturbing conversation now in the country as regards to the tax, law issue. First, my question has always been this, and this is not the first time mentioning it. So, to me, I'll be reiterating it again. What have you been doing with the taxpayers' money in the past? For all of the taxes we've paid in the past, what have you done with it? I've actually read different news stories today, and amongst those news stories, one is actually talking about even deficits on the nation, and not only that, we keep borrowing. Over the week, I read some news stories that we were being cautioned, the federal government was being cautioned and warned that we should be mindful of how we're borrowing because we're not even following the procedures and we're actually going out, offline. And I realized that the borrowing cannot stop. Now, it looks like when Nigerians should, be having a relief, season, that's when our government, regardless of any administration, gets to tighten it up even more for us, which is really, really unfair. Look at the Yuletide season, for example. Are we going to say because of the forthcoming election or the Yuletide season, that's why food, some prices of foods are low, and which we appreciate, but our beans price dropped, and that of the protein, increased. Is it possible that we even have a Nigeria that is working once and for all? And not only that, we've been talking about the fuel prices, and everybody talked that Dangote, since you are now a Nigerian-owned, refinery, you should even bring the price down, lower than what we're even celebrating today. And alas, so many marketers, other players in the oil industry are actually against the price drop. So I don't really know what the leaders, want for Nigerians. I don't really know if sometimes they really care. But we will just keep providing solution from here. That's all I can say. So, Doctor, let's talk about the situation of corruption in Nigeria. Let's understand corruption in Nigeria, in a broader picture, and let's take our time to talk about it. What are the most significant challenges facing Nigerians' development, and how does corruption contribute to these challenges? I'd like you to really talk today.
Yes. You see, what we are seeing in Nigeria today is beyond what people can envisage. The corruption in Nigeria has gone beyond even embezzling millions or billions. It has even gone into trillions. Much money the EFCC is saying he had embezzled, coupled with the alleged properties, that is having. Let's leave that again. Look at our petroleum industry. Look at the petroleum industry. The way the petroleum industry in Nigeria is being run today is filthy, full of corruption. Can you compare it to the way Aramco of Saudi Arabia is being run? Or that of Paribas in Brazil? These are issues. Now we have Dangote in Nigeria. Refining. We have some other smaller refineries also refining. Why is it that our fuel is being sold as high as it is today? Why? And I have been saying it severally. Petroleum pricing in Nigeria today is enmeshed in fraud. I can draw examples from what happened between Dangote Refinery and Pengasa a few months ago. We had Dangote telling us how much Pengasa was asking for. And that is the one that we can easily hear now. We're also aware the reasons why some two executives within the oil industry resigned from their positions recently. This is not to also talk of those that are behind the scene, that are still with Hinkley, Dangote Refinery. And where do you expect Dangote Refinery to put all this money is paying all these people? But we are waiting for him to talk. And we know that the thing is coming small. In Yoruba, they will say, Ameyebo Lakoni. That is, we are seeing just bringing the thing from the pocket. I am sure very soon Dangote will expose everybody. Not until when all of them are being exposed, all these things cannot come down. Let's go back to EFCC. Tell me, how many of corrupt public office holders that EFCC have been able to successfully arraign, prosecuted, and then ensure that justice is being passed upon them? How many of them? EFCC tried with Okowa. Okowa joined APC. He was left off the hook. What's his name? Yaya Bello. The same thing. Yaya Bello, the same thing. The present Senate president, part of them. Now, I want to see if Malami will cave in and then join APC, whether I be left off the hook or not. How about Gandoje? Of recent, we read how much billions that the former INEC chairman, Mahmoud, cannot account for. It was in the news. Was that why it was quickly made an ambassador so that he'd be out of the country? The former military administrator in Rivers State, are we saying there was no discrepancies in the finances of Rivers State while he was there? He's now an ambassador out of the country. And so many others like that. How many do we want to count? So the question is EFCC truly fighting corruption, or is an appendage of the ruling government, inclusive of ICPC? And corruption the way they are supposed to, or their appendages to the present ruling government. For me, I have not been able to see the extent to which they have been able to perform to Nigeria's expectation. Ganduje is there, working freely. And there are a whole load of them out there. Look at the one that has not been relieved of his position now. Over $20 billion. Or $20 million. The amount that Dangote used to put up the largest refinery in Africa. Somebody is putting it in his pocket. What has CFCC done? These are all issues that need to be looked into before we can give EFCC either a pass mark or otherwise.
Well, I love the fact that you used to take your time to, dissect conversation and, of course, give us clarity as regards to some situation. Doctor, what are the root causes of corruption in Nigeria and how can they be addressed? And, of course, I'd like us to look at the EFCC role in fighting corruption. We know that over time, they've been doing their bit and we would say they've been trying their best. Okay, but how effective has the EFCC been in investigating, prosecuting corruption cases? I'd like you to take that particular one, Doctor.
Yes, over time, I have not seen EFCC doing what it's supposed to do right from its inception. Other than comparatively, they might be different. Probably during the time of Obasanjo, compared to that of Jonathan. They have been using it. It has been a kind of instrument of fighting the opposition. Yes, some people have been prosecuted, punished in the past. People like I think Jonah Jang, and one or two other people. What about others? What has happened to Fayoshe's case? What has happened? For how long will it take you to be spending government money in prosecuting somebody for over 18 years? For over 18 years without getting results? Who are also the people you have been prosecuting? Who and who? Are they part? Have they been in government or in opposition? What has happened to the issue of off the mic at the National Assembly? Off the mic. What has happened to it? What has happened to the issue of the former EFCC that was prosecuted? Even about this present chairman, the present chairman of EFCC, that have been indicted by a panel of inquiry before. What has happened to that report? Of recent as recent as 4 days now, the CBN have been indicted. National Assembly have been asking the CBN to come and provide information about some missing funds. Both the CBN and the NNPC. What has CFCC done to that effect? To what extent has EFCC been doing their investigation, proper investigation, before prosecution? Can we imagine how many cases EFCC are taken to the court, and when they get to the court, they will not be changing the number of whatever, the number of cans and all that? Can we imagine that? So to what extent has both EFCC and ICPC been acting professionally? To what extent? But when it comes to pushing all these Yahoo boys, you see them being effective, or pushing, or going to go and bust one house or the other. What happened to the money found in these towers in Ikoyi? What's his name again? This man's house at these towers in Ikoyi. What has happened? So many like that we can be counting up and down. We can be counting them day in, day out, day in, day out. So how you expect somebody like me to give EFCC a pass mark? I can't. When even so many of them that had been prosecuted in the past and then left off the hook are in government. They are in government. As National Assembly members, as governors, as ministers, as SA, as PA, they're out there working freely on the streets. So how do you expect me to give EFCC pass mark? No. And I'm sure you yourself, you realize all these things I'm saying.
Okay, doctor. You know.
Look at Wike.
Okay.
Look at Wike and Fubara. It's not more a hidden thing that a Wike was saying, yes, it should be, I did this for him. He was expecting him to be giving him this so much per month and all that. What has the FCC done to that? All these things are not hidden. It's not the minister of the FCT. So these are all issues.
You know, Doctor, sincerely, you've really said a lot in just a few minutes, and I would just have to agree with you as regards to some of your submissions, because we've seen it in the news, we've read it, some we have the evidence out there. And that was the reason why, if you remember some time ago when we had this conversation as regards to EFCC, and I asked a question. I said, why is it that EFCC is actually having a selective prosecution? To some people, they would take it up to really want to, you know, treat them in a very bad way, to let people know that, oh, you are doing your job. But to some other people, you will just invite them over. After the invite, nothing else. And that's the end. And I keep asking, why are you, selecting your judgment? Why are you selecting people you want to punish and the ones you want to leave out? Till date, we don't know the reason why Yahaya Bello is still working freely. And of course, we don't even know he's the governor of Kogi State to start with. We know Adam Toshimole mentioned that statement. But we have several issues, you know, ahead of us. But there is something that is really bothering me, Doctor. When I saw this news, when I read it, and of course reading it on TV, why should the EFCC chairman say that Nigerians should support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda? Is he a politician now? The renewed hope agenda has nothing to do with Nigerians. If the president decides to say, this is what I want to do for the people, you do it. If you have called it a name, the same way he named the budget, a consolidating budget and all of that, no problem. It is left for your party to use the word renewed hope the same way they do on your mandate we shall stand. If Nigerians now feel, oh, you are doing renewed hope initiative, you are doing this, you want to renew people's hope. You know what Nigerians really want. That's the truth. But for our EFCC chairman to be encouraging, if he had even said, oh, support the president, we don't have issues on that. But for him to say that support the president's renewed hope agenda, I'm lost. Maybe I need to be re-educated as regards to that particular one. Doctor, you have to reply, give me a reply as regards to that statement from the EFCC chairman to Nigerians. But I'd like us to look into, other issues as regards to how, corruption affects ordinary Nigerians and, of course, the social implications. And what are the consequences of corruption in this, our nation, on Nigerians' international reputation and foreign investment? They were saying it was the bandits at some point. Some, they were saying it was the social media. That was even the laughable one for me. That it was the social media, things that people are posting on social media is not making investors to come into Nigeria. And I said, how? If you've really done well in your nation, do you think investors will not come? But of course, welcome to Nigeria, where every little thing is being passed on the youth, or, the blame has to move to someone else. How can corruption generally impact the country's ability to achieve, a sustainable development goals? I'd like you to take that, Doctor.
Yeah. You see, I will start like this. The EFCC, in as much as the apron of that organization is still tied to that of the presidency. The EFCC can always say it. That you support the president's New Hope agenda. Yes. Did your National Assembly not blew up on your mandate we shall stand? That's National Assembly. The judiciary, the same thing. So what do you expect? Little wonder, most of these ministers have not been adequately screened. And that is why we've been having so many of them with certificate scandal hanging on their necks. Bola Ojo is here now. I mean, what's his name? The Minister of Interior. His own is there now again. One minister just resigned because of certificate forgery. So what do you expect? All of them, they are working according to the dictates of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because he put them there and he can remove them. Look at how he just did to Wale Edu. A day or 2 days ago. The finance minister. So he has been more powerful than he's supposed to be. He's now in charge of all the institutions in Nigeria. And there is no way we can progress without having these institutions independence. Our institutions need to be strengthened for us to have meaningful socio-economic development and economic growth. So many people are hearing so many things on the television. There are a lot of things going on in the news. It's not only the one that the Nigerians are blowing on the social media. Don't we have embassies here, foreign embassies and missions, that are getting all these information and passing it to their country? The journalists in their countries will now be passing it into the media world. So why blaming it on Nigerians? Why? Embassies are here now. Foreign journalists are in the country. They are seeing it. Are they not seeing the way Yaya Bello is walking freely on the streets? To the extent that is even among the committee newly set up by the president to be resolving issues within the APC. I don't know what Ganduje did. Despite that, the whole thing were committed on camera. They're not aware. But they're not aware of the Senate President, Akpabio. They're not aware of Okowa. The president was also going on with Malami. So all these things are there. They are seeing it. And to that level, how you expect foreign investors to come to Nigeria when they know that Nigeria is a funny place? Anything can happen. Anything goes. It's a country that is bereft of leaders, bereft of effective institutions, no control. It's no more a one-party state. It has turned to a one-man family show. A one-man family show. Whatever Bola Ahmed Tinubu says is what every other person will follow. Whether it is affecting people, oh my goodness, forgetting that any economic policy that is not having human face, that is detriment to the meaningful living standard of the people and their security. It's not policy. It's not policy. Such is not policy. Because the essence of government is to ensure economic well-being of the people and their security. And the one that really submitted their sovereignty to govern them. Now, you have gotten the sovereignty. And usually punish the people. And you think others outside the country are seeing, they are seeing. As I said, they will be ready to trust their oversight functions on EFCC. Oversight functions of both EFCC, ICPC, and customs. That is why. Two, the National Assembly, through the law courts, please take this properly. The National Assembly, through the law courts, must ensure the strengthening of our various institutions. How do they do that? By removing or cutting off the aprons of the leaders of these institutions from that of the executive. By maintaining the proper employment of the dictates of separation of power as is being enshrined in the Constitution. Some of them shot. Again, we're talking now about the civil society. It is so unfortunate that the civil society we have now is like a toothless bulldog, unlike what we used to have before now. During the days of Bekara Samputi, the days of Gadifarani, the days of Kokori, the days of Papa Sumon of NLC. Papa Sumon of NLC.
Okay. I know we have so much to discuss, but of course I will press for time. And sometimes it's quite disturbing when we have so much to say and we keep providing solutions and keep talking as regards to the corruption in this nation. Yet, it looks like, we are retrogressing as regards to some things in this nation, even when we would feel that the leaders would even adhere to some of this particular situation. But we'll keep doing our bit here. We'll keep praying and believing that God Almighty would help this nation. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kayode, for being part of the show today. I know what it means today, being with family and friends, loved ones, and you decided to, join the program, on today that is quite special to you, and every other, Christians around the world. So, Doctor, Merry Christmas again, and I would want you to enjoy yourself. Okay, so as soon as I'm off air, I would also still have to greet you again. Coming up next is Locker Room, which I believe you love the world of sport, and I would want you to, catch up with the sports guys, as they will be giving you updates as regards to the African Cup of Nations. All right, Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. But whoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest and Merry Christmas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this is why they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another
VOP TV.
Merry Christmas to all the Christians across the world. I say from us here at Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Welcome to Locker Room, another very special edition of the show. Today is the Christmas day and football generally has been suspended. The APL, even the AFCON had to actually give way for the celebration. I can tell that a lot of persons really having fun at this point, and so many conversations actually brewing. Love to actually talk about today, and of course, helping me to break down the conversation is definitely Mayawa, who definitely joins virtually. Good evening, Mayawa, and welcome to Locker Room. Merry Christmas to you.
Good evening, Merry Christmas to you. Probably maybe I will step into the studio to come and get my own, my own jollof rice because I know it's happening at the studio. But in any case, in quotes now, boring Christmas day for football lovers. There's no a lot of football on the ground. The AFCON is taking a break after we've seen over 60 goals being scored in the first round of games. That's how impressive the AFCON has been. None of the games played so far, has not produced any goal. That shows, the improvement over the last tournament. But in any case, a lot of football to talk about, and also the time is getting close to the transfer, rumors coming out now about players moving all around. But in any case, we are here to break it down. It's always amazing to join you, Ikechukwu. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's a lot to talk about in this edition of The Locker Room. And of course, if this is your very first time to join us on the show and you're not yet part of the family, all you need to do is to hit the subscribe button. And of course, do not forget to like and share our content. And of course, right there, we would like to also hear all you've got to say. All you need to do is to actually call the number beaming on your screen, or you can also leave us a message on our YouTube platform. And of course, very much important, just hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss another edition of the show. Yes, we kickstart with the AFCON. Of course, it's the biggest showpiece going on in the world at the moment. Last Nations Cup, we saw 119 goals scored in the entire tournament. That's the history for AFCON. And of course, in the group stage alone, 89 goals was actually scored. And as of 24th December, yesterday, 29 goals has been scored in this edition of the AFCON. A big question mark if this year is going to actually surpass the number of goals that have been scored. We wait to see that. But it's going to actually start with the game against the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia, where the Super Eagles will be firing out in that particular game come tomorrow. And of course, a lot has been talking, a lot of conversation have been, going around about that particular game that's going to be played tomorrow. And the coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell, is focusing on enhancing the Super Eagles' performance ahead of their upcoming match against the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. I mean, it's going to be all Eagle affair because a lot of persons actually know what it's going to mean when you play against a side, that's got Manchester United protege who actually left the club at some point, talking about Madrid Haniba, who has been sensational for that particular side, and they did it very good job. It did a very good job against, the Ugandans. 3-1 that The first game actually ended, and now it's going to be a game of the two big sides in the particular group. After a satisfactory 2-1 victory over Tanzania, Chelsea expressed a desire for improvement, particularly noting that while the team created several scoring opportunities in the first half, they allowed Tanzania to gain momentum in the second half. Chelsea acknowledged both the positive and areas for growth in the game. He emphasized the need for better defensive strategies and improved movement, saying, and I quote, "We have to continue to improve, especially with a challenging match against Tunisia, who topped the Group C after an impressive 3-1 victory over the Uganda." So, of course, the Super Eagles aim to build on their previous performance while, of course, learning from the errors against, the Tanzania. Maiwa, we all saw that particular game against Tanzania. If there's anything actually, a lot of persons were actually feeling that game is the fact that, the Super Eagles, yes, we got the 3 points, but it was a very, very terrible performance. In fact, some persons even describe it as a lackluster performance. And of course, in the words of Winston Churchill, he said actually, to improve is to change, and of course, to perfect is to change constantly. The Super Eagles so far is yet to actually change from what we actually saw in the World Cup qualifiers. Maiwa, tell us exactly what we need to know. What is going to be the advantage for the Super Eagles going against, the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia? And how are we expected to turn the game around in our favor, come tomorrow?
Well, I in fact go ahead. The Yorubas will say, what matters most is not as much as the performance was not good, we secured the 3 points, and that has put us, in a much more better position. It takes away the pressure from us going into the game against Tunisia. Imagine if we had lost that game or we have drew that game. We would have been under a whole lot of pressure, and playing against a Tunisian side that is much more better than the Tanzanian side would put us under a whole lot of pressure. However, going to that particular game, there are a few things we need to do. If you watch the game of the Tunisians, they ran ragged. They were able to dispatch the Ugandans very easily. Yes, a lot of people might say the Ugandans are not they are not the top guys in football, and the quality of the Ugandan side, you can't compare it to the quality of the Nigerian side. However, with the kind of quality of players that we have, you would expect that we would have done things differently. If you see how the big teams have played, they've been able to dispatch smaller opponents that are against them, and we have not been able to do that. However, going to that game tomorrow, there are a few things that needs to change. First of all, MTL needs to play our players in the actual position. That's number one. Number two, I think the defensive lineup, the likes of Osai Samuel and Zaidu Sanusi, there's a need for a change. I will not mind if I see Bruno Yemati starting on the left-hand side. And probably maybe I would like to see Rihanna Lebiosu because of his accident playing for a Blackburn side. I would not want Aniwobi, to be played out of position. Yes, he was able to do a decent enough job in terms of playing the passes. However, he was restricted. We couldn't get the best of it because the game tomorrow, the battle will be in the midfield. And if we begin to play players out of position, I think we should end up midfield to the Tunisians, and that might spell disaster for us. What I'm suspecting is this: because of our frailties in the midfield, I'm suspecting, and in defense also, I'm suspecting Eric probably want to play, a two deep set midfielder, two defensive midfielders to provide protection, then why sacrificing a bit of creativity and be relying on more of the counters and our wingers to do the job and supply, and I'm suspecting that's what he wants to do. I do not agree with it, but I'm suspecting that's what Excel probably want to do in that particular game.
Still talking about the game against, the upcoming game against the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. There are reports that the Super Eagles will definitely be playing their game behind closed doors. And before I even go into that particular conversation, players like, Aqua Adams and, ex-international Sunday Ogochukwu have actually come out to, have, dissenting opinions about this particular game. Aqua Adams actually stood, strong right there behind his manager saying, hey, this man has what it takes. He's definitely going to help us tactically to actually overcome the Tunisians. Why, Ogochukwu Olise, former skipper of the Super Eagles, also said that this Super Eagles team does not look like a team, that is ready to actually line the beat. So, of course, a couple of months ago, he was actually, one of the very strong vocal supporters of, the Super Eagles and Eritrea. But I mean, after the game against Tanzania, he seemed to actually have, taken a very different opinion this time around. Now the Super Eagles have actually decided to actually move, into a private session to actually train behind closed doors. My wife, there's anything I've known over the years, when team decide to actually train behind closed door, it tells me that they are either not confident of themselves, or they don't really see themselves as the big dog in this fight. My wife, help me understand if I'm actually wrong about this.
Well, I think what Etienne is trying to do, and I will not fault him. Sometimes this is not the first time we've seen players, team call a closed session, meaning they do their training in a closed session. The reason for that, majority of the time, I don't think it has to do with confidence. It's more of, not letting people see exactly what they are planning out. Because, I mean, if you are doing an open session, somebody can literally sit down and scout exactly what you are doing and take notes, and that might be used against you. I think it's more of, taking them from distractions. There is that to be also and opportunity to defend of play the national team. However, for the prison of police, it's very correct. It seems Eric does not know exactly, his winning team at the moment. We talked about the formation used in that game against Tanzania, and we are wondering, why are you playing, Tanzania, when the quality of players we have, they are much better in formation. What is not sure yet of what the right formation is, that one. Number two, continues to play players out of position, and that is a strain on those players. You are playing out of position and you expect them to perform, and that adds to the pressure of the performance on the field, because I mean, they are representing Nigeria, and the pressure of Nigerians are on their social. So these are the things that make people to doubt them. So for me, I think what Etienne needs to do, what he needs to do is he needs to go back to the drawing board, look at how our players are flourishing, play them in the right position, and you will get the best out of them. Playing them out of position does not work, and it doesn't favor us. And that's the reason why, we continue to see this lackluster performance. How do you explain playing an Iwobi as, a deep-sitting midfielder? It doesn't work. Yes, it worked against Tanzania because they didn't have enough body. The second, when they come out, Iwobi struggled with it, and that is so. We need to look at the materials and deploy them the way it's supposed to be deployed for the fight so well in the game against Tunisia.
So I mean, we've seen a couple of games against the North Africans. The Super Eagles have played a lot of times against them. And for an average Nigerian fan who has actually been following football for at least 10 years, you know that North Africans comes with tricks, they come with antics, they are very slicky, and of course they bury their chances. Even if it's just one chance, they are not as wasteful as any other part of Africa when it comes to goal scoring opportunities. Now we are actually against this particular side, one of the very best in Africa, one of the very best or one of the strongest in that North African part of the country, the continent. Mayowa, you are Eric Shell. I'm putting you on the spot now. How do you approach this game? Outside the fact that, yes, playing them in the right position is one thing that it should be done. Let's keep that aside. Let's talk about, now tactically and man management. How do you approach, a Tunisian side that seems like, they are unstoppable? I mean, they are a team that you don't want to actually play against, especially in the group stage of, any AFCON tournament.
Well, the first thing you need to do is playing the players in the position really matters. Look at the materials that you have. And the constant, battle with Etienne has always been him not using the materials he has properly. I'll give you a typical example. Look at the Chukwueze. Look at the Chukwueze in Fulham. Anytime Chukwueze plays in Fulham, you see how Makosiva deploys him. Look at Aniwobi in Fulham. Anytime Iwobi plays under a Makosiva. The thing is this, the players we have, and I'm focusing on the midfield now, the players we have, they have the quality. But the problem has always been, the way they are being deployed. If you deploy them the right way and they don't have a good game, yes, we complain. Definitely, an example of that is an Osimhen. He was deployed the right way and didn't perform, and everybody, criticized him for that. However, other players are supposed to contribute, they're supposed to do the job, especially in the midfield. They are being played out of position. So the number one thing he needs to do correctly, if I were to be Excel, play the players in the right place. That's number one. Number two, if you want to beat the Tunisians, our fullbacks, definitely there is a need for us to have mobile fullbacks. We cannot beat Tunisians without having mobile fullbacks. I'll take you back to the game against Egypt. One of the downside of that particular game, yes, a lot of people might say some new players were playing and the rest of that. One of the downside of that particular game was because our fullbacks were not mobile enough. And that's the reason why the Egyptians they feel they, especially on the wings, the attackers. That's why they have a field day. So I think one of the things we need to do clearly is we need to have a mobile fullback. And at the moment, Anosai Samuel and Ezedu Sanusi will not do that job for us. If we don't have a mobile fullback, what it does is this. It begins to add pressure on a Calvin Bassey and a Shemi Ajayi. In the last game, Calvin Bassey was practically covering for Ezedu Sanusi. And how long will he do that against a Tunisian side that are well coordinated? So, first thing, play the midfielders in their particular role, in their appropriate role. Don't play them out of position. Then ensure that we have a mobile fullback. If we do that, it creates room for us. It creates a lot of body for us to work with in the midfield, and it starves, the Tunisians a lot of space. The moment you give them space to operate, we will be in trouble. So those are the things I would do if I were to be a chair.
All right, so Moyo, we're still talking about the Super Eagles, and of course, we'll look at the players individually. You mentioned a particular player in Zedu Sanusi, and of course, very interestingly, Garba Lawal, former Super Eagles international, has also come up to actually address the criticism directed towards Zedu Sanusi, and he actually talked about the goal that was considered in that match against Tanzania, arguing that singling out one player is not actually healthy for the team. He also said that Zedu Sanusi's experience as a player of the Super Eagles, and of course, as 5 seasons in Porto speaks volume for himself, that the people should not actually attack him, that the guy actually did a very good job in that particular game, and no single player deserved to actually be singled out when a team had a very terrible showing. I'm asking you this directly. Tell me, does this defense of Garba Lawal, does it come with a certain level of merit as an ex-international, or is there something that has to do with the quota system? A lot of persons are talking about Zedu Sanusi being part of the team. Is that why Garba Lawal is actually towing that particular line to actually defend a man who comes from his own part of the country?
I'm just so surprised. I've met Garba Lawal a couple of times, and I'm disappointed with the comments. Does he have the same opinion about Osimhen? Everybody, has a speak out for Osimhen. Osimhen is one of our top performers in the national team, and everybody even said we are Osimhen FC, which is true. Osimhen does not play well, we don't score goals. And in that particular game against Tanzania, they were giving him chances, and he was missing the chances. This is somebody that performed so well for Nigerians, and Nigerians came out for him, which is actually the truth. If you're not doing well, your job as a player, you will be criticized. That's just the bottom line. If you know you can't face criticism, then don't play. If you are in the arena of performance, criticism comes with it. Zedu Sanusi was very poor in that particular game, and this is the reason why it annoys me so much when we do this federal character of a thing. This is federal character speaking, and that's just the honest truth. That goal that was considered was a fault of Zedu Sanusi, and that's just the honest truth. Every other player stepped up. He decided not to step up. They were playing a high line to keep the Tanzanians offside. It is very simple. When an attacker returns the ball back to in front of your 18, outside your 18, what you do as a defender, you step up. When you are leaving the attack alone, you are passing in first, and that is what they've been doing consistently. Every other person step up, Zedu Sanusi was sleeping. Another thing that Calvin Bassey was practically helping Zedu Sanusi out. Zedu Sanusi, because he was not mobile, he was creating a whole lot of spaces, and it's not for only him. Also, Osai Samuel was doing it, but Osai Samuel was not as bad as Zedu Sanusi. We should call a spade and not start hiding under the guise of this person and my guy. Now he come from my place, make I no criticize him. That's wrong. I'm really surprised that Garba Lawal is supporting him and just that. In that particular game, he played poorly, and he deserves the criticism. Am I for the fact that they should banish him for the national team? No. Players have a bad day. Osimhen had a bad day. Does that mean Osimhen is not a good striker? No. He had a bad day, work on it. If the coach feels he has rectified whatever issue he had in the first game, if you place him in the second game and he gives a very good performance, everybody will come here and praise him. I'm disappointed with that comment from Driver Lawal, to be honest with you.
All right, so away from the Super Eagles story, let's move straight to the AFCON. Of course, earlier on, before we actually entered the show properly, we were talking about the goals scored in particular championship, and a lot happening. And two actually have shown why they be respected from Europe. I mean, Nick Jackson and Riyad Mahrez are currently leading the line for the Golden Boot of the 2025 African Cup of Nations, with players having scored 2 goals in the competition. This development highlights their significant contributions to their respective teams earlier in the tournament. Jackson showcased his talent by netting 2 goals during Senegal's 3-0 convincing victory over Botswana on Tuesday, while Riyad Mahrez, who actually we're talking about his game here live on the show because we're following that particular game, also got 2 goals, and of course in that also, similar scoreline 3-0 against the Sudanese yesterday. And this brings Mahrez total to 36 goals for Algeria national team. In addition to his goals, Mahrez has made history by becoming Algeria's leading scorer in AFCON history with 8 goals in the tournament. He now ranks second on all-time all scorers list for Algeria, trailing only Islam Slimani. Both players have set a strong foundation in the golden race for the Algeria national team. Mayowa, look at this Algerian. They've had Algerian national team. They've had awesome players. We'll go back to the days of Rabah Maja. We'll go back to the days of Belloumi. I mean, Mahdi, the one who was injured in that famous semi-final clash between Nigeria and Algeria in Maroc 88. You recall the guy who the game that actually nicknamed our own Brighton Macaro 10-10. And they've had a lot of players. Now there's a certain Riyad Mahrez. Tell me exactly. I mean, you saw some of these guys, and you've seen Riyad Mahrez now. Is he the all-time greatest Algerian player ever?
Well, you not put Riyad Mahrez over a Belloumi or Robert Manja. Riyad Mahrez is learning where Robert Manja and Belloumi is. However, the Algerian side, they've gone through a rebuild. We even saw Zidane, the son of Zidane. We even saw Zidane in that particular game. Zidane to all the Zidane family, all of them were there to watch the son play as number 1 for Algeria, and he was fantastic in that particular game. He ensured that he didn't concede any goal. So the Egyptian side, the Algerian side rather, they are rebuilding, and the rebuilding process is going. It's a mix of younger players and older players, and it comes with the experience. Remember Riyad Mahrez kicked us out of getting to the finals. They won, I think, about 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. With that last minute free kick, and that led to I mean, it's a leader and so well scoring. And I say their particular game gave the whole of that advantage. And however, you take anything away from the Algerian side, Advice comes to a lot of experience. He has been there, done that. He has won everything that was from my World Cup, and he brought that experience yesterday, and we could see how the team is. They are one of the most dangerous team in that particular tournament, and if the way they are going, I will not be surprised, if they get to the semi-finals with the way they are going. Kudos to Mahrez, 8 goals in the Nations Cup. Top scorer for Algeria, 36 goals so far. It shows the kind of quality he has brought. He has been part of the team for over 12 years now, and
Mayowa, but tell me exactly, where does Riyad Mahrez rank for you in the Algerian all-time player?
Well, definitely not above Robert Manja. If you follow Robert Manja very well, yes, he doesn't have the same success that Riyad Mahrez has in terms of winning Champions League and the rest of that. But to be honest with you, football right now is overrated. The football they played in the 80s and the early 90s is way much difficult than what we have at the moment. So I would say, Riyad Mahrez comes, after a Belloumi. So it's going to be Robert Manja, Belloumi, and probably Riyad Mahrez.
Okay, Riyad Mahrez come third.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the other man, Nicholas Jackson. The guy has actually endured a torrid time in Europe after his move from Villarreal to Chelsea. At some point, it was Chelsea's mainstay. He got a lot of stick, because of, the number of chances squandered for Chelsea. He was shipped to Bayern Munich, became the second striker behind, the evergreen Hurricane. And now he's in the AFCON with a bang, showing just why he's one of the best strikers, in Africa. I mean, let's talk about this guy. This guy seems to be a player who, situations around him never deters him. He just wants to keep going, just want to keep getting the result, just want to keep putting his name, in gold. I mean, let's talk about Nicholas Jackson.
Well, to be honest with you, I think he's trying to write his story. The game, the Senegalese game, it was a thorn in the flesh. If you look at the way he scored the second goal, the footwork was very, very fantastic. Taking, two defenders, taking them out and, controlling the ball and scoring that particular goal. It shows he has an instinct of a striker. Yes, he has struggled and, he's trying to write his story. And this is a good platform for him to be able to do that. In that particular game, he gave a very, very good performance. He was very instrumental in that particular game. He could have he could have scored an hat-trick, but unfortunately, that was not to be. If not for the heroics of the goalkeeper, should have been able to score an hat-trick. But I'm really happy for him. I'm hoping this will boost his confidence because you remember how he left Chelsea. He left Chelsea on the basis of him not having an opportunity to play. And even with Bayern Munich, it's a second fiddle to an Hurricane. Probably maybe this performance, puts him in better light with his company to give him more opportunity. He has not, he's playing like a player that plays regularly. And these are the kind of things you want to see from a player that's trying to rewrite his story. He had a bad start, and I think, the Nations Cup is a good, refresher for him, and we can see how dangerous he is. And I hope, bigger clubs look at him and probably give him the chance to do what he knows how to do best in terms of scoring the goals.
Let's look at the both teams. I mean, they started very strong in this AFCON. I'm talking about Senegal and Nigeria. I mean, look at their very first game. Where do you see them, at least, the worst case scenario in this particular championship? Where do you see them ending?
I mean, the minimum requirement, the minimum they will get, probably be a quarterfinals, because if you look at the performance from the World Cup qualifiers, especially the two teams, they were very fantastic in their World Cup qualifiers, and that's an indication of the kind of intentions they have. And if you look at what they did in their opening game, how they played shows that they have intentions. They have intentions for this particular tournament. They are not just coming to participate. They are coming to show class, and they are coming to give themselves a shouting chance at winning. So with this kind of performance, if they can sustain it, keyword on if they can sustain it, because I mean, anything can happen in football, but if they can sustain the same performance, I think the least I would expect from them is getting to the quarterfinals.
So let's now talk about the race for the Golden Boots itself. I mean, this guy is leading with 2 goals already. I recall the last AFCON, actually, Emilio Esue, who actually got, the top scorer of that particular championship, scored 5 goals. And tell me, amongst all the strikers, Victor Osimhen, Riyad Mahrez, Mo Salah, Ademola Lookman, Omar Mamouche, and a host of others, Nicholas Jackson himself, who will you put your money on in this particular championship that, in the end, this guy is most likely going to be, the top scorer of this particular championship? Mo Salah has just got 1 goal now. Ademola Lookman 1. Victor Osimhen yet to register a goal in the particular championship. But then, of course, their quality, they have what it takes to actually deliver in big moments. And that's like what, a lot of persons will be hoping will count for them. But tell me, where will you put your money in the end for any of these guys who will pick the Golden Boot at the end of the day?
Well, let me first say, this particular tournament will not be like the last one. Last one, the highest are the highest good. Yeah. Everybody will 7 goals. If you don't the score 9 when I was 9 goals. I mean, the kind of games we have seen, no game has to produce any goal. All games so far produce goals. And what happens is that people are ready to back in the goals. So those are having 2 goals at the moment, we should be looking at them. But I think the eventual winner probably netting about 7-8 goals to probably take the title. It's going to be very, very competitive. And if Osimhen, our own Osimhen does not wake up, we might not be in the conversation for the Golden Boot, even if we probably get to the finals or even get to it. So far, we are playing, I think, a Nicolas Jackson, a Riyad Mahrez, even a Mohamed Salah, because he has a point to prove. Even Mohamed Salah, might have a shot. For Nigeria, my problem is if you can figure out our midfield and the supply is steady, probably maybe we can see, an Ademola Lookman and an Osimhen in that particular, in that particular. But for now, I'm looking at Mo Salah, Nicolas Jackson, and probably even a Mahrez, having a big chance at winning that particular Golden Boot.
I mean, we've had, tons of great strikers leading the lines for the Super Eagles going to Nations Cup. And every single time, we rely on our strikers to actually deliver the goals. And they've turned up in huge style. I mean, case in point, Chidi Yekini, he was the top scorer, in Tunisia. And other Super Eagles strikers, whenever they step into the ranks, like Vayegbeni, they don't fail to actually register a goal or two, in this championship. They recorded in 2013 winning championship side. MNK actually got 4 goals in that particular championship. I mean, what will this say, for Osimhen in history if he fails to actually register a goal or just manage to get just 1 goal again in this particular AFCON? I mean, is it going to actually be, a very good story for him if you go back to his history for the national team, particularly in major championship?
I think it should probably take away from his legendary, or from his legend. Probably take away from it. The last tournament, a defender playing as a striker got the highest goal in that particular tournament. I will not blame Osimhen for that. A lot of people, yes, last tournament, I will raise up my hand. I threw a lot of stick at him. As a striker, you need to do your basic job and just. However, the circumstances around how Nigeria played did not help his cause. A lot of people might say he should have played like an Ademola Lookman, but they are not the same player. He doesn't have, the movement of Ademola Lookman, so we don't expect him to be like Ademola Lookman. And that's the reason why he only scored 1 goal. In this particular tournament, I think if you look at the first game, there were a whole lot of chances. If you are taking that chance, if it was the Osimhen, of the World Cup qualifier, probably would have scored 1 or 2 goals in that particular game. The chances were there. He had about 3 or 4 chances in that game, and he couldn't take it. What I'm happy about is that he's getting the service. So get the service just like he did against Tanzania. I'm 100% sure that Osimhen will net at least 3-4 goals before the end of this tournament. But the key is he has to start converting the chances, because I mean, if you are giving a lot of opportunity, if you are giving the ball like he was giving against Tanzania, you just have to bury it as a striker. So he needs to improve on that. Probably that's the reason why there's a close session, maybe to work on his sharpness in front of goal. I think if the passes continue to come the way it did in the Tanzania game, I think Osimhen will probably be on the score sheet and probably score more than 1 goal in this particular tournament.
But in the end, if it fails to happen, and then we have an Ademola Lookman score more goals than, Victor Osimhen. We've seen strikers go, in this into a championship like this. The likes of DJ Drogba, at the end of the day, they don't end up winning it. Because for me, right, one of the things that's going to really cement, like you said, is going to really take a lot away from his legendary. If a striker goes into a particular championship and fails to actually hit, the number of goals, the chance of the team winning the particular championship is going to be very slim. Mayowa, that's exactly what the case is. And now Victor Osimhen, like you rightly also pointed out, that in the first game, he was quite wasteful. If it happens in the second game against Tunisia, a side that is definitely certain that the Super Eagles is going to be limited, to few number of chances, what happens to the Super Eagles at the end of the day? And Victor Osimhen himself.
Well, the thing is this. I think in big competitions, you have to show that you are unreplaceable in a team. What that means is this. And I'm not trying to throw Osimhen under the bus or anything. If Osimhen is given the opportunity in the second game and he continues to be wasteful and is not taking the chances, it's very simple. The coach should send him a message. When he was substituted in that game against Tanzania, he had a back and forth with the coach. I'm 100% sure he was not happy about that. So in the game against Tunisia, if he gets the service and he does not score, then you should take him out and bring in players that can score the goal. Because in as much as, we are trying to see if he's going to score, we are trying to see if he can deliver, because it's our top performing striker, it's our best performing striker in Europe, apart from Onachu. If he cannot do the job for the team at the moment, you take him out and bring in those that can do the job. There are other strikers on the bench who will be licking their lips at the opportunity to be able to represent Nigeria. And if they can deliver more than an Osimhen, then you take him out. So the bottom line is this: if he does not deliver, take him out. Let others who are part of the team, let's try them and see if they can deliver. That's just it.
Let's take out the story of the AFCON and, of course, everything concerning Super Eagles and head straight to, the EPL. December is a very, very difficult period for any team that actually wants to win the league and any team that wants to escape relegation. That's exactly how close and tight the fixtures in December usually can be. And, of course, former Manchester United player and legend Gary Neville has declared that Premier League title is a two-horse race and has definitely ruled out Aston Villa out of the contention despite their strong performance this season. Unai Emery's side sits just 3 points behind Mikel Arteta's men. Of course, after match day 17, Mayowa, do you really think this is a two-horse race as it stands right now in December? Tomorrow, the Boxing Day fixtures, eventually start, and then we're definitely going to see lots of fixtures till the end of the season. So tell me, let's
make the league much more interesting. I will not mind if Aston Villa comes from behind and overtake everybody and probably win. However, if you look at the antecedent and how Aston Villa has been, they do not have the squad depth. That's it. Take out the first 11 of Aston Villa, let some of their key players get injured. Who are the replacements that can do the job? They do not have that. And that is what Gary Neville is trying to speak to. Now, go to the top two teams, a Guardiola and an Arteta. A Guardiola is even looking at signing a Semedo, whereas there's a news that Oscar Bob wants to leave, and that's the reason why they want to bring a Semedo. That is, they are even trying to reinforce while the league is still going on. Look at Arsenal; they've been able to bring some players in. Yes, Arteta has his 40% of usage of players, but at least you can see that if some players are injured, he has other players to bring in. So that's the reason why I would tend to agree with Gary Neville that if you look at it at the long run, in the next 22 games, the next 21 games that is left, I think the race will probably be between Arsenal and Man City. And the reason is they have a squad that Aston Villa do not have. I think Aston Villa fades out, when the games start getting to 27, 28. By that time, you start seeing injury for player fatigue setting in, and you will have appropriate replacement to replace those players to be able to chase the tide. So I want to agree with Gary Neville.
So let's talk about Unai Emery's men a bit more. Looking at the table right now, they sit comfortably at the third position of the log. Mayowa, tell me, do you think, okay, let's rule them out of winning the title according to Gary Neville? But do you think they can actually make a very strong case for the top four finish?
Definitely. I mean, I will not be surprised if they finish top five. What to the two horse race is this. It's hypothetical. They can still play, and they might play the remaining 21 games and not get injured. It might happen. It's a possibility. They might play the games, and player fatigue will come in, and they find a way to win their games. It's a possibility. So, but I mean, if you are looking at based on the strength, you might want to say, okay, because of that, they are not in two horse race, they are not in the race, and the rest of that. However, the way the league is and the way the people under them are playing at the moment, I think I will not be surprised if an Aston Villa finish the top four position, because even the teams under them, they are not consistent. The consistency level of the teams under them is not that it's not that perfect. There's a Liverpool that is just coming back out of the doldrums of defeat. You don't even know the Liverpool you will get. There is a Chelsea side that you don't know exactly what they are doing. Today they are hot, tomorrow they are cold. There's a Sunderland that's punching above their weight. So these are the teams that are directly below them, and the consistency of this team are not there yet. So I will not be surprised if at the end of the day we find an Aston Villa in the fourth position. I mean, they've been consistent in the Champions League so far, and I think they've made the case for themselves to be a regular in the Champions League, and it comes with a whole lot of revenue. So definitely they want to fight for the top four, at least top five now, based on the new rules. Top five now, and I think at the end of the season they should be one of the top five teams in England.
Of course, still talking about, Gary Neville, who actually said that, or rather, he also said that Manchester City is the primary threat of Arsenal's titles aspiration, highlighting a combination of Pep Guardiola's tactical acumen and star forward Erling Brundtland's prowess on the field. I mean, we talked about Haaland, hitting 25 goal mark, and if he does that, and Manchester City is able to actually keep a low profile when it comes to the number of goals conceded, they might actually just be running away, with the league title. With the way it seems right now, Haaland is just 6 goals away from hitting 25 Premier League goals this season. Do you really think Manchester City can actually take this title from Arsenal with the way Arsenal is structured at this point? Yes, they are actually recovering from injury, but they are managing to actually grind results, which is an hallmark of a very top team.
Well, I think the biggest threat to Arteta not winning the league is always a Man City side. And they have this scary attitude of going on a very long unbeaten run. And they started, in the last couple of games, they did not lost. I think the last game they lost was one against, was one against Newcastle, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was the last game they lost. And since then, they've been winning with even games that they struggle, they find the winner very, very late. But if you look at the Arsenal side, yes, the hallmark of a team, of a top team, is even when you're not playing very well, you still grind out the win. But the question is this: can Arsenal sustain their unbeaten run just like a Man City will do? The answer is no. So for me, I think it's just a matter of time. Arsenal will sure draw a game while Man City takes over them. So I will not be surprised. My eye is laughing. I will not be surprised, if Man City actually finally wins, because they built a reputation of, grinding out consistent win for a very long time. The last time they did it, they went 19 games without losing one. Can Arsenal do that? I don't think so.
Well, really, for me, right, I'm looking at this Arsenal side and I'm having mixed feelings. The first is that this Arsenal side, has shown that, in the moment of despair, in the moments where key players are injured, they manage to actually get the result. Another way, I'm actually looking at this side, I'm looking at, I'm seeing a lot of weakness. Weakness in the sense that this Arsenal team, in the last 3 games, they've struggled to actually get, proper goals from open play. Either penalties, either set piece, and how long can they actually keep up with such style of play? All through the season, they've also been getting a lot of their goals from set piece. A lot of teams have been finding them out now. They're not as dangerous as they were, in the earlier part of the season. And as the season continues to improve, a lot of teams will find a way to actually stop them from, scoring goals from that particular route. Now, here's my problem with that particular team. I know they can be very difficult defensively. That's one very good strength they've got. But what exactly do you think Mikel Arteta should actually do to actually improve, Arsenal's chance of, maintaining the lead? Because that's exactly where the question comes. If they can actually maintain the lead, then we can actually talk about them winning the title.
Well, it's very simple. If you see how they are playing at the moment, there's a lot of fatigue. The way he uses players, it burns them out. And that is the reason. He needs to spread out the game. One thing Guardiola has been able to do over time is, he's able to spread out games. And even some of the games, you can see players that he brings in, the major players when it's very, very important to be different. Arteta does not do that. So a whole lot of the key players get burned out, and and that is the reason. Not every game that you should have a William Saliba playing. Not every game you should have a Gabriel playing. These are the things that Arteta needs to learn. You cannot be playing a lower team on the spectrum, and you are fielding your top players. As time goes on, they get burnt out. And remember, they are in different competitions. They are not just in one. They are in about 3-4 competitions. And you are using the same players over and over again. Fatigue sets in, they get tired and they get burnt out. And that's the reason why the inconsistency starts showing. That's the reason why the drop in performance starts showing. If you look at Arsenal's last 4 games, it's not been fantastic. It has not been fantastic. The game against Chelsea, there was a red card. They couldn't take advantage. The next game, same thing. The game against Wolves, they almost drew that particular game before they finally won it. So the way Arteta is displaying the players is a big disadvantage to the quality, to the depth of player he has. He needs to learn that from Guardiola. That has a way of spreading out players, of spreading out the use of his players, and that keeps the key players very fresh. Arteta is not doing that, and that's the reason why they struggling at the moment.
And of course, Gary Neville also predicted that Arsenal could extend their lead during the February and March, establishing the cushion ahead of the final stretch of the season. Although he also recognizes the unpredictability of the Premier League title, knowing that any team can actually come from anywhere, even if they're actually very close to the top 2 or the top 3 teams to actually usurp them. I think that's the right word to use here to actually nick the title. And of course, teams can actually fall below the pecking order and start struggling for relegation battle. But do you really think this is very feasible from Gary Neville, who is talking about Arsenal's chance of extending the league in February, March, when we know that February, March is usually the season, the part of the season alongside November, where Arsenal naturally will struggle to actually keep up the pace of the Premier League. I don't know what Gary Neville is seeing. Perhaps you are also seeing it, but just help us see what he's actually talking about.
Well, the question is, can Arsenal even get to that before the falter? Because they are struggling at the moment. Except maybe they come out tomorrow and they play differently. They are struggling at the moment. Even the game against Crystal Palace, they are struggling at the moment. They struggle to score goals. Set piece specialists, and a lot of teams have found them out. That means it has taken away the number of times they can actually score goals from set pieces, because teams are beginning to find them out. Look at the number of goals from set pieces. It has dropped drastically. And when the season started, set piece was one of the major contributors of their goals. But now it's not there. The team itself, they are struggling in terms of scoring goals itself. Goikarens and the rest of them, they are not producing goals in front of goals. In front of goals, and that's a big problem. Any team that is going to compete or win needs to start scoring goals. That's not the case with Man City. Man City is scoring goals with reckless abandon. The big question has always been, how long will Arsenal stay without them drawing or losing? I don't think they can sustain this momentum before they lose or they draw. Except maybe they come out tomorrow or during this festive period and something happens and I can see, okay, maybe there's a breath of fresh air. But based on the last 4 games they've played, they are struggling. I don't think they can keep up the momentum for a very long time before Man City overtakes them.
Marwa, give us a parting shot as we prepare, to actually face, the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia tomorrow. On Saturday, I beg your pardon.
Simple. Well, it's very simple. I want, our boys to go out there and do the magic. They have it in them to do it, and I'm hoping, Eric Chell stop this EJ that is doing with the formation. Stick to a particular formation. Let's have an identity and let's go from there.
Thank you very much, Marwa, for the Christmas Day edition of The Locker Room. Hopefully, we'll definitely be here together to actually do the Boxing Day edition of the show. Thank you very much for joining us once again.
It's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Atiku.
Of course, this is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of the show. And of course, yes, it's a good time to actually, go enjoy myself. I mean, Christmas is, one part of the year that every single person would definitely be looking up to us. And of course, it's the end of the year again. If you're a fan of politics, you just have to stick around because Chukwuma Okoro will be stepping into the studio to actually do justice, help us see what's happening in the world of politics. The show is Political Lens. And of course, Chukwuma Okoro will be the host. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Stay tuned.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
is the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We no get holiday.
our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and with the technical crew,
for us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
We stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Once again, Merry Christmas to you. We are less than 12 hours to Christmas. In fact, about 6 hours to Christmas. And from us here on VOP Television, this is wishing you Merry Christmas. Now, on the show today, extreme defections to the APC and Nigeria's democratic stability. When we move away from that, we'll talk about quest for Igbo presidency and nation building in Nigeria. And of course, in the course of the show, we'll also weigh in on the state of the nation, talk about insecurity, economic decline or economic prosperity, and human development index, and all of that. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined virtually by Dr. Fresh Onwaha. Dr. Onwaha is a diasporan. He's an APC chieftain. Coordinator Tinubu is the answer. He's the president, Nigerian Diaspora League in the UK, and former special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Emeka Majuba. He is also former organizing secretary of the Labour Party in Imo State. Good evening, Dr. Onwaha, and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you.
Good evening, Chuma. Thank you for having me. Good evening, viewers.
Good to have you. It's been a while. By the way, Dr. Onwaha was my classmate in high school. Good to see you again.
Oh, my pleasure. It's been a long time, Chuma.
Over 40 years.
We've all changed. We are growing gray hairs
Growing gray hairs and all of that. I think the last time we saw you were in the University of Technology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri.
Owerri,
am I
yeah.
right? Yes. And I came visiting from Calabar then. Good to see you again, Callistus. Now, let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu recently hosted a meeting of the National Caucus of the All Progressives Congress, APC, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, as the ruling party intensified internal consultations ahead of key political timelines. While in attendance were 6 former governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who recently defected to the All Progressives Congress. Talk about Similaya Fubara of Rivers State, the most recent, and okay, not just the most recent, but as at then, Peter Amba of Enugu State, Sherry Oborowere of Delta State, Doyediri of Bayelsa State, Pastor Omoen of Akwa Ibom State, and Abu Kefas of Taraba State, who participated in the caucus session since crossing over to the APC. Now, this meeting was before Caleb Muftuan of Plateau State joined the APC last week. If you add him, it will be 7 PDP governors that have joined the APC. Also in attendance were the former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, former Senate President Anyim Pius Anyim, and former Senate President Ken Nnamani, all previously leading figures in the People's Democratic Party before joining the APC fold. The list does not include senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives have joined the APC, not just from the PDP, but from other political parties. Party insiders at the venue described the engagement as strategic and consultative, designed to reinforce cohesion, reaffirm internal discipline, and harmonize positions before the NEC convenes. Well, the meeting also provided a stabilizing forum for senior actors to exchange perspectives, smoothing internal frictions, and build consensus around political direction, especially as the party approaches the 2026 calendar, when primaries for the 2027 general elections are expected to commence. Dr. Onwaha, the girl of defections to the ruling party, was democracy's true color and the meaning in the context of these defections. I would like for us to talk about democratic stability, given the fact that we have 36 state governors and practically about 26 of them now, or even more. I think we should be talking about 28 or 29 of them in the ruling party. Now, what color of democracy do we see, and what is the meaning of all of that within the context of these defections? What do you see?
Chuma, if you've been following the trend recently, you discover that PDP is in crisis. It's chaotic, and these governors want a platform to run for 2027, a guaranteed platform for that matter, and no one knows where PDP is going at the moment. Secondly, people are impressed with some strides which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing in APC. So it becomes a good bedfellow for them to join. And that is why they're trooping without looking back. PDP, as we talk now, they don't have a platform. They have cases in court. They have double leadership. No one knows where they're headed. And at the end of the day, you don't know if you belong to this faction. The other faction would get approval from INEC. And so they are in dilemma now. The best option for them is to move. And where do they move? They will move to a party that is promising, a party like APC that will give them what they want and guarantee stability. And I think there are other parties beside PDP. So we are going on the very platform that will lead us to where we want to go in 2027. The opposition is still strong. P2B is still there in the Labour Party. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Onwaha, you said quite a lot that is quite instructive. And when you talk about the fact that, look, these governors, they need a stable platform, to contest the 2027 election, Nigerians are asking, what happened to the PDP? The internal crisis in the PDP, is it beyond the governors, to reconcile all these problems and stay within the party instead of having to jump ship at the moment? So who are they leaving the PDP for? And what gives you the impression, too, that they will not take the problems of the PDP to the APC? That is on one part. When we finish this part, I will now talk about the strides you say that the present government is making, apparently, pulling the governors to the APC.
Nuisance values are easy to come by. Destruction is very easy. You can build a house, you can take a whole year building a house, but it takes less than 1 day to pull it down with a bulldozer. I think the wrong persons are in PDP right now, and they are pulling the pillars that hold it together. It is only a matter of time it crumbles. And any intelligent person in that party who want to contest in 2027 should be looking for an alternative platform to contest in 2027. Otherwise, he will see himself in a vacuum and he will not be part and parcels of the 2027 election. And so the nuisance value I'm talking about, there are some people in PDP whose aim and objective is just to destroy the party. And they have continued to do that without apologies. They are using their personal funds, to ensure that there's no life remaining in PDP. Well, we are not going to regret it because it's heading in a good direction. We are encouraging, that drift to APC so that we will have, a landslide victory in 2027 election to enable President Ahmed Bola Tinubu to continue the good work which he's been doing. And it's difficult to build foundation. He's been building and people are not saying. But for those of us who have, foresighted, know that very soon we are going to get to the El Dorado that we're looking for. Thank you.
All right, but I would like for us to still talk about the problems within the PDP before we talk about the president's stride. The good works that you have talked about. I'd like for you to list them in a bit. But talking about the PDP and the APC, can you recall, can you think of any of these people, that has moved, that is currently in the APC, that has not been a part of the PDP? I mean, Atiku Abubakar has moved from PDP to ACN, from ACN to APC, from APC back to PDP, now he has gone to ADC. Which of these people, almost all there's been this mix of people, the same characters that destroyed the PDP, supposedly, are the very people that are going over to the APC. And when you talk about people that are using money, state funds and all of that, money made from public, to destroy the PDP, what gives you the guarantee that moving over to your APC, that they are not going to do the same thing? Because you already see some form of wranglings in some states, some APC states that are saying, oh, no, you came over from the PDP. Now you want to become the head of the party in the state. You are now the leader of the party in the state. You are ignoring those of us that have been in the party since creation and all of that. How do you think that these same characters will not cause the same problem that is in the PDP? And what guarantee do you have that there won't even be bedlam, that there won't be internal implosion, more like an implosion within the APC before 2027?
Okay, let's just look at it this way. Democracy in Nigeria is evolving. It's getting stronger by the day. We are making our mistakes and we are taking our lessons out of these mistakes. Remember in 1999 when we returned to democracy, PDP was the leading party. Over time, there were squabbles. People had differences. Some decided to go to other parties. There were alignments, new alignments, and new parties were formed, and all that. So for me, it's an element of democracy. We're getting stronger. We're getting the democracy is evolving in our country, and so we are not losing sleep about what is happening. About the party getting imploded, it is not going to implode. Rather, it's an alliance of like minds who are working towards the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because you understand that the South and Northern politics in Nigeria is very obvious. In 2015, when during the time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, there was a gang up to throw him out, a Southern president who had performed very well. Somebody who took our GDP to $500 billion, which was the largest in Africa then. Somebody who maintained our foreign debt at as low as $5 billion. But the people said no, they ganged up against him. There was a northern gang up against him. They formed a coalition that removed him. Sorry, I was in APC then, but we threw up one of the worst presidents the world can ever talk of, in the person of Mohammed Buhari, who didn't do much. Now, APC is trying to make amends on what mistake they have made. And they were looking for someone who is strong. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged. Somebody we know is a strategist. Somebody we know has a track record. Somebody we know, is a prime mover from what he did in Lagos State and all that. And he is replicating it here now. I am sorry for the man, for the president. His Excellency is passing through this trauma because he is building the foundation, which is very difficult to do anyway. People don't understand. Some buildings have, 50% of their structures on their foundation, and it took years to come up, and nobody notices. And yet there is a lot of hard work that is going in there. So what is happening now, the coalition, the ADC and all that, is another bet they are throwing on the South to swallow, such that the South again will give up the presidency the way we did in 2015. We lost a president that was good and replaced him with somebody that was not, moving forward and was not moving backward. And so we are being very careful now. The bet they are throwing, we are not ready to swallow it. The coalition is still born. It's not going to move anywhere. And so that's why I think the movement that is going, the governors moving to APC is the right thing to do right now.
Okay.
It has to be strong. We have to give Bola Ahmed Tinubu all he requires to complete the reform he's doing.
Okay.
I know some people are not, comfortable with reform.
Not some people at all. A lot of people are not comfortable with your position, and we are going to talk about that in a bit. Now, from the way you sound, it looks like all these defections are orchestrated just to return Tinubu to power in 2027. And not because, like you said, that the nation is growing or that Nigeria is developing. Everything seems to be like, oh, he must come back to power in 2027. Why should that be?
Chuma, I think if we go into facts, you will understand that I'm telling you, the right things here. I want to give you an instance. Before now, electricity was very difficult to come by in Nigeria. The law had it that if you produce above 7,000 megawatts, you are expected to channel it to the national grid, and it's distributed in the way they like. If you recall, when Ahmed Bola Tinubu came into power in 1999 as governor of Lagos State, he was the first to think about bringing in an independent power plant. There was a floating power station. He moved in immediately. thinking he wants to industrialize Lagos, thinking he is going to localize that the electricity coming from that power station. But unfortunately, the rules and regulations, the laws did not permit him because he had to channel it to the national grid.
Okay.
There were other governors like Audley of River State who built power plants. They were never allowed to appropriate it in their neighborhood. They were asked to channel it to the grid. Now, during Buhari regime, the Senate passed the bill, for this thing to be unbundled and for private people to participate in generation of electricity and transmission and even distribution. That is what gave rise to what you're seeing in Abia State today. But let me just tell you that bill was not assented to by Buhari. He left it. But when Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in and saw that this is going to ginger the progress, industrialization of this country, he appended his signature in the very first month he came. And that is why we can stand here today and be proud to say that Nigeria is generating over 13,000 megawatts of electricity.
Dr. Onoha, that 13,000 is debatable. As at last count, as the last time I checked, the highest Nigeria has gone in terms of megawatts of power generation, it has not gone beyond 6,000. And even that 6,000, we cannot even use all because we don't even have the facilities to take all of them.
This is verifiable.
Yes, I know, it's verifiable. We can read it up.
What you can argue here is that the quantity that is evacuated at the moment is 6,000 megawatts.
Or even less than that.
But I can tell you for free and allow you to verify this. I have, made my research through the regulatory bodies and all that. The last count, Nigeria was generating 13,000 megawatts. They've not been able to evacuate all. I'm sure gas lines are being built to ensure, and facilities are being put in place to ensure that these are evacuated.
Okay.
By the time all these processes are in place, we will be producing and evacuating 13,000 megawatts, which is not a joke.
Now, Dr. Fresh, I understand you. It is debatable, because a lot of people, including myself, I don't agree with the figure that you have put out. But we'll check up that in a bit. I would still like for us to talk about, the politics of defection. We'll get into what the president has done in the past 2.5 years that he became president in terms of trying to grow the economy, in terms of HDI, in terms of trying to fight insecurity and all of that, scaling up the economy. I would like for us to stay at the moment, at the political level. Now, you made one admission that has been very difficult for people in your party, the APC, to do. You said that, Nigeria made a mistake in 2015, to have elected Muhammadu Buhari, who happens to be somehow the worst president Nigeria ever had. That was exactly your position. But you also said that there was more like a gang up from the north. Yes. When you talk about gang up from the north, Rotimi Amechi, is it from the north? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is it from the north? I mean, these are the arrowheads, of the 2015 misfortune that you talked about. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Dr. Fresh. Unfortunately, when Tinubu came into office, what did he say? He said, I will continue from where the mistake stopped. And that exactly he has done. So?
That will require to be clarified, Okay. I will continue from where he stops. He stopped. Could mean I would build on probably what he felt was tangible, like signing into law the electricity bill, which Mohamed Buhari was not able to sign. He continued and he signed it into law, and you and I are enjoying it today.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, you are not enjoying it because there is darkness there in Nigeria. You might be in the UK. You're enjoying like there is darkness here. We don't even have up to 3,000 megawatts that we are using. Industries cannot run on those things. We have industries that run on generators. We had an a telecom giant that said, look, it would have been better for me if I was running a telecom company, but I run two companies, one telco, one power generation, meaning that he deploys two big generators in over 1,000 base stations across the country. And you know what that means for him? So it's still not
you will
Uhuru for us.
understand that,
Okay.
that when it comes to power, we've had a lot of trouble over the years. And there's a building process. You must agree with me that facilities must be put in place. Remember that at the last count, Pacific Holding, Davido's father, which all of us know, commissioned generation of 1,200 megawatts of electricity, which is enormous. Geometric Power has commissioned 188. These are proceeds that are coming from private sector, who were hitherto not allowed to generate electricity in the past. And I can tell you for free that many other state governments are also building power plants that will enable us to grow. I'm looking at the end of the first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu for us to be rounding off like between 25 to 30 megawatts, because a lot of plants are being built now.
Dr. Fresh, I hate to butt in at this moment because I want us to get things very clear. The problem doesn't seem to be generation. The 6,000 that we generate, very lowly, going by our standards, population and everything, the 6,000 we generate, we cannot even make use of all of them. And Nigeria, a country of over 230 million people at last count, we are fiddling with 3,000. The TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, is still fully owned by the federal government. And now we don't even have infrastructure. At last count, in the past 3 years, we have had more than 100 what do they call it, collapse. You know, national grid collapse. In just 2.5 years or so, over 100. Yet we have a president who doesn't think it is necessary to build infrastructure that can even take up the 6,000 naira, the 6,000 megawatts, I beg your pardon. And we hear the impression that he created for us that, look, he seems to be doing well in the power sector. How is that so?
All right, let's take it systematically, because one, we are perfecting the act of generation.
Okay.
And you and I know that some of these power stations require gas, to proceed, to achieve, their height. And so he is moving into the second stage. Remember, recently, the federal government went into contract with Cement, which is one of the world's best infrastructure provider when it comes to power. And they are trying to build, the transmission and then the distribution units that would help to evacuate more power from the generation sources. If you look at Abia yesterday, it was in the news, the federal government sponsored the building of an infrastructure that enabled Okwa to come back to electricity after like 10 years of absence. What they have just done was to do, to ensure a transmission line of about 34 kilometers, and they were able to put down transformers, to distribute it. So they are having power supply. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the infrastructures take time, to get in place. Another problem is gas supply to these power stations. As I'm talking to you now, a lot of pipelines are being run, through all these power plants, to be able from sources where hitherto gases were flayed before, they are being gathered and channeled into this power station. And those processes are ongoing, and I have no fear that before the end of the tenure of this first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, those facilities would have been completed. And then you will begin to get the benefit of all this enormous generation that we're already having now.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'm happy that you had to front load the president's performance, and we are talking about it now. But before we get into the numbers, I'd like to ask you, do you think that Nigeria will eventually slide into one-party state, more like a dictatorship? Do you see that coming?
I don't see it coming. Like I said, it's evolving. And the opposition is also strong in Nigeria. That's the beauty of the democracy. Like P2B is a strong force when it comes to the opposition. I don't see him joining the APC. I also see Atiku Abubakar, who is the head of the coalition, ADC. I don't see it, coming together to become one party. But what I think is happening is that there's a learning process we are undergoing. America have been a democracy for over 200 years. We just started again in 1999. So we are going to get there. It's going to get stronger, better by the day. That's what I think in that one.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'd like for us to run the numbers now. Between 2015, when the PDP left office, and 2025, the 10 years of the APC government. In 2015, our GDP, like you rightly acknowledged, topped at $500 billion economy. Now we are 247. As at that time, we were number 1 in Africa. Now we are number 4. Egypt, South Africa, and which other country? I think Morocco has overtaken us. That is it. Inflation, as at the time PDP left office, inflation was 1 digit, 8%. Now, despite all the rebasing, inflation is still at 24%. I'm not talking about headline inflation. If you talk about headline inflation, it will be more. Now, exchange rate, as at the time PDP left office, was around 220 or 280 naira per dollar. Now, 1,456. Interest rate, 1 digit. Now, at what rate? Debt exposure, our debt exposure was below $40 billion. 40 billion naira. Now we have 152 trillion naira. In all of this, when you talk about reforms, what kind of reforms are you talking about? Reforms here in Nigeria or reforms on paper?
We have to look at it from the broader perspective.
Okay.
The former government put us on a hot seat. We are living on a borrowed time.
Okay.
Nigeria was moving towards the principle. What is not there. And it was a matter of time we slip into a failed state. And you and I knew that if that had happened, prolonged for another additional 1-2 years, there would have been disaster in the country. What this government has actually done is to, call a spade a spade. Made us to understand that all this time we're not running actual economy, we're living on borrowed time. That is the reason why on the inauguration day of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he decided to remove the subsidy in, from petroleum products. That alone could have created a disaster. Remember, every other president was so scared, stiff scared, to touch issue of fuel
subsidy.
The fuel subsidy.
Dr. Fresh. Dr. Fresh.
Yeah, let me
Dr. Fresh, are you aware that Nigeria still pays fuel subsidy? Are you aware, before we proceed? Are you aware?
Even if Nigeria, I'm not aware of that.
Okay,
but I can tell you a lot of money was freed from that subsidy.
Okay.
And now we are running the real economy. The other time we were running, on borrowed time. Now we are facing the truth for ourselves.
By borrowing more?
Petroleum products
we are facing the truth by borrowing more, Dr. Fresh, by borrowing more. I just told you our debt exposure in 2015, and now it has more than quadrupled. 142 trillion naira debt exposure.
When you look at it, you also look at the rate of the servicing rate ratio. Okay. You understand? You don't look at it as an isolated case. How much money were we using to service debt before?
Has that changed?
GDP. What I'm trying to say here is the debt servicing ratio to the GDP is better now by far. So we look at it holistically, you understand, because we are now doing the real thing. We are not shielding anything. We're not hiding anything. We have said this is how we are. We are not this rich. We are just portraying ourselves as being rich. But now, this is how we are. We have taken it from the foundation again. We are rebuilding from the scratch. We are trying to put things in place. That is what is happening now. And so the people are bound to face the pains. We are passing through the tribulation because we are now facing the pains of the reality of our time. Unlike when these things were shielded, hidden, and then all that, we're borrowing money and lifting ourselves up. But if you look at it now, things are beginning to look better again. Last year, a pound here was exchanging for 2,500 naira. But today, it is kept on coming down. As of last month, it was 1,800 per pound. So it will continue to get well because now we are becoming more productive.
More productive? Dr. Fresh, more productive. What are we producing? Companies are shutting down here.
Refined product. Okay, for instance, most of the petroleum product we utilize now are produced in our nation. So we are not foreign exchange reserve again towards that. And that is why you see there's a continuous the naira keep on getting stronger by the day.
Oh, well, I'm not sure Nigeria. I'm not sure the naira is getting stronger. If you look at the budget benchmark,
look at it this way.
Okay.
When we came to the basis, when we told ourselves the reality, it shot to 2,500. That was what it was at that time.
No, you're talking about the pounds. The pounds now. The pound sterling.
Yes, I'm just putting a benchmark with pounds.
Okay.
Now, as things kept on going on, the gross domestic product continued to increase. Like I told you, we are, unless for the overzealous independent marketers who are still bringing petroleum products, you and I know that Dangote refinery and even the Port Harcourt refinery, which has come upstream again, are producing enough for local consumption, and we're even exporting. So what that means is
Dr. Fresh, okay, land on your thought. Land on your thought.
Okay. Now, I'm sure you know that we're exporting to Cameroon and neighboring West African countries petroleum products from Dangote refinery. Okay. So what I'm saying now, because of all these exports, the foreign exchange reserve is growing stronger. Like the last count, we had over $42 billion in our foreign exchange reserve.
Did you hear what the Minister of Finance said about the foreign reserve that is increasing? He said, no, it's not. It's because you are borrowing. It was more like a slip from him. Did you hear that? You didn't get that?
Every country in this world borrows. America has borrowed more money than any other.
And so when we borrow and it doesn't reflect on the exchange rate, the interest rate and all of that, of what use will it be to local production?
And I can tell you that nobody will borrow you money if they think you don't have the capacity to pay back. That is a simple, mathematics you and I know.
Because they have a collateral.
If they are able to borrow, means the lender understands that they have the capacity to pay back what they have borrowed. So the GDP is looking very good. Your borrowing has to be a particular percentage of your GDP. You can't borrow more than 25% of your GDP.
All right.
It's legal. Okay. And so I think they are keeping it within that range. So what I'm saying is that even though we are borrowing, we are getting stronger. Our reserve is growing by the day. The lenders are even having more confidence. But we are setting up infrastructures again. We want to get to a point where, this thing will be running on its own. It will be on auto drive, and the economy will smoothen out again.
All right then, Dr. Fresh. This is a conversation. It's an ongoing conversation. We might have to expand it some other time. For the meantime, let's get into another very interesting story, and that is the quest for Igbo president. Now, the quest for a president of Igbo extraction has been a sing-song since the return to civil rule in 1999. The closest an Igbo has come to the executive powers at the center was between 1979 and 1983 when Alex Ifeanyi Ekwueme was vice president. And since 1999, the highest has been the Senate presidency. And in the last 10 years, the highest has been deputy Senate president under Buhari. Talk about Ikwe Ekeremadu. Now, Dr. Fresh, what's your broad reaction to the quest for a president of Igbo extraction in Nigeria?
Chuma, you've asked a very sensitive question. I am first an Igbo man before a Nigerian. If you ask me, I would rather say, okay, I want an Igbo president but it's a very sensitive matter as far as the situation we have in our hands is concerned now. Why do I say that? Now, each time they not want to play a divide and rule, throw a bet to us so that we in the South will be divided. Our votes are divided and they take advantage of that to ride on us. That's the situation. If you ask me which path will I follow, I will follow the path of Ohaneze. Ohaneze Ndibo have thought it wise to support Ahmed Bola Tinubu for a second term.
No, I think that's a faction of Ohaneze Ndibo, not the main faction of Ohaneze Ndibo. You are talking about Isi Guzoro, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So now what we are saying is that they have seen some wisdom in it. The marginalization of Ndibo has been there for a very long time. It's something that must be addressed. Tinubu came to campaign in Enugu 2 years ago. He said, I am the one that will help you realize this Igbo presidency. Now, what if we give him the support for this second term? Definitely, we would have endeared ourselves into the hearts of the Yorubas. They are going to also support us. We need their support. We cannot become president in isolation. We need the coalitions. The South-South, we have supported the South-South, so the payback time is coming. If we support the West, the payback time will come. And I'm also very sure that the North Central will back an Igbo presidency in 2032, or 2031 or thereabout. And that is what we are looking forward to. It's overdue, but I don't think this time is auspicious for that Igbo presidency, because it's another bird that is coming, the type that came in 2015, when we dislodged Goodluck Ebele Jonathan from office for this kind of thing. Now they are throwing the bet again for us to swallow and kick out another Southern president. When the Northern presidents were there, nobody bothered. Nobody, cared, whether he was doing well or he wasn't doing well. And nobody talked about building a coalition to remove them. Why is it only the Southern president that coalitions arises, in order to dislodge them? That's what we're asking here. We need the Igbo presidency, but it's not at the expense of our brother. We need to give him, since we know that he is on a trajectory of lifting this economy, since we know that he's setting out the template that will help run Nigeria smoothly. I think I will encourage my Igbo brothers that let us give him a backing that he requires now to get back to power and finish the work which he had just started. And then when it is our time to ask for their support, they won't look back but to support us.
All right. Now, Dr. Fresh, you have said quite a lot. You said that it is time for us, it is important for us to support Tinubu, because when he came to Enugu, he said when he gets it, that after he's done, he will give it over to us. That was exactly the story we were told, that was sold to us during Buhari. Just support Buhari. The moment it's done, he's going to give it, to an Igbo man. That is number one. Number two, you said we should not align with the Igbo, should not align with the North at the expense of our brother, a Southerner. Now, let's do the arithmetic. Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. In 1999, power came down south, and the Southwest took it in Olu Obasanjo. In 2007, it went to the North. Yar'Adua took it. Somehow, it came down south again. Jonathan took it from the South-South. In 2023, who should have taken it, given that we have 3 zones in the south? Now it went again to the Southwest. What form of justice is that? What color of justice is that?
Schumer, like I said, it's the marginalization of the Igbos did not start today.
Okay.
They look at it as, there was a civil war, they lost, and so we want to marginalize them. I think that's what my own thinking. I don't know what is in their mind, and I also think that to address the marginalization of the Igbo is going to be a holistic thing. We need to build the proper coalition and present ourselves as worthy, to take that position. Why I'm saying this is that the time is not appropriate for us to jump in now because it's middle of the game. We will address the issue of marginalization. We are looking for a transfer of power, to the Igbo man, because we've been marginalized in every aspect, in appointment, in every other thing. Nepotism has been, the order of the day in this country. But that's not going to push us from, swallowing the belt again, because this is a very sensitive period. What we do with 2027 will determine how quick and how fast Igbo presidency will come.
Okay, by 2027, Bola Ahmed Tinubu steps back, and he does till 2031. And power goes back to the north from 2031 to 2039. That is how many years away from now? We are looking at approximately 3, 2, 4, 8. We are looking at about 15 years. Now, do you see what permutations do you think that can produce an Igbo president anytime in 20?
The holistic way.
Okay.
If you remember, the regions were like 3 regions.
Okay.
We had the West, we had the East, and we had the North.
Okay.
These are the principal region. The discussion came recently, and when they started saying North and South, North and South. If we go to the original region, it could just be rotated through the middle, regions, and vice versa. So we are looking for, there's nothing wrong in Igbo taking over from Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we are a major region that has not tested power since democracy returned to Nigeria in 1999. And so we are very confident that even the North will consider it necessary to pass the power to the Southeastern.
And you think that the North will allow? You think the North will allow power to stay in the South for 16 years?
But they have ruled Nigeria for more than 70% of the time, whether military or civil rules. Most of the policies that are affecting us today were done during the military. Remember the lopsidedness of the local government, for which Bola Ahmed now is trying to grant autonomy to the local government. And you know that the sharing basis here is local government and state. And one state in the north has 44 local governments. And a whole big Imo state has just 27. You understand that it's already lopsided. And these were created by military regimes. But when we talk about leadership, we talk as though military leadership was not a regime. You understand? We have to look at this holistically. The North has dominated leadership since independence. From independence, they have dominated over 70% of the time. So there's nothing wrong in handing over Bola Ahmed Tinubu, handing over to an Igbo president.
In 2031. In
2031, exactly.
Okay, now beautiful. Dr. Fresh, let's talk a bit about the state of the nation. Now let's get into insecurity. You know the back and forth, that Nigeria has been having with Donald Trump of the United States, and how they have redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, recall the ambassador. Now they're offering $3,000 to illegal immigrants to return home and pay their flight tickets. And if you are not taking that, the moment to capture you, will take you in and will take you home first, and you not come back to the United States of America again. Now, do you think that this country, that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing enough, in the war on terror, to the extent that, look, America can say, okay, Nigeria has a clean slate now, let's take them back? What do you think? What's your assessment of the president's drive to fight insecurity in Nigeria?
Chuma, let me start by saying that insecurity in Nigeria is a tetrahedron. And sorry to say, the leadership in the past has been complicit in this area. And that is why it has been difficult to fight insecurity. If you look at, there was a time when Sani Abacha was alive, he said that no insecurity will last 24 hours in Nigeria if the hand of the government is not in it. And you and I have been hearing about high-profile persons that have been mentioned who are complicit with this insecurity, and that is why it has been very difficult to dislodge. They mix religion with it, and they try to brand it with all them. It's the same thing with us, whether they're calling it Boko Haram, whether they're calling it herdsmen, whether they're calling it bandits, they are all the same thing. They are all, violent crime, killing, maiming, kidnapping to raise money to fund for their weapons and all that. Now, what is Donald Trump's interest? I want to tell you, before I even go there, let me also tell you that if our country is calm and peaceful, we have no need going out because we have one of the best countries in the world. We have a country, that is happy 24 hours. We have a country that has summer for 12 months. We have a country, that are endowed naturally. We have a country that's endowed human resources and every other thing. So all we require to move forward now is to secure our borders and ensure that insecurity is brought to, the barest minimum. Trump is coming, a welcome development. Because you and I know that the world is moving, transiting from fossil oil to renewable energy sources. And I can tell you that lithium is playing a very paramount role in that process. Using running your electric cars are made of lithium. And whether you're powering your solar energy or whatever, your inverters and all that, lithium plays a very paramount role. And I can tell you that we have a lot of reserve of lithium in Zamfara. Little wonder there is banditry in Zamfara. There are foreigners who come into our territory, across our borders, give guns to these bandits, exploit the mineral resources, and run away with it without paying anything to the government. And making it, even for our armed forces, difficult for armed forces to even get entrance into that zone and then flush them out. So we are thinking that Trump coming in will bring order to that area. Recently, lithium was found again in Kwara State, in one of the world's largest reserve of lithium has been found in Kwara State. And the bandits again has gone there, to create the confusion again. But Trump is saying we can take these people out and legalize this thing so that everybody will have, clean access to this energy, instead of some foreigners coming to steal it in compliance or in collaboration with some local chiefs, local politicians who continue to add such, banditry, and then insecurity continue to increase.
Okay.
But let me even ask you.
Okay, Dr. Fresh, I'd like for you to round off in 30 seconds because we are out of time.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me even ask you. Nigeria, some young boys invented or innovated, drones. And as I speak to you, these guys domiciled in Abuja, and they have capacity of producing 30,000 drones per annum. They are selling to the rest of the world. What stops the federal government from engaging these young people and then getting this drone to check our forests and all that? There are saboteurs inside, but I'm glad that they are being discovered. The federal government is naming those who are in the government who are trying to block all these processes, which to checkmate insecurity, bring peace on our land, and then have a very peaceful environment. And you see the world, I am thinking that the next destination of the world is Nigeria, because we have all it takes for tourism, we have all it takes for production, GDP increase, and all that. And so you, in the next 10 years, check out what will happen. And I think Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be able to rectify all these things and put us on the trajectory of realizing our nationhood.
All right, I'll take that as a concluding thought. And unfortunately, this is where we have to draw the curtain. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Fresh Onuoha, for being part of Political Lens. Now, Dr. Onuoha is an APC chieftain, coordinator. Tinubu is the answer, President, Nigerian Diaspora League. Former SA to Honorable Minister of Education Emeka Nwajuba and former Organizing Secretary, Labour Party in Imo State. Thank you very much, Dr. Fresh Onoha, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yeah, thank you, Chuma, for having me. I think it is a lot to talk.
All right, big pleasure.
We'll do this some I love my country. I would always
now, on
want
behalf
to
of the backroom staff, the
All
technical director, bus engineer, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. From me, Merry Christmas and bye for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern state are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for God's sake, it will stay increase because it's the season now. Normally that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normal. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, yeah. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. to get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If it's me to say, the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village, from here to your village, it costs 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live, they should release everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling, government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, like today, Bonny Way, we paid 30,500. But on the norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. I don't know why the thing is always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umaya. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people want to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. But everything now we don't suffer. Month now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you see, if you want to go some small place now, you say 500. It's not our fault. Fuel is there and agbo is there. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. We just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. the loudest voices of the common man, the medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to elevate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts every headlines, news breaks and events happen, bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We bring that chaos, fact, not false, truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television, now more than a voice.
Hello Nigeria, Merry Christmas to you and a very warm welcome to you to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nnenna Ndomdioto. It's Christmas, and on today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Tinubu, governors and others calling for peace and religious freedom, to Netanyahu condemning attacks on Christians in Nigeria. Also, EFCC boss discloses corruption masking God's blessing on Nigerians. And finally, APC chieftain tells PDP to fix issues or merge with ADC. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As Christians across Nigeria celebrate Christmas, political leaders and religious bodies are using the season to renew calls for peace, unity, and religious tolerance across the country. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to protecting religious freedom and promoting peaceful coexistence among Nigerians, regardless of faith or ethnicity. In a Christmas message to the nation, the president described the season as a reminder of shared values such as love, sacrifice, and compassion, urging citizens to embrace unity despite economic and security challenges. Across the country, state governors, clerics, and community leaders echoed similar messages, calling on Nigerians to remain hopeful and supportive of one another as the nation works through its current difficulties. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, also urged churches to celebrate Christmas with wisdom, restraint, and hope, encouraging prayers for national healing, stability, and responsible leadership. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Kuka, has used the Christmas season to challenge leaders to confront Nigeria's deep-seated problems. He called on political leaders to urgently address insecurity, poverty, and widespread suffering that are challenging the faith of Nigerians. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Emperor Jackson Ojo. He is a public affairs analyst, a security expert, and an executive protection specialist. Also, we have joining us all the way from Benin City, we have Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, a human rights activist and publicity secretary of Talakawa's Parliament. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening, Emperor. Yeah. Glad to have you join us. Welcome. And good evening, Kenneth. Good evening, Kenneth. Glad to have you join us from Benin City.
Thank you too. I'm glad to join you people today. Thank you.
Compliments of the season, please. Hope you've eaten your Christmas chicken and all.
Still under the pipeline. We are still on it, ma. It's not yet finished.
Pipeline by 7 o'clock. Okay, let's get right to what we have for today. Let me start with you, Emperor. So beyond seasonal goodwill, how can government, we've seen goodwill messages, we've seen the president talk about religious tolerance and all of that. But how can we go beyond seasonal goodwill, and how can government translate Christmas messages on peace and religious freedom into concrete policy actions?
Unfortunately, I don't believe in the kind of evangelism message from an evangelist that is not practicing his preaching. We enough of goodwill messages in this country. We want to see the
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with Emperor. Can we have you, Kenneth? Can you chime in on this?
Okay, yeah. The truth is a good thing that they're calling for peace, you know, and religious tolerance.
Let them be effective to preach. Okay. They don't need to give us good women. What they are doing.
Kenneth, you can go ahead, please.
Now it's good for them to call for peace and religious tolerance during this Yuletide period. Nonetheless, saying that alone is not tangible enough. We want to see these witches and this admonition, you know, become a reality by the government taking the bull by the horn to put in place what will really, you know, bring about peace and religious tolerance. It's not just calling for peace alone. Put measures into place that will ensure for peace. Now you're talking about peace during this Yuletide period, and there is no parameters that has been put in place to cushion the hard effect of economic hardship that the people are undergoing. They talked about a Christian genocide. They are yet to do anything tangible apart from the shenanigans they parading that they have caught some bandits and the attackers and the rest. We are calling for a realistic government that walk the talk, a government that that they are not just doing what we call baraboism, a government that will really, you know, feel the plight of the common man, the government that at least, you know, we do the yearning and the bidding and aspirations of the common, you know, Nigerian. Calling for peace during Yuletide period is not just what we yearn for. So it's good they are wishing us the Christians who are celebrating Christmas. Well, nonetheless, they should do better by at least putting measures into place to end insecurity, to end Christian or Muslim genocide, as the case may be. They should end S-men attack. They should end kidnapping and tend to the welfare of the common man. That is what is expected of them, and not this publicity stunt every time.
calling for what they're supposed to take action for. And during this Yuletide period too, with the money that is in the coffers of these legislators and our presidents and our governors, they are supposed to at least give, especially civil servants, whom are at the end and receiving, who bears the brunt, they're supposed to give them 13 months salary. They would have paid them to cushion the effect, so that when you wish them, peace during their celebration, you give them something too for palliative measures to cushion the effects of the already exacerbated, situation. So that is my humble take. It's good to call for peace. Nonetheless, the government should do the needful by putting parameters and measures into place to alleviating the woes of the plebeians and the common men in society. Thank you.
Okay, let me get back to Emperor. Emperor, can you just complete your thought?
Wait, not be so now. Whatever it was. No.
Emperor, are you with us?
And we do, but
can you go ahead? You were saying something before your network had issues.
And that's exactly what Mr. Wire was saying. That's exactly what I want to say. I don't believe in when an evangelist is preaching, but the way he's acting is against what he's preaching. Nigerians of today, we don't want anybody to grieve with anybody again. We don't want anybody to preach peace. Let us practice peace. Peace that you preach during Christmas, during New Year, during Islamic celebration. When you preach peace during this period of time, that is all. You don't care if the economy is okay. Economy is in comatose. Health fertility is in shambles. Insecurity is the order of the day. Educational system is in a rotten state. And you are preaching peace. You cannot get all this thing wrong. And you are expecting peace. No way. If all these things are okay, these are the combination that will work together to stabilize peace in any country. So enough of preaching peace during this period. They should practicalize it. They should make sure people can travel by road. They should make sure those people that want to travel by air, that can afford it. They should make sure that today, Christmas Day, some people will not just be in their house. They cannot afford rice. They cannot afford any form of protein. Some people want to travel, no way. So enough of this preaching their peace. Let them practicalize it.
Okay, so one of the things that the president said during his speech, let me quote him verbatim. He said, "As your president, I remain committed to doing everything within my power to enshrine religious freedom in Nigeria and to protect all people of different faith from violence." That's what the president said in the speech. But I want to ask you, Emperor, let me still stay on you before I move to Kenneth. Do you really think that, do we really have religious freedom in Nigeria, in all parts of the country? Can we really categorically state that we have religious freedom in this nation?
There's religious freedom in this country. You have the atheists, nobody is disturbing them. The herbalists, the traditional practitioners, they are doing their own, nobody is disturbing them. Muslims are doing their own. Most of my friends, most of my business and political associates, they are Muslims. We don't think about that. When you want to board a flight, do you care to know if the pilot is a Christian or a Muslim? Do you care in the university? Do you care if the vice chancellor is a Christian or Muslim? Nobody cares about that. There is religious freedom in the country. But the only thing that is causing crisis It's not even religious crime, religious misunderstanding or whatever. The social economic of this country is damaged. It's in comatose. People cannot feed. An hungry man is an angry man. That is it. They should put things right. In the 60s, before we were born, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, there is nothing like we mingle. All these things people they call Fulani herdsmen. We grew up together in my village. They take their cows to farmland. They don't go to eat people's crop. So we mingle together with everything together. During layer period, we go to their houses to eat. During Christmas, they visit us to eat. There is no religious misunderstanding. There is total religious freedom. But a lot of things that are supposed to serve, they are not there. No peace. No food. People cannot move. No freedom of movement. The law permits freedom of movement, but the system does not permit it except you want to take risk and kill yourself. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Kenneth. Kenneth, you know, can Nigeria realistically claim religious freedom? We've heard Emperor say that there is religious freedom, but can the country or can Nigeria as a whole realistically claim religious freedom when insecurity affects faith-based communities in some regions? That's one of the questions I wanted to answer. And the second question I would like you to answer is that how can citizens measure whether religious freedom is truly being protected? Please, can you unmute your device?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, ma. I cannot emphatically say that Nigerians are enjoying religious freedom. What is religious freedom? Is the right you enjoy from practicing your religion without, intrusion or without coercion. If we were having what we call religious freedom, there wouldn't have been the outcry of Christian genocide that made Donald Trump and Senate in the U.S., to speak out that they want to come and lend a helping hand to Nigeria to, nip in the bud the religious insurrection or genocide. So there is no religious freedom in Nigeria, if you ask me. We'll see clips too when that reverend who called the attention of Trump and U.S. Senate and Rep. We saw the clip where he was conducting mass burial for victims of religious or Christian genocide. So with that alone, we cannot say that there's religious freedom in Nigeria. And what are the parameters for measuring truly if there is religious freedom in the country? It is when you worship whatsoever you as any religious body you want, be it a Christian, be it a Muslim, be it an atheist, whether it's an African traditional religious person, that are without being disturbed, without experiencing violence. That is when it is said to be that there is religious freedom. But in the current state of Nigeria, amidst insecurity, kidnapping, in recent time, in those states where I stay, is all over the media, is verifiable. Even they kidnapped people in the seminary, reverend fathers were kidnapped, some church members were kidnapped. I think one also happened in Ondo, not too far away, not too far, not too long ago, rather, when they went into the churches and the church and they were shooting sporadically into the air, and you could see allegedly that some persons were even killed, and you could see in the clip an old woman was trying to run for safety, but her legs could not carry her again because she's old. So seeing all of this, I will not be doing myself good, or posterity will not judge me aright to say.
Okay. We seem to have lost connection with Kenneth there. Let me go back to you, Emperor. Let me get back to you, Emperor. Emperor, and what role should religious institutions play? We've seen religious institutions, we've seen, religious bodies. What role should they play in holding government accountable beyond offering prayers and moral guidance? Like I said, we've seen them offer prayers, we've seen them talk about moral guidance, we've seen them give goodwill messages even on days like this. But beyond that, how can they hold government accountable?
For religious leaders, they should not obnob, they should stop obnobbing with the government. By the time our religious leaders continue to obnob with the government, they will not be able to tell the government the truth. This is a country where when some men of God are speaking the truth, and another some men of God, the second day they will pack themselves, they want to go to Aso Rock to go and do solidarity visit to the president. So which one? There must be a united religious bodies. The Christian must be united and remain one indivisible one. The Muslim must remain united and remain one indivisible one. That is when a reverend father speaks, he will be speaking the voice of all the Christians in the country. When an imam speaks, he will seem to be speaking the mind of all the Muslims in the country. But in a situation whereby some Christian bodies are criticizing government for the lackadaisical attitude of the government towards religious body. And the second day, some religious body too, in the Christendom or in the Islamic, will call press conference and be praising that same government. This is what government is encouraging this. They will pay some people money to support in building churches. They will support some people to go to Israel. Some people will go to Mecca. But if you ever criticize them, they will never give your group slot. So these religious body, they have allowed themselves to be infiltrated by the government. And that is why, because of their disunity, that is why they cannot hold government responsible. Simple as ABC.
Okay, so while I was reading like the background to this question or to the analysis that we're having, I actually talked about Kuka. Kuka was one of the persons who spoke in this story, and he said that he called on leaders to address the insecurity in the country. And one of the things he said, I'm going to also quote him verbatim. He said, while these challenges cannot be denied, he wants Nigerians not to lose hope. And he said that Nigeria cannot outsource solutions to these challenges, but rather be united in confronting them. He's saying that we should not outsource the solutions to our problems, but be united. What do you make of this statement? How can Nigerians be united in fighting against insecurity like we have it today?
You listen to me, to my submission now. I talked about unity. In those days, during Christmas, the Muslims will visit the Christians. During Salah, the Christians will visit the Muslims. Recently, even in the northern Nigeria, during the Christmas coordinated by the governor of what's the name? The governor of Kaduna State. In that Christmas carol, you saw some really Muslim leaders there. And that is how it should be. There is nothing bad. People like Adeboye visit the Sultan of Sokoto. There is nothing bad. Oyedepo, Biyomiye. There is nothing bad. They visit religious leader, Islamic religious leader. All is united to bring about peace. Whatever they should do, after all, the principal thing is that all of us were serving one God. It is only one God that created heaven and earth and owns everything that in it. So, if the religious leaders, if you see the Sultan of Sokoto today, they pay visit to Baba Adeboye, and they dine and wine together, you will see tomorrow some Christians will not see any reason why they should not visit their Muslim brothers. But at the top there, you see them not uniting. How do you want the populace to unite? So our leaders should first of all unite. If the Christian leaders, Muslim leaders are united, the government of the day will be afraid of the people and they will do the right thing. But just because there is no unity, that is why the government of the day, they are not bothered. They can do whatever they like. Simple. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has called for an immediate end to attacks on Christians in Nigeria, stressing that religious persecution against any group is unacceptable. Netanyahu, in his Christmas message, said the persecution of Christians or followers of any faith cannot and must not be tolerated. He specifically referenced militant assaults and forced displacement of Christian communities in Nigeria, urging that the violence must end and it must end now. The Israeli leader contrasted the situation in Nigeria with what he described as religious freedom in Israel, where Christians are able to practice their faith openly and celebrate traditions without fear. Israel, Netanyahu said, stands in solidarity with Christians around the world. Okay, I don't know if Kenneth is back. Kenneth, okay, what do you make of this Netanyahu statement? Okay, Emperor, can you take this up?
Yeah. See, I am afraid if Ted Cruz, a senator in America, raised this issue and instantly the president of America accepted it, and now you are seeing the Israeli leader is accepting this, buying into this. We are leading towards religious crisis in Nigeria. Political crisis is a minor thing. Security crisis is a minor thing. Religious crisis, I doubt if any government will be able to handle it. We should do whatever we want to do as a nation. Our government should rise up. The two major religious bodies should rise up to communicate to the entire world that there is no religious crisis in Nigeria. If the Senate of America raised this, the President of America raised it and even threatened, and Netanyahu is saying the same thing. I am telling you today that religious crisis is looming. And the government of the day must be very careful. Instead of the government of the day to be taking this matter very seriously, what they're after is the numbers of senators that decamp to the ruling party. It's the numbers of governors that decamp to the ruling party. 2027 election preoccupy their minds. But if there is religious crisis, Israel want to intervene to support Christians in Nigeria. America want to intervene to support Christians in Nigeria. There will be religious crisis and there will be no election in 2027. Our leaders will be very careful.
Okay, you know, some persons would actually say, or actually I've heard some persons say over this particular issue, that Netanyahu does not have the moral right to make the statement because the same Netanyahu, Israel, the issue they have with Palestinian and all of that, that why would he be saying Nigerians are being killed, Christians are being killed in Nigeria when Israel is actually doing same to Palestine. So what do you make of this? Do you think that he has no moral right to make the statement? Is it a case of remove the log in your eyes before trying to remove the speck in Nigeria's eyes? What do you think?
Is there morality in Nigeria here? There is moral conflict in this country. Is there morality here? No morality here. And when they know that even in our government, there is moral justification to do some certain things that they are doing, then if you don't have moral justification to do what you are doing, if any other person is coming to do it, will you have moral justification to stop the person or to tell the person to stop? No. They are seeing the loophole and they want to capitalize on it in order to come in to cause crisis. The crisis that God knows what they want to benefit from. That is it. If you don't keep your house in order, another person that the house is full of disorderliness will come to your house and correct you. If you don't remove the speck in your eye, a dirty man will come and tell you to remove the speck in your eye. You must first of all, if we keep our house in order, do we need any international intervention? No. But is the house in order? In Benue, in Plateau, in Borno, in Katsina, in Kebbi, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, in Niger, if they are not killing anybody, will anybody be able to live on our country? No. So when you are not treating your children well, definitely those people that are not even clothing their children will come and correct you. It's as simple as ABC.
Okay, thank you very much, Emperor. Let's move on to the next conversation for tonight. Now, of course, we're moving the EFCC boss, the EFCC chairman, Ola Olukayode, says Nigeria's developmental challenges has been linked or is linked to entrenched corruption. He disclosed that corruption continues to mask the enormous blessings God has bestowed on Nigeria, preventing the country from achieving its full potential. In his Christmas message, Olukoyede argued that Nigeria is richly endowed with human and natural resources, but suffers from systemic misuse of public funds and abuse of power. The EFCC chairman called on Nigerians to join hands together and fiercely confront corruption so as to allow the abundant life of God manifest in the nation. Let me come to you, Emperor. You know the statement by the EFCC about Nigerians' blessings, our blessings being masked by the corruption that we have in this country, or that is operational in the country. What do you make of it? Do you think that is true? Do you think that corruption has really obstructed our blessings from God?
You see, there are times some people are just talking just because they want to talk. Olukoyede, the EFCC chairman, has no moral justification to be talking about corruption or not corruption. You heard recently the billions of dollars that were not remitted by the NNPC. Did they probe anybody? Dangote came out recently. What we heard was that the two directors resigned. Have they resigned? Did they interrogate them? Did they prosecute them? No. So these people are not really fighting corruption. Today, I see EFCC as an attacking dog against anybody. Most of the people that are in the ambassadorial list that have been cleared now, most of them have corruption cases in court. What is the EFCC looking at? The former governor of Kogi State, over 80-something billion dollars or thereabout. The man is moving freely in Nigeria today. What are the EFCC doing? There are a lot of allegations against some serving ministers. What did they do? Immediately you decamp to APC, your financial crime is forgiven. So Olukoyede should be quiet. It should be silent forever, except and until when we see his actions that is actually fighting corruption. Nobody is fighting corruption in this government. So Olukoyede should be quiet and silent forever.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you actually think that corruption in Nigeria is primarily a moral failure? Or is it a governance failure? Or is it a bit of both?
Corruption in Nigeria today, it has turned to a disease, incurable disease. It's a disease that there is no doctor or traditional healers that have known how to fight it. So when you put some people as anti-corruption organizations, it's just to empower to pay them salaries and emoluments. Today, it has become the most dangerous virus today. Corruption in Nigeria today is worse than HIV, is worse than COVID-19. Today in Nigeria, it's becoming a norm because people can be corrupt now and there is no punitive action. So far so that is it. What is Olukoyede doing? He's not doing nothing. Yes. It's only the opposition. Those people that have offended this in Ngige, just because Ngige insulted Tinubu some time ago, that is why they are after him. The role of Malami in the presidential election, before Tinubu emerged as the candidate, that is why they are punishing him. They act now. They are all preoccupied now by chasing anybody that is not going to support 2027 presidential election of the incumbent president. Olukoyede should go and sit down. He should go and sit down. By the time he's coming on air to talk about fighting corruption, to talk about this, is kind of shaming himself and degrading the government in which he's serving. Corruption is now a norm. It's an abnormality that has become a norm in Nigeria. And they are not fighting it. They are just pouring manures. Do whatever you want to do. The second day, the camp. When the former governor of Delta State was arrested for over ₦1 trillion something, 3 days later, he was released. A week later, in the camp, with all the APC structure, PDP structure in Delta State to APC. Did you hear anything from that case again? No. Nobody is fighting corruption. Corruption has come to live with us until God will send a government that will be ready to fight corruption. But this government, they are not fighting corruption. What they are doing is to pour more fertilizer for corruption to grow bigger and to yield poisonous fruit across the country. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Emperor. Let me move to Kenneth. Kenneth, we're talking about the EFCC's boss or chairman saying that corruption, or he has linked Nigeria's developmental challenges to entrenched corruption. He actually said that corruption continues to mask the enormous blessings God has bestowed on Nigeria, preventing the country from achieving its full potential. So first, I would ask you, what do you make of this statement? That's one of the questions. And then secondly, what reforms do you think are necessary to ensure anti-corruption agencies are seen as impartial rather than political tools? Can you unmute your device, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please. You can go ahead.
Okay. Honestly, I find this statement coming from the EFCC chairman to be very, very laughable and ridiculous at the same time. It's a very funny one. Come on, how would he make a funny statement such as that? When we know that the current EFCC that we are having now under his watch is nothing but a rubber stamp that is just doing the bidding of APC and Tinubu. EFCC for me is not a serious institution or organization anymore, because they are what we call corruption itself. They are the most corrupt agency, because they are not anything corruption inclined. They are just after people, you know. I will call them, they are wish hunting people. When they see that you have the money, they go after you. When you give them some money, they'll keep quiet. Nobody will know how the case later ended. So EFCC is not fighting corruption because they are the hub of corruption itself. Okay, look at the case of Yahya Bello. Up till now, EFCC, they are yet to arrest Yahya Bello. I will never take EFCC serious. And they bring him to book. Okay, look at the one that they are doing in Delta and those states. They are going after Yahoo boys. Nobody reported to you people that their money got missing. There is no complainant. You will just go. You are witch hunting.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with him again. Emperor, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Okay, well, before we go, on a lighter note, let's move away from all the issues about EFCC and every other issue we've talked about today. But on a lighter note, I want to ask you, what memories do you have from your childhood of Christmas that you've never forgotten?
Christmas Day. When any day we enter December 1st, we begin to be joyous because we know that Christmas Day will be as early as 6 a.m. We'll be free to visit all our families and extended families and friends, classmates and others. From morning till night, we can trek from one community to our community to a nearby community. And we will be there till around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And after 8 o'clock, we trek back under the shadow of darkness. And we come back. That is it. But nobody does that again. You see, Christmas Day now, people lock their children at home. People lock their gate because nothing for them to eat. Chocolates of entertaining visitors. But those days, it's a day that we eat and overeat. We are joyous. We move round. It does not happen again. That is it. It's so painful. People want, I need to travel with my family home. But how can I go? The road is not safe for me to move. The cost of aircraft, I will need over 2 million to fly my family down home. And by January, I'm going to be picking some bills. So that is it. Economic decadence, everything, infrastructural decadence, everything is in shambles. We are running a symbolic government. It's affecting the social religious activities. It's affecting social cultural activities. May God save Nigeria.
Hello. Sorry, it was the network. So,
sorry, Imperial. Okay, Kenneth, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma. Thank you.
But we just have 1 minute. So quickly round up on your thought, and then you'd round up with telling me what memories you have from your childhood of Christmas.
What memory? What
do you have from your childhood of Christmas?
Oh, if madam, okay, I will round off with that very word.
Please, just in 1 minute, please.
The memory I had as a child of Christmas, was so lovely. So lovely to get. We lived in harmony with our neighbors. It was funful. In fact, even when it gets to nearly Christmas season, you see the atmosphere change, smelling Christmas here and there. But now even Amatan said, here cash Amatan. Amatan not come Nigeria for Christmas this year. Even our neighbors now, many of them they could not even buy ordinary rice to eat. Everybody is feeling the heat. Hey, before you see your neighbor, they'll knock on your door. Neighbor, I came to give you Christmas goodies. But now, my sister, everybody just they look each other. Sit down, look, don't dog name. It's very unfortunate. This is not the Nigeria of our deep. Mama, you want to cut out? This is not Nigeria of our dream. They should do better, honestly. How long do we continue like this? How long do we continue like this? When they cry, they see road. We can no longer continue like this as a people. This is not Christmas. In fact, this year's Christmas, we didn't do it too. This is not Christmas for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Waya. Hopefully, we hope that Christmas will get better for everyone and the nation will become better. Thank you very much, Kenneth, for being a part of this show all the way from Benin City. And thank you very much, Imperial, for being a part of the show from Port Harcourt. Thank you for joining us virtually for the issues.
I appreciate you.
We appreciate
you, and I'm very happy to meet Mr. Waya here.
Thank you,
sir.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's polity and electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndamdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Happy holidays.
OPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9.